Let's make it happen, Captain.
Cammy 65 is live. Oh 07, we're back. It's Saturday play afternoon. Yes.
Saturday. Yep.
Beefcake, aka Rich, what is up, my man? How are you doing? 3.20 PTU is in effect. We are testing, man. We're gonna get this thing right. Yes, sir. Oh 07. We're gonna do some testing, man. We're gonna go to boundaries or no one has gone before with this test. If that's a thing, right? Uh, Pretty much. Let's try a little bit of this, a little bit of that. I'm gearing up right now, and basically, definitely want to test things out, make sure they're working right, so that they can push this to back to live. Um, so I think I just need my mining attachment, and I'm on my way. So it doesn't want to be here. Let's see here. Okay, there's that multi-tool itself, but the attachment. There we go. That's what is that? Oxytorch cutter. There we are. Tractor beam attachment. Go ahead and get that. Uh, Sometimes I take two with me just in case. So I'll grab one more and the attachment to it. You never know, man. Situational awareness, right? Kind of like when Batman he sets up his he installs his utility belt. He takes out the things he believes that he's going to use that night of his patrols, right? I'm going to try that orbit mining attachment as well. All right. And let me just go ahead and equip the tool. Equip it. All right. And then there's the attachment there. And for the extra one, I'll get that ready. But unlike the other one that's attached, I'm going to put it back into my inventory. So anyone that needs one, it's like, here you go. It's ready to go for them. The inventory system is going away. And in its place will be a more simulated or realized a version of the inventory system. Should be pretty neat. Okay, I got a cooler. I got a quantum drive. Um, this bug is back too. The suppressor. Okay, now it's working. What size was that? Maybe it was a size differential. Suppressor 2. Okay, the one I need two for this gun, not the one. I think that's for pistol, I guess. One is for the pistol. Let me guess. Let me see. That's the case. Let me move this. So that you may already know. So I'm just yep, there it is. The one is for the pistols. Yes. Silence is golden. Oh 07. Oh 07. Be right back. Okay, here we go. Rock and roll. And I'm going to get some medical vials from the medical. I would presume if all goes well with this patch, it will release probably next week, early part of the week. Uh-oh, looks like I'm getting a 30K. Yep, 30Ks are happening. It's a part of testing. They got to figure out where these 30Ks are derived from, where they're coming from. So this particular build is a little 30K happy. We'll see. That was our first one. And hopefully CIG is on the case this weekend to mitigate these issues. Looks like apparently that either that person just got into the game or they had a 30K happening to them. I try to stay behind it. Hey, what do you? Okay. 30K crew. Here we go. After you, man. Okay, I'm heading back. Someone says in chat, what the F, man? 230Ks before I can get to destination. I have no faith in this hotfix patch. Is this what we're doing today? Is this what we're doing today, right? Today is the day of the 30K? Servers dying every 10 minutes. Yeah. Chat is so absolute on certain things. Can't be absolute on everything. Everything is the way things are today, man. It's just variables on instances. It's just take it like that. It's variables on instances. Thing is not absolute. It's not. Holy smokes, it's not. Which allows you to navigate between those variables. Tram, now leaving the station. Tram. Okay, here we go. All right. We're at the station, man. All right, let's go ahead and get this ship arranged in a way that um, it will work for me. Oh, I didn't get the medical vials. Okay, that's fine because I can go to the station and get them. Pick them up there. Not a problem. So I'll have to call. All right, call up the prospector. Gotta unstow it. Okay, delivery. It's delivered. So now I can go into its inventory and customize my ship. F2. And vehicle loadout manager. I would imagine all this will be from the kiosk once we get those hangars, those persistent hangars at some point. It'd be your one-stop shop to do everything basically regarding ship customizations, you name it. Go with that Stampede, and I'm gonna go with that Focus. All right. Save changes, equip. Equip. And the Helix is equipped. Helix is what? Okay, the Klein is. Let's see, the Klein only allows. It doesn't allow you to have any modules. So never mind. So Stampede. Let me equip this thing. It says equip. And Stampede. It's weird. It's not equipped elsewhere. It's a little quirky sometimes. Let me come out of it. Go back in. This prospector. Ability. Okay, that's equipped. Stampede. There it is. So, and the Focus. He's equipped. Everything's equipped. F1. Call the ship up.
Welcome to the ASOC vehicle retrieval system.
It's about that bottom line, baby. Let's make it happen, Captain.
And retrieve hangar 1. Let's go. All right. Hangar numero uno. Here we go, man. Here we go. Into that pilot seat. Let's go. Call ATC up in 3, 2, 1. Call. I love it. I freaking love it. Here we go. Yeah, so we're getting some good news for the PTU. Good news out there. If all goes well, we should see this go live today. All goes well. Fingers crossed. I'm doing my part, as you can see, chat. All right. Get to that station, shall we? All right. Or set. Engaging. All right.
Tonight's entertainment.
Oh, thank you for the raid, Kelsar Prime. Thank you for the raid of 3307 to you, Kelsar. How is everything out there for you? I hope you're having a wonderful day. I hope you had even a better stream. 07 to you. I'm digging the name, Kelsar. Let me see if I can enhance that. Kelsar.
Elsar.
Kelsa Prime, Kelsa Prime, Kelsa Prime, and Kelsa Prime, Kelsa Prime.
Oh 07 Kelso Prime. Rating and running. Have a great stream. Oh 07, sir. Do what you gotta do, because you gotta do it now. Oh 07. We're gonna do a little mining in PTU today. We're gonna test a little bit of this, a little bit of that. If you weren't here earlier, CIG is currently working on the patch as we speak on a weekend, man. How much dedication is that? That's dedication. But yeah, this is an imperative patch. We got issues that's going on with 30Ks. I just had one, but so far so good. So far so good. They're working on it. Lodarian 07. Was that laugh out loud Darian? 07. How are you?
Son,
Oh,
you
Lodarian.
just hit with a wow
Thank you.
effect.
You got me laughing out loud. 07. How are you? Welcome. That is hilarious. Nice. 07. Trying to make some sense of this gameplay today. But yeah, SIG indicated that if all goes well, we could probably see the patch come through today, which is very welcome. Very, very welcome. You know, since all the racing hoopla started, I don't want to. It's not a downplay to call it hoopla, but it's been a resurgence of racing ever since they first introduced the racing module in the Arena Commander back in the day. Waiting to see the A1. Oh, laugh out loud. Yes, that A1. That's the bomber. Oh my gosh, you looking for some shenanigans, man. Bombing people on the spot. But it would be great to see.
Damn, son, you just hit with a wow effect.
Patch 4 Force 4 07. Thank you for the follow. 07. Yeah, I want to see the A1 with gameplay around it, you know. So I would love to see patch 44 07. Yep, my daily right now is the 600i, but I like a smaller, sleeker ship now and then. Yes. I want to see like pirate, like for example, a part of a mission giver. This is an opinion. This is opinion only, right? I'm theory crafting this.
Son, you just hit with the
Kraken.
wow effect.
Kraken 07. We may see the Kraken Citizen Con. Who knows, man? It's so much out there that's it's being said. Who knows? We might see the Kraken 07. What up? Kraken heads. There you go, baby. Kraken heads. That's what it's about. Oh my gosh. Kimmy Crafton. Uh-oh. Big K, what up? 07 Scav. 07, the Scav man. He will make something out of nothing in this game because it's what?
It's about that bottom line, baby.
Yes, and he makes it happen. I tell you, back to that A1 bomber. I would love a mission giver where they incorporate you to come in and do a bombing run to soften things up. Maybe there's a fortified fort or compound that has pirates in it, and you want to clean it up. Even like jump town events, the A1 would be really cool. You swoop in and you do a bombing run, carpet bomb that whole bad boy. Yes. Another reason for my wife to dislike StarCitizen. I'm gonna be using my life savings to get a Kraken. Oh my god. Oh my gosh. Like war efforts with other ships, that'd be rad. Yes, I know, right? Yes, no doubt about it. Also providing protection. I hope to see them bring back theaters of war, right? Where you get to utilize that in like a small warfare type of experiences. So that way when it comes to getting that into the game, you will have that experience. You'll know how to utilize the user interface, the screens, the remote screens to set it up so that it converges on target the way it's supposed to. So it sounds like you're going to be putting in a lot of hours on the Arena Commander module, which I hope that they really support going forward from this day forth. Just really support it with all aspects of the gameplay. And one of those aspects is definitely bombing and having a balance between speeds, altitudes, being able to avoid enemy fire. Hopefully, even with modularity, you can bring in like different hull types, maybe a lighter hull to get you in fast and out fast, denser hulls if there's a lot of enemy fire that's happening, right? You want to be able to mitigate damages. So there's so many variations and different filters to make the game play experience so unique each and every time. It never gets old. Unlike me, it never gets old. It keeps it very interesting. But yeah, the A1 is that light bomber, and that's one of the things you have to look out for. Especially if you want to like say I can see it being utilized in bounty hunting, right? So if you have sort of like targets in the facilities, or you have a number, like if you're going to take out a large syndicate and they've established themselves on the ground, or they have weapons, and they call you in to just break that stuff up, that would be really cool. In hostile areas that we're saying that now it's gotten to a point where it's pirate activity there, so you go in and clean it up, man. Just like they say, I love the smell of napalm in the morning. Just carpet bomb it out, and then let the troops go in and finish it up. Especially, I can see the A1 being used once we have more systems established. Like, for example, if you look at the Arc Star map, let me see if I can put a link to that. The Arc Star map will have Vandal locations. What if you are commissioned to go to those locations and lay bombs to set up perimeters, or so that the UAE could set up compounds to fight or maybe retrieve something, right? Or procure something. You never know. But yeah, it's all predicated around the gameplay. So it has potential for sure. And then don't let me get on to the point or the aspect of rival orgs. That's going to be a thing. That's going to be an ongoing thing where you have orgs that just they hate each other. And that necessarily doesn't mean that it's UEE versus pirate orgs. It could be competing UEE-based orgs or competing piracy syndicate orgs, right? So yeah, it's going to be a lot of drama in that.
Please visit us again. Goodbye.
All right, so I think I'm stored here.
To the ASOP vehicle
Let me
retrieval
check
system.
one more time. Okay, I'm going to store, get some medical items, and then I'm going to ship out and get some mining going and get these medical vials. But it's endless. We need Vandal roaming around at least that if we're gonna be waiting for power, will give us some sort of alien life. Yes, and again, that's the now that's the thing, Kraken. The thing with the alien creatures, I think this is a Chris Roberts thing until we get, I guess, Squadron 42, kind of like released, or some part of it released. I think they're gonna keep that as an Easter egg, or kind of close to the chest. They don't want to reveal the Vandal too soon. They don't want to jump ahead of Squadron 42. So everything is predicated around Squadron 42. Once we get the proper release, we see the characteristics, all the features within Squadron 42. then we'll see the Vandal at some point. But yeah, but that's I would say I hope that it's the near future that we see alien creatures, but it's definitely surrounded with the release of Squadron. But that should be fun though. But yeah, for mission givers to go into those areas like that, and especially not just Vandal but also pirated locations, it's a must. Okay, so I'm seeing the inventory with as far as bugs. I think I see one here. The inventory system is not showing. So I'm gonna go and buy those supplies again and put it in my backpack. The backpack inventory is the only thing that's working, but not the inventory to like locations like space stations. Let me see. Let me go back into. Okay, it says there. Looking backpack. Okay, it's kind of invisible. Okay, I doubled it. It's there. It's just invisible. Okay. But definitely these events, some of us lament about those events like Xenothreat, things of that nature, the pirate events. And I think Jared mentioned on Friday the next StarCitizen Live will also be about the new events coming. And so some of us are like, no, not again. But yeah, it's like, yeah, please, we got to do that, because when you look at the fully built out game, it's going to have these events that's ongoing. Tony Zurvik also stated that we need those events to kind of filter or slow people down from congregating, or too many people congregating in one place. He said even with server meshing, that even server meshing in its full maturation will have some limitations, and that key to making sure that it's successful is that they keep us spread out, so those events will kind of like become a blockade, and also as a means to help the servers regenerate maybe clones or mirrored servers to help alleviate the heavy volume of players and the allocation of resources to those players and features. Dirk 07 to you. Dirk says they should put the Taveran in the game first. That's my opinion about it. It should be the Taveran. Yeah, I think that with the Taveran and the war, the 2-year war with them, and I think it was not just one, but it was 2 wars with them, right? So they have a pulse. They are really connected to the UEE. So it would make sense, because, like, the reason why it makes sense, since one of them is on the UEE Council, yes. So they're inside our parameters. They're inside the UEE themselves. So that first contact, kind of like when you look at the Star Trek lore, right? There were aliens right there, right? So if I had to use the analogy of Star Trek, the Vulcans were like maybe the Taverans without the war. They were the first alien species we made contact with in Star Trek. And then I would say the Klingon would be the analogy to the Vandal. Later on, they ran into the Vandal / Vulcans. So yes, it makes perfect sense there, to how that should work and how it should play out, that we should first and foremost be familiar with aliens. So the first ones we should see are Taveran. It's just common sense. Now, will they do it exactly that way? We don't know. But that makes perfect sense with what Dirk mentioned. Because it adheres to the lore. We should have Taveran walking around at some point first and foremost. They should be in the PU first, walking around, conversing with us. and then you have the next, either the Banu or the Shion, based on the history of the lore, of the timelines when we first did the encounters with them. So
Please visit us again. Goodbye.
and the fact of the matter is, we have the Banu ships, the Banu merchantmen, right? We have the Teveran. We have their fighter ships, right? Makes perfect sense. But then if it's a Squadron 42 thing, they want to keep that hidden as a surprise, or they might say, surprise, we want you to see the aliens first. So it's going to be their call, what they decide on, and what better time to talk about those things or those reveals, other than being at Squadron 42, being at CitizenCon, which I'm sure they're going to talk about. They're not going to take 2 days out of that event and not have anything discussed about Squadron 42. I think it's imperative that they, talk about it. And if I was a betting man, I would say, because this is Chris's baby, Squadron 42, it's his narrative or his storytelling about the game itself and its history. He's going to use that last day for Squadron 42 Sunday. I would be shocked if he gave us Squadron 42 Saturday. I think the most thing that makes common sense is the lasting impression that you make. He would probably want it to be Sunday, the 22nd, Squadron 42. But again, this is them. And this is, like Dirk said, this is just my opinion. This is a grain of salt. This is theory crafting it, what could possibly happen. Okay, I'm gonna call ATC in 3, 2, 1, now. Oh, it didn't work. 3, 2, 1, now. Nope. It used to work like clockwork. I had to press it a couple of times. Desync. Oh, that's a good one, Dirk, because I posted the Vandal, that segment about Vandal. I'm gonna look for the other ones and post that in Discord, on my Discord. But yeah, we have not heard the Teveran. That's a great point, Dirk. We have not heard anything about the Teveran or their language, and let alone seeing what they kind of look like in the game. Maybe a piece of artwork of in-game engine. Vickers Medium 07. Vic, how are you, sir? So this is PTU, everyone. We're testing. Great news is SIG is on the job on a Saturday. They are working to get this back to live. Audio distortion issues, 30K issues, back-end issues they are working out. And if all goes well, we could very possibly see this today. There's a good chance. Oh shit. Okay, I thought I was just under the roof of the station, man. Sometimes these stations, man, you got to be wary and keep your head on a swivel. Oh, that's another update. They're going to give us UI that will show the ship from a top-down view in relation to the hangar, so we don't have to use the external view to line up perfectly. I'll probably use external view anyway because that's what I love about simulators, was the external view. The views that you cannot get in real life in a simulator. Well, this is close to a simulator. It's not a pure simulator. It has bits of sim aspects and has bits of arcade action to keep it fun. But yeah, about I keep saying StarCitizen. About CitizenCon, man, there are so many ways that we're thinking, how is it going to go, right? Okay, come on, calibrate. Let me clear my route. Or have I not established that route? Okay, here we go. User error. So, CitizenCon, man, there's so many things that they could bring up and talk about, things we've have not heard the newest thing upon, like planets. What is that going to become? What is that going to mature to? I think the question we need to hear is, will it speed up? Will that process speed up? We want to hear something about the process. I do. I know I do. What do they have as far as plans into making this a quicker process? And at the end result, what is the result of that process? The end result is, how many systems can we get within a quarter, right? Every 3 months, can we get 2 systems? Can we get 3? I would imagine, I would love for them to validate that the star map, the arc star map, is basically your coloring inside the color book, you know, staying within the lines. I use that analogy to say that's the process for them to start building out the systems based upon the jump points. I fully and truly believe that the arc star map is the means for them to Twix 07 Twix PTU baby PTU. This is a means for them to kind of chart where they're going to go, and then the thing that supports the surprise aspect, because I think CIG loves to keep it close to the chest, and then they reveal it, and they want us to get the give them the oohs and ahs, because it's a surprising thing. It's something unexpected. I think they love that song and dance with keeping us, 1900, keeping us on our heels about what's coming out, what are we going to see, to keep us guessing kind of thing. I think that's, for them, that's the way to say, well, they feed on that, and that shows that they're interested in the game. I think even if they took that away and say, hey, this is what's coming down the pipeline, and they start putting newer pieces of features in the game, I think we would align more to that, because they know it's all about space exploration, sci-fi. That's been an ongoing theme as far as we can, remember or look back. As the moment we looked up to the stars, we were hooked. That was it. Seriously, we were hooked. The moment mankind, damn, 1900 back to back. The moment we were looking at the stars, it's been about space exploration, sci-fi. They know this. So, yeah, what we need to see, what I would love for them to show us is the solutions to how many planets are they looking to deliver upon. What's the goal to that? I would love to hear them talk about the goals to how many planets and systems we can get, because people lament Coffee Gaming 07. People will lament. They say 100 systems. That's another 20 years from now. We're not going to, that is on their minds too. For sure. That is on their minds as well. What's the window that they want to look at, getting all these 100 systems, and plus maybe the 8 or 10, 15 extra systems based upon exploration do we get in the game, so that we can play and stay engaged with the game called StarCitizen. That's one of the panels I would say is a needed one. Planetary tech and an estimation on how many what is their goal for how many they want to produce per year. Twix says, I would like for them to increase the value of salvage since they slowed it down. And to piggyback off of what Twix said, and he may or may not agree with me, when he says the increase of value, it's not the same thing of, minerals like quantanium, gold, or, terranite, bexelite. He's saying the value, I would imagine that by increasing the value of salvage would be increasing the gameplay features around it, surrounding it. And that comes with one of the most important aspects to it is the hole munching. If they can give us the hole munching, now you're talking about also figuring out solutions to tech debt that's on the servers, right? So you basically have a means to thoroughly clean up objects on the servers with hole munching, right? But then that's an added value. But you don't stop there. What about the fuel tanks, siphoning the fuel, siphoning the oxygen, also making the components physicalized, where you can salvage them and find out what damage state they're in, and find ways to craft and then bring them back to a working functionality, or bring them back into a working state, not new but working, and sell them. I think that's the value he's talking about. So correct me if I'm wrong or interject anytime, Twix. And Coffee says, once we get 5, Coffee, you and I, we're right here, brother, 5 to 6 systems, there will be much to do. People won't complain. Coffee, 19K, fine, 19K. Coffee, you and I wonder if this is a patch coming through. Let me see. I'm going to check to verify. Coffee, you and I are definitely on the same page, brother. So much to do. You know what? 5 to 6 systems, Coffee. Here's in my opinion, this is what it brings to the table when you say that we have 5 to 6. Let's lowball it.
It's about that bottom line, baby.
Let's say we have 5. Oh, bad habits. There he is. I'm beefing with CIG real effing hard with this patch. Don't just keep playing 13. Just put your head down and run into that brick wall. You're gonna crack that brick. Just keep doing it. Don't stop. That's what they want us to do, man. Let's keep running through that brick wall. But see, that's funny, dude. But to Coffee's point, 5 systems. What does that mean for StarCitizen? It validates server meshing. That's first and foremost. That's the most important thing. It validates the server meshing features and the tech itself. That now it shows that it's viable, it's sustainable, and they can move forward, right? The next important thing about 5 systems in, it should have Tony Zorvik's quantum system in the game, right? It should have Tony Z's quantum system in the game, right? Now we're talking about being able to utilize the economy in ways that simulates real life, that have us going to this system, going to that system with commodities, right? That's perfect. Then the other aspect is potential habs, potential places where we call home, potential places that NPCs can call home, whether they're good or bad, right? That encourages FPS gameplay, establishment of orgs. So again, that's just scratching the surface, because I got some chat in there I want to answer, but that's just scratching the surface of what Coffee Gaming is alluding to. That's huge. That's huge. That's huge. And then Dirk is saying, need more than just the systems. You need gameplay features within those star systems to keep it interesting. Yes. And I think, Dirk, that what you're saying is that takes time. But they've I don't know if they've been perfectly in line with that, Dirk, but they've been trying to work on that as well to kind of build out systems to allow for more gameplay. But you're right. You have to have, the gameplay features to help that system, or help those systems feel more alive. Bad Habit says they gave me a Corsair. I used my 400K and filled it with gold. Woo! I don't know how you do it, bro, but that's a beast right there. Too bad it's not live. Holy smokes, that's pretty awesome. If they don't expand the mission stuff, it's going to feel boring. Yes. That's a slippery slope for them, Dirt. That's a slippery slope. What we can do on our end is talk about it, theory craft it, and help them figure out a ways or a means to say, we're playing the game. They can kind of look at what we do and then kind of figure that, oh, wait a minute, you can do this. Let's build around that, right? But I think in order to help with that, missions, they have to have those features like functional ships, industrial ships will help them realize that gameplay functionality or those missions, right? That will help them a lot. But I would say the mission giver people, stay on spectrums, keep on those ideas that the backers and see what kind of gameplay they're utilizing. And let me tell you, go ahead and do this, CIG. Look at other games, see what works. You don't have to recreate the wheel each and every time. You can look at something and get inspiration. And don't, I wouldn't copy and paste literally what they're doing, but you can utilize other aspects of gameplay or legendary games and get inspiration that will help you to say, hey, we got something going on here. But at the end of the day, it's so important that they do it and do it right and make it feel unique. I think that's the slippery slope that that's the challenges that they're faced with in that regard. But nonetheless, this is what they're paid for, right? This is their job. This is what they do. So challenge accepted. That's what I would call it. Challenge is accepted. See it as a challenge, a welcome challenge. They got it. Mod coffee so he can have his power trip. If I was mod, okay, let me see, coffee. We gotta connect, man. Let's see if I can get you into that. That would be great. I have no problem with that. Okay, we'll do that, coffee. No worries, we'll do that for sure. I'll PM you, and we'll get that worked out for sure. For sure. I'm gonna put a suppressor on my, in case I gotta sneak around. All right, that 1900K, man. Whoo. Okay, we're gonna see this patch is a hot one, man. It's a hot mess. You're going. My name is Bad Habits for a reason. 07 coffee. If you're gonna bomb, then wait until Squadron 42 is out. Oh my gosh. Fair enough. I wondered, Twitch, did we get another patch for PTU? They said that they're gonna, if they find what they're looking for, they're gonna run another patch, but eventually we're gonna go live. It's a bug fix. Yes, beefcakes. They're doing bug fixes, but with all intentions to, once they've solved everything they need to solve, they're going to run this presumably to live this evening, or that's later tonight on your end. PTUs, yes, that's the intention, but they don't want to repeat that. They don't want to make that a bad habit. That's what I'm saying. Exactly. We don't want to make it a bad habit. They want to make sure everything is taken care of. and it's done for sure. So there's a level of patience, but then we see their intent of what they want to do. Let's say they're not able to do it tonight. That's fine. But also, are we doing what we need to do on our end to do the proper testing and issue the bug, send the bugs to the issue council and make sure we're reporting the right stuff. But I don't think we're in a situation like we were with 318. Oh my God. You hear that? That mic is hot. Oh, how do I get those missions to steal drugs from ships? Whoa. Oh man, that's a good question for chat, Beefcake. I like the massive cargo that C2 has. Yeah, the cargo ships are what's happening. Rich, aka Beefcake. That's pretty. You might want to consider that a ship like that or for running cargo. That will make sure that you're never broke. Basically, that ensures you are never broke in the game if you have a cargo ship.
It's about that bottom line, baby.
Sid got some splaining to do. I do the proper testing, and still I lost my money. 3 months of hard work on a new update crash. Bad habits. I feel your pain. I feel it. I feel your pain. It's no joke, man. The pains are real. But that's passion that's being talked about right there. That's nothing but passion and frustration to wanting to make sure that the game is playing the way it's supposed to. Unfortunately, I don't want to bolster that. Oh, it's an alpha, right? But it's a live alpha. But I would say more effort should be on getting these patches to live are so key, so important as quickly as they can. You can be broke with cargo. Oh my gosh. I only have 1K to my name. Man, it's like that's called zero to hero bad habits. You know that. Come on now. Zero to hero, baby. You're working with 1K, you're zero to hero.
Let's make it happen, Captain.
Time to be a hero. You put that damn undersuit on and you get to work. Chop chop.
It's about that bottom line, baby.
He said pain. I'm not going to take any of this gameplay serious until we get the dynamic server meshing. That's the last stage of static server meshing, which is inbound at any time, maybe this year, first quarter next year. And then the last iteration will be dynamic. Once they get dynamic fully in, that's beyond, whatever patches they need to, hot fix it. And we're in dynamic. UEC and all that stuff, it counts for me. It accounts for me. Everything right now for me is finding means and methods on how do I earn and procure UEC, United Earth credits, right? How do I go about my business? It's a skill set. It's a superhero power. How do I make that happen? So everything right now currently is a ways and means to build my skill set. Whether it's like I get into a cargo ship, I run bounties, I provide industrial services, all those aspects as they come online. I want to gain that skill set and that muscle memory on how do I obtain this UEC to not just not to survive, but to be profitable and do it consistently, as well as maintain and uphold my reputation. I don't want to do zero again. But see, that bad habits, that's the fun part about it. It's like, are you going to stay at the bottom for the rest of the game, or are you going to pick yourself back up? You know, like Alfred said, why do we fall, Master Wayne? So we can pick ourselves up. I'm telling you, man. Why do we fall? And this is the real life, man. Why do we fall? So we can pick ourselves up. Okay, I'm gonna. Oh, wait a minute. Go back. I don't want that one delivered. I think I got to do a claim on the first one. I want the first one. Okay, I'm gonna deliver that one. Yes. They got some work to do. Now, granted, the newest one, Twix, was a great twist, or the telling of a story, a Batman story. He was more detective, or trying to become the greatest detective. So I respected the hell out of that, and Riddler played a hell of a role. I thought that was really, really visceral right there. Maybe I'm tricking on the corner if they got it. Bad habits, go to the nightclubs, man. They're gonna have nightclubs in the game. You're horrible, man. Okay, you're horrible. Widow is a dangerous drug. Bad habits. Speaking of which, what's the day of the Vara? Trick or treat next month? You're terrible, dude. You're terrible. Trick or treat next month. The day of the Vara. Yeah, we're gonna get the ghoulish greens are coming back again. I love it. Ghoulish greens. And the giant teddy bear heads, and the Vandal, the Scarecrow mask. That's coming. The day of the Vara is basically the answer to Halloween. Okay, I have the climb, but I lost my other one. Oh, snap. My other mining laser is going. Okay, let me call the other one. Let me see if it has that laser on it. And I'll do a little switcheroo, but I doubt it. I placed it all on the first prospector, so I might have lost that in that 19K or something. Have it delivered.
Please visit us again. Goodbye. Obey all security and customs personnel at all times. To the ASOP vehicle retrieval system.
Go to the second one and see what the items are on that. If they're not there, that tells me whatever that 19K was, I've lost. Yeah, I lost my equipment. Yep. Okay then. And let me check my inventory. They said that was a they did say, CIG did mention, there's the Klein. Okay, it's in local area 18. Yeah, that's the Klein that I have. That's they did mention that there's a corruption like with our inventory system, and they think that they figured it out, and so they want to do a wipe or a LTP, long-term persistent or something like that, wipe to ensure that this isn't corrupted in the back end inventory. Okay. For real? I think it's let me look at the notes. I don't want to scare anyone to death about this freaking thing. Yeah, it was a patch that it's gonna state as alpha PTU 8717119. So that 19K that I was experiencing, it's a new that was a new patch. Yep. Okay. What's the notes? Okay. Let me put it in uh chat. You can see the patch notes, everyone. Bombing. There it is. Those are the patch notes for that. The QR code is enabled by default in this build so they can pick up stuff. This can be disabled. I'm not going to disable it. All C cargo as part of the end of the flow. Known issues. PTU cargo commodities, vehicles cargo, ATC. ATC fails to detect vehicles within the loading zone or fails to initiate cargo transfers. Arena Commander client crash, all FPS modes, FPS loadout customization, armor UI scrolling down to the very bottom of the leg armor rental list, result in the client crash. PU Crusader issues or Orison location transit is possible. Return gates to not open, preventing players from entering shuttles. Wow. PU art, items, character textures, multiple clothes, armor, undersuit variants, lost color using the default base color. PU multi-vehicle, vehicles, ships, ship components, weapons. Laser repeater occasionally stops firing but still consumes ammo. Hull C spawn cargo. Hull C with cargo can spawn extended in a large hangar instead of docking port. Ouch. Can you say kaboom? PU Stanton, Area 18 Grim Hex locations. Inventory respawn. Player loses loadout after dying in the armistice zone. Stanton, active personal inventory. Right click. Item interaction menu cannot be closed once open. PU Stanton, AI. Locations. Combat AI will teleport pop in combat. Break Caterpillar all variants. PU salvage all of Caterpillar hull. Give invalid material message for salvager. Multi-vehicle PU vehicles active feature. Medical respawn cannot respawn on a ship that has streamed out. Room system actor locations. Room system does not protect player active from extreme weather conditions in Lorville interior, so they'll freeze to death basically. ASOP ships vehicles. Click to store ship at ASOP, but it was destroyed. Says it was destroyed. Vehicles, players, and items can fall through the bottom deck of the Redeemer. Damn. Reclaimer vehicle stand. Reclaimer bridge elevator interaction is missing. Vehicles graphics client FPS will drop as long as players are inside of the cockpit of the Drake Cutlass series. The Carrack's main elevator will get locked in place and begin to spin indefinitely after spamming the floors for a few minutes. Vehicle maintenance services, ship repair doesn't happen but still charges you. Landing pads, multi-vehicle shopping, refill, repair, and rearm services unavailable when landed. Inventory, personal inventory can enter a state of becoming unresponsive, preventing the player from being able to eat or drink. And AI, mission giver. Wallace Clem is not visible at his location in Grimhex. Dock his ass. We have put in multiple long-term persistent bug fixes. This is the good news. To help resolve ship purchased and gained with the UEC not being saved properly in LTP between releases. Fix multiple issues causing inventories to become corrupted and not load in the PU. Mirai Fury LX paints and decals should now display correctly. Fix multiple issues causing audio to desync, yes, or become fully blocked during gameplay. Fix the issue causing players to sometimes be relocated while standing in a hangar. Fix the client crash when scrolling armor in the player inventory. Fix the issue causing saber variants to show debug mode, allows near thrusters when reverse strafing. Fix the issue where players could sell one SCU of each type of loose cargo during jump town. Disable non-owner bed logout in the hull C to fix the ship disappearing when someone other than the owner uses bed logout. Fix the attached constellation snub fighters being spawned in a vertical position. Fix the issue causing stowed ships purchased with Alpha UEC to not get correctly stored in LTP. We've implemented multiple database and backend service fixes that should resolve many of the new issues that arise after 320 live launch. We will continue to monitor for any related issues that may arise. Fix 3 client crashes, 3 server crashes, fix missing shader cache issue, fixed a major server memory leak. Okay. All right. And that new patch is going to state Alpha 320 PTU 8871 7119. Good deal. They're working, man. They're working. All right, let's get that damn ship. and I'll get that laser, that new mining head. Let's go. Hangar 7. Let's see.
Thank you for visiting
Let's make it happen, Captain.
capital of commerce. Whatever your transaction, we wish you a beneficial and prosperous stay.
All right. Are the doors opening? Let's see. Yeah, they said ATC could be a little problematic. I don't see the doors opening yet. Press the button again. Okay, let me turn my VTOLs up, maybe. Now I'm gonna call it. I don't say that's a workaround, but it's starting to open. I hear it. There it is. I can see it now. Not to say that's a workaround, but just saying. I set VTOLs to vertical. All right. Let's get right to, I'm gonna get over to that station and get that mining laser head that I need for my modules to give me an advantage in mining. On the way. I'm going to test the effects of what I have first. Meant to go to the station. I'm gonna test what I have. Skyhawk. Um, jury is out. Oh 07 Skyhawk. Jury is still out. Been in there about, I would say 10 minutes, 15 at the max. I can say right now, no 30K. No 30K right now. I know, right? I'm knocking on that wood too. I'm knocking on it. Oh yeah, believe it. I am knocking on that wood. Sky, anyone wanna try some I'm gonna experiment with the mining for a bit, but like I said, I wanna do some testing in 320 PTU, some thorough testing. Anyone up for getting into Arena Commander and doing a race with a Mirai or whatever ship you have for racing? I'm down. 1 second, chat. I have a pot of tea on. I'm gonna check that real quick. I think I smell something. Hopefully they're gonna go live today, Sky. 1 second. Hey, when did Kevin Hart jump into the chat? I would, but the way my AUC account counter is set up, right now it's 07 Kevin Hart. Skyhawk says it. The other issues are supposedly resolved. He said it's supposedly. With the major 30Ks from yesterday are resolved, could hopefully be a good candidate for live. Which could definitely go, they could drop today. I appreciate that dedication working on a Saturday, CIG. But we need this, seriously. We don't need no 318 hangovers. Seriously, dudes. We don't need it. All right, we are getting closer. All right. Should be telling me what. Should be getting readings on these artifacts out here. All right, here we go. What do we have here? What do we have here? I'll just push forward on my throttle just to disengage the cruise control. I love that feature, man. It works the way that real cars with cruise control on. As you touch the steering wheel and it disengages. I love that. Some people have said also that's with pilots, autopilot as well. Bexelite. I can use some of that Bexelite. Oh, it ramps up really quick. On-off method right here coming up. And then the backup method. Backup method right there is enacted. The way they have it now, your processes won't be super perfect every time. You can overcharge like that in some instances. If you don't have the equipment to give you the best approach to mining, this is what you have to use. The backup approach. And see that Bexelite, where is it? 9%. Girl, nope, not worth it. What do I have here? Girl. Checking the values. Okay. Need to make a profit. Wow, that optimal range, they're not giving me much because of this mining laser head I have. I definitely need the modules to help enhance it. That's impossible, it says. Let's see. That's the theory. See, with the other one, I had the Stampede. This is the Klein. You can forget it. I can forget it. It's impossible. Yeah, I'm gonna go back to the station and change out the mining head so I can incorporate modules with it. I'll just take something with me back so it's not a loss. A total loss, right? Here's that other piece of rock right there. Go to fracture mode. I'll just take it. It's not gonna be a loss. Gotta pay for my fuel. Oh, I hit that. Must have hit that button. It's this one. There it is. That's in case you get caught by pirates and they're about to raid your ship, and you abandon ship or eject or something. May as well. Okay, here we go. Back to the lab. All right. We're lined up. Orbital marker 5 and 3, 2, 1. Initiate. All right, here we go. Yeah, so I'm gonna do my part with CIG. They want they're looking at all aspects of testing. So if they can get this out today to live, that's a win for all of us. I'm gonna see what I can do as far as putting in my 2 cents to help for the cause. Yeah, earlier discussion was primarily CitizenCon, knowing that we're 4 weeks away, and that's gonna go fast. I mean, it's gonna come and go so quickly. Um, you would figure probably in a week to 2 weeks, they would probably want to give us an itinerary or, a panel layout. What times will or basically what times who will speak on what or who's speaking, uh, what team they're on. Maybe for example, the vehicle experience team. They may have a segment early. You figure Chris is going to have his say in the beginning and at the end for probably both days. We can see that's a given, right? But some of the major aspects of the game, it's a lot, right? But definitely approach the ships, new concept ships, something maybe revealed or variants of existing ships. I'd imagine new concept because this is CitizenCon. They got to do it big. I'd be shocked if we did not get new concept ships. But let's say they don't give us new concept ships, that they give us variants, right? Or timelines on finishing existing ships. The ones that especially call out to the gameplay loops that will turn this into more of a complete game. I could tell you right off the bat, refineries, the refinery ship. You have the Expanse, the Mist Expanse. That would really be a welcome ship, you know. Not just Quantanium, refining Quantanium, but refining all the types of materials to increase its value. And then with the further iterations of containers, you know, utilizing different containers to take and distribute to different areas that are needed. That would fully support Tony Zorvek's quantum gameplay, but also it would give a more in-depth and detailed layer to his quantum system. Dirk says, I think the main project leads will be the ones presenting. Chris has not really been present for the last 2 to 3 years. Yeah. I don't think we're going to see much of Chris at CitizenCon. Not even with Squadron 42, Dirk. You think he would have something to say with that? I'm sure he's still working hard, but I'm saying he hasn't been the face of the project. Well, that's interesting, man. That's an interesting prospect because I'm not saying you're wrong, but that never really resonated with me for some reason. That could be the case, you know, because we always see Chris as the figurehead. Now, granted, because a lot of things were virtual and he let the project take form and shape, but he was still in the background, right? But knowing that it's been 4 years and that we're going to get something pertaining to Squadron 42, I would like to think on the Squadron 42 segment that he's going to be out front and present with that to really deliver upon what he's been working on. Because at the end of the day, it was his decision to say, hey, I'm stopping, you know, interactions with everything regarding StarCitizen, and I'm going to focus on Squadron 42. I think that was the announcement he did before the holidays or somewhere near that. He and Sandy and said they were on video, and he said, yeah, I'm going to move over. Literally, I'm moving to Frankfurt. Manchester, I'm sorry. I'm moving to Manchester. He's from Manchester originally. I'm moving there, and, you know, from LA to Manchester, and I'm going to NPCs are moving a little brisk, and I'm going to, you know, they heard me talking about them. Yeah, I'm going to move there, and it's all about Squadron 42. But I think that part I think because it's been 4 years, I think he's going to be out there and present and give the keynote, and then everything else is going to be disseminated, like you said, to the leads. And then I think towards the end, he'll close it out. And I think he'll do the same thing on Sunday. But I think that segment will be heavy on Squadron 42. And then he'll close it out to give that lasting impression. And Squadron 42 could be the last thing towards the end. And he gives that lasting impression of, hey, I'm working on this, and we may get some real important updates and information regarding Squadron 42. I think that's his part right there. But I kind of agree with you in the sense of being hands-on in presenting the other aspects or the things outside of Squadron 42. I think you'll have more like Todd Pappy, John Crew, Ali Brown, talking about the graphic side of it. Segments, you know, Vulcan, where is that? But definitely Planets is going to be your foundational piece right there for sure. Just got attacked by some new killers outside of Grimhex. Oh man, you messing around there? Oh yeah, you're asking for it. Oh my gosh. He's taking out his aggressions. But yeah, it's okay, let's see if this works. Yeah, planetary. I would like to see the updates to planetary tech. Definitely more on regards to the server meshing, where they are, because it's been what, 3 to 4 months since we heard anything. Oh man, Beefcake is he's all about the carnage. Okay, got that working. That's going to take 4 minutes as it's only a little bit of material. And okay, it's speeding up a little bit too. The caching is working out. I don't see any stutters too. Yeah, see that? There's no stuttering. Very smooth. That's a good sign too. And I'm knocking on wood. No 30Ks. So let me go ahead and change this mining head, this laser head out. Utility. Mining laser head. I had decline. What's the impact? Maximum. Okay, that's side. I gotta stay I have the prospector, so I have to stay away from size 2. There's a helix. I believe that's the one I lost. Module slots. There's my module slots right there. Size 2. Yeah, okay, so Hofstad. 12K for the Hofstad. Okay, laser power is 1295. That's size 2, damn it. Yeah, I have decline because it's. Okay, I'm gonna have to go with the helix. That's the one to go with. All right, and then I'm going to go with the modules that connect to them, to the laser head. Torrent 3, what does it do? Let's say optimal charge rate is a plus 40. Optimal charge window, I'm going to get a negative 1%. The charge is like a plus 40. I'm going to go for that. All right, and then there's the Hofstede. No, the Stampede it gives you an extra surge. Laser instability though, it gives a negative 10, but the mining laser power is it ramps it up to 130%. Shatter damage is a negative 10%. 85% on the extraction laser power. I will buy a couple of those. Maybe 6. Yep. Oh, what else do I need? Other options here, right? Torrent. Okay, I have the torrent. Optimal charge window is a plus. Riser. Mining laser power 125%. Optimal window charge is the negative 1%. I want to get 2 of those for 6. What's the floral? Duration 60 seconds. Uses R6. Resistance up. Oh man, the resistance of the rock is up at 15%. Extraction, catastrophic charge rate, 60, negative 60. Extraction, laser power. Not worried about that. Laser instability, a negative 20. Resistance, a negative 15. Yeah, I'm good. Okay, let's outfit this bad boy and see what's going on. Intellect 07. And let's go ahead and pick her out. Customize this bad boy. There she is. And utility, I want to say, I want to go over to Helix. Okay, save changes, equip. Now I can utilize my empty slots. Definitely gonna have that Stampede save. And I have that, which one do I want to go with? Optimal charge window plus 40. The charge rate goes up 40%. What? 40%. Mining laser power. The riser might be in my. That might be in my. I'm gonna put that in my wheelhouse. That's a little different. Now there might be some blowback with the rock, but I'm gonna back away if I can. But I could probably take out or shatter larger rocks, right? Let's try that. You know what? In regards to the AI and NPCs, that would be another subject matter for them to talk about, especially if they have a solution that's going to really change how they're working right now. But I think if we don't hear anything about NPCs, about the actual functionality, you might hear some goals of what they plan to do. But I think it's all predicated with on them getting server meshing, because I think that server meshing will help them be able to get the NPCs and AI working as intended, due to what the results or what the effects from server meshing will result in, and that is separating these systems, breaking them down in fractions, right? And then you can allocate the resources or localize the resources to those persistent areas, right? Or what they call static. You know, Stanton will have its own server space and its own dedicated memory. And so then within that space, you have NPCs segmented out there. And then you have NPCs segmented out to Lorville, R-Corp, and so on. And so those what do you call it, resources are allocated to them a lot better by them being on a local server. That's what some of the things that server meshing bring to the table, the static part. They separate things, and you can allocate memory to those separate locations and points of interest. So you should get better performance, less desync, possibly higher tick rates with the advent of static server meshing. I'm excited for that, but let's keep it, how you say, let's keep it real. That's a claim? That's weird. Area 18. Okay, this is retrieve. Okay. Did I place the right items on the right ship? That says Prospector 2. Just want to make sure. Okay, that's Prospector 2. We're good. One is a loner. I don't know what for what, but that's cool. If I get someone in and they say, "Hey, I want to do some prospecting here. Take this one, trick it out, and Hangar 4." I want to see further iteration to the underground facilities. That would be interesting. We're gonna hear about Pyro. Some of us are like, not again. How many years have we been on the Pyro road, the road to Pyro? How long have we been listening to it, right? Yep, we're gonna get more of that. How deep are they gonna go into it? I don't know. Risto Squared 07, just stopping by to say what's up. Oh my God, stop it, man. Appreciate you so much, Risto. How are you doing this evening? 07 to you. Hope all is well. And Risto, you got one thing, you get one wish list, right? If I had the ability, if I had the hotline, if I had the bat phone to Chris Roberts, and I'm gonna call him and I'm gonna call for. And he says, Kimmy, you get one thing, and I'm gonna say, okay, I'm gonna pass it off to my brother Risto Squared. That's awesome. That you're doing great, sir. That is awesome. I give you one. But that person, Kimmy, can only wish for one thing on the panel. So I hand it off to Risto Squared. Risto, this is your wish list. Chris has allowed you to have one thing talked about and revealed on the panel. What will it be to say it was a great CitizenCon? You only get one now. Chad is like, okay, it better be good, Risto. No pressure. What would it be?
You are clear to launch.
You going to the bag. Oh, now you're a comedian. I only wanted one question and now you turn into a comedian. Okay. Open up my sleeve. Hey, Rocky, watch me pull a rabbit out of my hat. No pressure, Risto. Take your time. Take your time. It's you get that one thing. It's there's no stipulations on that. You get that one thing. No pressure though. And I'm gonna see if I can expand on what your request is and see and explain the importance of it. So no pressure. It just got to be good. Hate to put you on the spot, but yeah, you jumped in the chat. 07. Regarding CitizenCon, I think they have the means and the know-how now. Over the years, they've done several, and I think the pinnacle. And this is just in. Bristol Square says, I would want a panel showcasing AI, artificial intelligence, doing everything players are currently doing in the verse. Show me real game footage, no machinima, no video, no made up video, but show me in the game, even if you have to demonstrate with developers right there on stage, logging into the game, literally showing us they log into the game, and you have a number of developers going into the game, or one developer going into the game, and you show me AI that will fly down, manually load a whole A, and they deliver it to another station where they were commissioned to deliver to. The important aspects of that and what it touches and what he stated, it definitely calls to Tony Zorvik's mandate of the quantum system. The quantum system. You have the quantum system, then you have quanta, are the NPCs. That's the other AKA, as known as quanta, who actually go and perform that task. And how does it relate to the economy system? Yes, because those items, once they make their destination mark, you're fulfilling supply and demand. Now, if you're demanding these goods, the prices are high, you're making a profit. But once those demands go down, the profit margins start to, decline. They're decline down, meaning they're cheaper. So you don't make as much as a profit. So then you create mission givers to go somewhere else where items are needed, and then you can hence commission them to, in other words, you can have them commissioned to load up your cargo, kind of like the video where you have a whole Miss C dock, and then all of a sudden you see a number of those Argo SRV, those Argos, those little Argo loading SCU carriers. Move those items onto your ship. Now, granted, you might have a mixture of it being automatically placed there, along with them also putting it on the grid, right? I would love to see a combination of that. They don't have to do every single unit by themselves. Long shot, 07. Argo Mule, yes. No, you're good. You're good. Long shot, you're good. Long 07. Long shot, long 07. 07. I hope I have not butchered your name. But yes, that is. I would love for them for the, the blending of the visceral, where it's not where it's a full time sync, but at least show 3 or 4 loading on one side of the grid, and the other side of the grid, it automatically spawns those cargo grids, right? So that way it's not a painstaking thing of, oh wow, it's a tech deck issue. There's a balance. I think Jared mentioned that too with the audio team. There's a balance of what you want and what you can actually do within the confines of the coding, right? You don't want things to go buggy because it's not fulfilling the 100% of loading and unloading due to resources and server issues. We don't want that, but it would be a great idea to do a blend. But then again, they could prove us wrong. They could probably have it so resourced and so optimized that it will show that. But yes, I totally agree, Risto Squared. That would be awesome to see the full or the real version compared to the commercial version and have it play out as a presentation, and actually have that person, park a Hull C, and he's got a mission giver. They say, I want you to take this to Lorville from ArcCorp. They load up, and then you see the NPCs get into those SRVs, or they greet them at the freight dock or the platform, and then they go about their business. He watching from a view or an external view, and you see them get into those there's long shot again, the Argos. Oh, the Argo Mule. They get into those carriers, and they start unloading those cargo units based on the cargo that needs to go from ArcCorp to Lorville. And wow, that's realized gameplay. That's proof of development right there. And that would be a lot of fanfare in that regard. We would see that and know that it's in the game. Yeah, that would be a great moment for development and a win for CIG, as well as the backers who play the game, because now we're having a loop that's being closed on cargo. Longshot says, Aristo says, show me real player MSR landing and opening his rear door, and an AI crew walks into the rear and takes seats in the turrets, and another jumping in as a co-pilot. Yes, and takedowns like, pirates, NPC pirates that take down a ship, actually have the person. Now, at some point, we don't know if this is because of development time tracks, but it would be good to see components, right? And they aim, like they talked about years ago, they actually take that, they're capable, very capable, disable a ship and have a boarding party that hijack the ship and take the cargo, load it on their ship and roll out. Amazing, because that's basically the concept of the gangs at Pyro. That's basically those special events that we get. That should happen, and eventually I think they're shooting for that to happen. So that's really cool, Risto. That's you didn't mess it up. You didn't mess it up. You did it. You did great, man. You didn't mess it up. That's a proof of concept, a proof that it's in the game, and that's where your AI becomes a factor in the game, whether it's a boon, which is a positive, or a negative to the economy, where you can steal those goods. So you see both sides of the coin. So a great panel presentation will show the UE side of NPCs, and then you'll see the piracy or the syndicate side of the NPCs performing acts and duties that will gain advantage for both sides of that coin, of that yin or the yang. So that would be a great presentation all by itself. 07 to that. Long shot. The NPCs are deemed as crew when ships will eventually require a second pilot, engineer, gunners, etc., as known as the relay system. The Hammerhead was an example of that, where they were showing that you had the engineering, but then how do you scale that up? And Longshot makes a great point that it's more like that sci-fi aspect of Star Trek. The Enterprise was about a crew. The Enterprise was about the culmination of all those crew members collectively working to make that ship function the best it could, because each area was looked upon and communicated to via the captain. He synchronized everyone's efforts. So that in itself, to show that aspect of we could very well see that at CitizenCon. The same thing with Risto Squared about the state of AI. We could very well see how NPCs impact the gameplay aspects without having to say, okay, I'm a single pilot, I have a multi-crew ship, but I don't have the real live crew, or the NPCs that I have crewing up my ship are just as viable than a real pilot. Now, it'll never be that, one-to-one comparison, but maybe some aspects of it at some point they will get it to a point. Like they said, they have different levels, skill sets with the crew members, the NPC crew members, right? Some are diamonds in the rough. You pay for their services too, and then you have some that are already maxed, and that's, you see what you get. You get what you see. That's where they are. But the diamonds in the rough, they start out at a lower level, but then they exceed their expectations by gaining that skill level, that muscle memory, that virtual muscle memory. So that is really cool. Exactly, Kimmy. I want keep my beloved crew members alive to a detailed gameplay loop. Yes, and that's where that's the synergy of Risto Squared. Why Squadron 42 is so important, right? Because I could almost see them realizing the capabilities of, now granted, the single player experience is scripted out. It'll never get to that point, but I think they do want to get it damn close, right? Those kind of aspects of what the NPCs represent in the single player experience. For those of you are familiar with Wing Commander with Chris Roberts back in the day, it's not just about the emotional attachments. It's about them growing with you. Then you are all of a sudden, they have a personality, they have an attitude about things, and you're all working together, and you get through battles together. That changes the dynamic. They're no longer NPCs. They're your crew members. And if you happen to lose them, whew, I could see some grown men freaking crying on in the game or rage quitting because they lost their crew member, right? That happens. That's going to happen. And that loss, Chris, that's the aspect of why Squadron 42 is so important, because he wants to tell a story that touches you in a way that you walk away from it and you have that experience. You've experienced a great story or something that moved you. I lost Laura. No. Yes. Yep. Yep. And then I would love for him to, they start out, they're asking a lot of questions. They're a little, they're bugging your nerves a little bit about this, that, and the other. And then they get a little more quieter. They get a little more self-efficient. And then at the same time, they become a little more personal to you. Now, will it ever get to that? I don't know. But let's have a dream here. Mitchell IDN 07. I've been playing for about 2.5 years, man. I just canceled my monthly sub because I have 2 discount coupons and more rec than I will ever use. Currently sitting just inside Concierge 2. I understand, long shot. No problem with that. That's fine. I think what it also says is that we need to have more. This Citizen Con, I think it's about what are the plans for the future. What is the future going to look like with Star Citizen and Squadron 42? What's the future beholden for us? Do I continue to back? Is this viable for me? Is this sustainable for me? Where are we going? This is the question about the viability, the sustainability of CitizenCon, and especially they've been out of touch for 4 years. It's been a virtual thing with them. Everything has just been virtual with Star Citizen, right? Now this is where we see Chris, we see the devs, we hear about what their plans are, and not just the far future, but we need to hear about the near future. That's so key. This is our opportunity to show all of us that, hey, we're here and we're closer than you think. It's a great opportunity. Relish it. I mean, look forward to it, CIG. And the fact is, they double down. This is the very first one that has 2. The very first one that has 2. Be right back. Making dinner. Burgers. Whoa, nice. Burgers won't make themselves. Burgers order themselves. Oh, that sounds good. Long shot. That sounds damn good on a Saturday evening. Can you see ping angle in your distance? Yeah, I don't believe I have. I thought I have it. Let me see. I gotta go back and really. They're doing some things with the controls, keyboards, Mitchell, with the ping and everything. But there was a where I thought I was able to change the angles, and it's not quite there yet. There's scan mode. I gotta play with it a little bit because it wasn't working. I'm gonna go back and revisit that. Yeah. Okay. So it is a known issue. Yeah, because it hasn't been that way for about a couple of patches. It's been weird because I used to change those angles to a certain way where I would have the peripheral and everything that was in front of me in the scan region. So it's not just me. And that's another thing. The UI is going to change. The UI needed the HUD, the UI. That all falls under the umbrella of 4.0. That's another thing we may hear about with the CitizenCon. I think because it's so close and imminently near future release, or at least into Evocati or PTU. It's not years away, but I think it's a matter of months. I think they got the mechanic right. Yeah, it's overdue, right? And we need it like yesterday because it's attached to our logistics. Over 90% of what we do in this game is based on logistics. And now that they, are starting this narrative of about cargo, and they're doubling down on the new aspects of cargo. One thing that ties right there with cargo is your logistics. How do you get there? Are your readings correct? Are they consistent? And the other aspect of 4.0 is the quantum travel. The quantum traveling is so key, and they need to reset the foundation. They have to optimize it. give us a new version that's tech friendly and is consistent, but then also it sets up the groundwork for the jump points as well, because jump points in quantum and logistics, they're the trinity of basically StarCitizen's, points of interest. You, wherever you go, you're going to have to set up, you have to calculate, is it worth my while to go there? How far is it? And the further we build out with planets and systems, it's that much more important that we have the logistics and the HUDs and the UI working the correct way. It's so far reaching. It touches the aspects of multi-crew. So that's a panel that is a must see, or we need to hear about where they are, what it looks like, how it plays. And the sooner we get it, we can get that feedback to them to say, hey, this works great, this not so much. And we don't want to get to the point, this sucks nails, man. We don't want to get personal with it. We want to just be objective to say, well, if you decided to use this, I'm thinking maybe it'll work a little better, or this isn't working at all, and leave it as that. Because you got to consider, they don't just sit there and in 5 minutes come up with the idea. They talk about it, they reiterate about it, and they put the time and effort into working towards something great. So when you shoot it down in a way that is personal, it's very hurtful. And I think there's a way how you say things. And I think when it comes to the objective criticism, I think we had some work to do as well on our end. But that's not all of us that does that. I'm not even saying it's you. I'm just saying that's some of the things that naturally happens, because maybe we become so frustrated with the fact that we're waiting on something, and then we finally get it, and it's like, oh man, no. Or it's, I think it's a process overall. And I think one of the things that's so important that I think, in my opinion, that they could change or alter in the future going forward to 2024, have us have more feedback, allow us to give more feedback, and send out things earlier, even when it's in its experimental mode, or even if it's just in conversation. Kind of engage the community and say, hey, what do you think about this? Anyone has any videos or suggestions about this? We're working on this. As opposed to, well, I'm going to hold on to it. Now I'm going to release it. Now, here you go. This is it. And you're like, no, that's not going to work. I fear they have no idea how to achieve stability or QA. I think, Mitchell, to your point, it's a thing of internally, right? As opposed to externally. Internally, they go through all the bells and whistles and the testing. And then as they reach to the point where they're going to release the Evocati, they work through that. And then they work through PTU waves, right? And you work through all those issues. It will always be the same of, by the time it hits PTU for all and live, you're going to have those, you will always have those variables to say, what have you been doing? How do you not see this? What is this? And coding can be some of the most unforgiving aspects of regards to processing things and finalizing things. When you thought that you've eliminated that bug, you have, right? You've actually eliminated it. Oh shit, I don't have no readings. I gotta back up. I didn't have any readings on that. Look at that. I didn't have any readings on that. Instincts. Bitching Betty saved my life. Oh, Mitchell, 07, man. Proper software development process. Yes. I think, Mitchell, the one godsend for them is Turbulent and Benoit Beausejour. He's pretty robust with that, finding issues. Some issues are introduced where they had no plans to alter that aspect. I've been a dev 20 years and have my own dev studio. Whoa. 07, much respect. I have my own development. I've been developing for over 20 years and I have my own development studio, some of which I've sold to large companies. I'm feeling their processes are very, very slim. Wow. How does the rock laser arm not align with the laser with the cursor? Hey, you preach. I will take a back seat to the experts at any given time. All right, I love that, man. Thank you for telling that to us and stopping in and spending time with us. Much appreciated. No test scripts, no regression testing. So that's the processes that they're skipping, Mitchell. Correct. I mean, it's okay they make mistakes. Mitchell, are facts. Look at that chat. We're blessed by Mitchell's knowledge right here, and he's pulling out true to life aspects and established processes that should be there, and he says they're missing, and it's not improving. I do gambling games. That it has to improve, Mitchell. So let me ask you, Mitchell, let me ask you this. Are they able to create development tools that can track this or kind of flag this? Or is it more of a hands-on approach? You roll up your sleeves, and in this case, is less means more, meaning the less people working as a team to get rid of it, or do you need more people into that team and to mitigate those bugs? Our processes are very rigid, so when we mess up, it's 100,000 times mistakes. It's like flying a plane. You get a checklist. Yes. It's I think the analogy I could use is what is this process that's place I we it's almost it's a QA QC process, right? It's an established process. It's an international process for QA and QC, and what you have to do is keep a manual or documentation of your process, and there's a follow through, and like you said, a checklist. There's a follow through. And if you miss that step, then the end results will have that particular bug kind of creep in because you maybe skipped over that process. Oh, have the community. Now, see, that's where it's a little broken. Will the community follow that checklist? That's the thing. Can you, based upon their time frame of what they can do within that time frame, or they're just going in and say, hey, I want to see what's new. So that's something that will always be a gray area. But I'm trying to name that process. It's an international standard for QA QC that you also you document things, and with the documentation, it's basically saying if a step is skipped or something new comes up, you document it so it can all be captured. I'm trying to find the name of it, but sometimes some of it is like OSHA certified QA/QC, but it's an international process where they check you every 2 years to see if you're keeping up with your processes, your findings, and then they certify you every 2 years that you are using that method. I guess that's analogy. It may not be the same for development. The new issue, I have an outsourced QA does this for me now. They run run the data through these test cases. I use something called Testlio. If a new issue is found or we have a new product, they add to the test scripts and flow. And if there is a bug, I get a video, images, write it up. They use crowds of people to run this. ISO, yes, International Standard Organization. Yep. Yes, ISO. I did that. You know what? I hated it. You are bringing back. I'm having flashbacks now, Mitchell. In the beginning, I hated writing things up. I hated having to adhere to those stringent processes of ISO. It was a lot of documentation. It was a lot of capturing instances of things falling out of that process. And you had to document each and everything. And you also had to make sure that everyone was adhering to that same process. So the end result was you would have a number of people performing different tasks, right? Or they would create, a lot of them would create a basic product, a standardized product. And the goal of it was, as you would see the end results coming from individuals in that group, that process did not change. It did not look any different from the other person's. In other words, you should never be able to say, oh, that's Kimmy's work, and I can always know his work from anyone else's. And the same will go against, individuals doing everything. So the goal was, it was so stringent that it had to be where 20 to 100 people can do the same process, but you cannot discern anything about who did what, because everything was uniformly the same exact way. That was the goal of ISO. I think I did it for about 10 years, man. I hated it, and then it was like one of those bad 80s songs from Styx. I would hear it on the radio and say, I hate that song. And then it was just like, why am I listening to this song? And it's like, can't wait to hear it again. It's like, I dig this song. It would wear you down. You would have to wear down the individual who was like the best offender of that process. And it was like, somebody's going to win, right? And you wear them down, and because it was a thing of, in the beginning when they were learning the process, they were taking offense. And I think that's another aspect of what's going on, where your pride has to go out the window when you're, it's almost like saying, my baby's not cute. I've heard that expression. I don't like to use that, but it's a thing of your ego is hindering the overall process. And I think when you take those hard truths in account and just take them as objective criticism, and then you eventually it'll turn around, and then all of a sudden you start to realize what the process was about. I think I was a victim of that as well. The pride. It was a pride thing of, wait a minute, I take pride in my work. What are you telling me this is a mistake? But then you have that stark reality of what's going on. Then you have the fallout of, oh, I'm hurt. My feelings are hurt, right? And then you have that thing of, I did it right, didn't I? I did it right. And then you come to the part of, now I'm going to take pride and I'm going to show you that I can do this right without having these mistakes. And then you work through that. And then you get to the point where then you are telling or showing others that, hey, this is how the process works. And then then you have that renewed pride in your work, but also you have the ISO consistencies at the end result. So then, uniformly speaking, the customer looks at your product as, this is great. We, the backers, the players, will see that product it is a pain. That's the leadership aspect of it, Mitchell, and I don't wish that on anyone. And people, they're quick to like, I want to lead. I'm gonna run this org, right? But they don't know the devil is in the details with a lot of this stuff. And when you have the reluctant leader, that's your leader. That's the person you want to go with because um, it's a painstaking process, and you can't put sugar on shit and say, hey, I got a chocolate shake for you. This is a great chocolate shake. It's like, no, this is horrible, man, ma'am. You got to get better. This is how we do the process. But you let go of the ego, get beyond the ego, and that's a common theme. That's a human nature theme. We can't escape that, but we have to cut through that like a hot knife through butter to get to the core and the crux of the process to make sure that the customer is getting the best of you. And the only way you can get the best of that product is to adhere to, totally give yourself over to the process and trust the process and let the people lead it and document things properly and then follow through. And to your point, I think that's what's going on at CIG. You have the checks and balances are not balancing. They're not going through the tags and the fields that they need to, the filters that they need to in order to get that. That's what it's about, because after a while, you're going to keep beating yourself and you're going to fail your customers too. You're building frustration like that. 07 Mitchell, man, thank you so much. That's pretty cool. That is really cool. We're definitely on the same page, and you basically put the light on some of the things that they need to work on, because at the end of the day, we don't want them failing. We don't want them to give products that make people frustrated or unhappy. We're only speaking in truth to say, is there a better way, CIG? Because we know you have that in you. You have the capabilities to make it better. But I think also there's a check and balance with CIG. You have a lot of people coming out of school. They're new to this process, or it's their first job. I've heard a developer say, hey, this is my first job in the industry. I'm learning it. So there's advantages to that between both entities of, a person breaking into the business and CIG creating savings too. Oh, he says SIG has too many staff. I think you have something there, Mitchell. I kind of thought of that as well. But what does that mean going forward? What do they have to do? They have to make sure that they train well. They make sure that they have the development tools. And then also the leaders have to band together for the sake of the developers under their teams to ensure that they're getting the best out of them. They're giving back the best, right, in their efforts. But it's about the training. It's about the leadership. And then also, I would imagine what I would love to see with that, Mitchell, those resources like that. Like I talked about the planetary tech. Have a certain number of those 1,100 employees creating planets. Can you put like a team of 10 together and you divide? You don't have to have all the 1,100, but a set of 10 people. And they work on maybe only 10 people working on a system of each new system. You have a group of 10. You would have 10 systems probably within a year's time. Chris said, now I don't know if this changed or not, but he said, a while ago, it takes about 2 months to really build some planets, right? But if they have a group of 10 and that's the planetary team, planetary tech team, and you have separate silos of those 10, but they get together maybe twice a month to go over, like we talked about, the standards, ISO standards, and making sure they're adhering to the new processes. Also, having those meetings to collaborate and communicate on findings and things and of workarounds or existing issues with data. But those 10 teams, those strike teams, meaning a planet or a system among those 10, and then the end results of that would pay dividends to, just for the fact of the backers seeing so much content there, that it gives them so much confidence and in the sustainability and viability of the project that they're willing to say they're going for the fences. Let's support them. Let's do it. This is another reason why we're seeing the fundings are kind of dwindled a little bit. Not to throw shade, but the backers want to see that viability. So this is the opportunity for them with CitizenCon. I hope I don't mess this up, Mitchell. Yeah, sometimes too many hands in the cookie jar and you're not getting any chocolate chips. You're just getting crumbs because everyone's grabbing it and they're crushing the cookies, man, and it's just crumbs left. What's the value in that when you get feed it crumbs, right? When too many hands in the cookie jar, it's gonna make those cookies are gonna turn to crumbs. Everybody's grabbing at that, too many hands grabbing at those individual cookies. You're breaking them up. They're broken. They're broken cookies. Now you got to patch the cookies together. That's my analogy to it. I found having more senior, more enabled devs produces faster, better results with less overhead. Yeah, Mitchell. And I think that's the scary part, the business part I don't really talk about much. They'll look at me and it's like, what the hell do you know, Kimmy? But that's kind of the scary part when you look at it from a business that you're talking about profit margins and things of that nature. I don't really touch on that too much with them, but you're talking about, when you're talking about world-class talent, don't get me wrong. Some of the things we've seen in StarCitizen is amazing, and it's like very talented. But when you talk about that talent, that stuff can cost. You get where I'm going. That stuff can really, really cost. Or saying, hey, I would say to you right there, I'm saying, Mitchell, why don't you work for CIG? And you'll look at me like, you're kidding, right? You know how much they would have to pay me? You have that aspect of development. So I think it's a give and take. You have people coming right out of university. They're kind of fresh with new ideas, but yeah, at the same time, they're fledgling. They don't have that seasoned experience, and they're learning their way. So Sega says, "Hey, I'll give you a shot," but it's at a cost though. You can't pay them top dollar, and that's the thing. It's about budget. It's about being frugal with this aspect of the game, which is a Kickstarter. That's the ebb and flow of CIG in itself, but with those development tools, it's going to help mitigate the shortcomings of that experience or lack thereof, right? He said, I wouldn't be practical for them. But you have some rock stars there. You do have some rock stars at CIG for sure. And I'm sure they're getting paid. Okay, I've initiated that stampede. Let me see what kind of charge I'm getting. Yeah, it's okay. Right, I totally agree. Okay, case in point, this patch, right? There's a couple of arguments, or let's say, there's a couple of statements or debates about the patch that was recently released with 320. And I'll be candid about it. I was talking with someone, I'm not going to say the name, but we talked about, man, you know what? Realistically, the end of September That's when the third patch comes out, right? And so we were like, hey, if this patch waits until September 30th, I'm okay with it because it allows them to really polish what needs to be polished and finished and help them to mitigate more bugs, right? But surprisingly, they released it. It was kind of welcoming, but then there were some existing bugs, and then we were like, we were right. It could have waited, and now they're, you know, some of their personnel are working on the weekend to mitigate some serious bugs, which they didn't have to do. But here's that other side of that coin. And I said this was the point of why did they release it? Has everything to do with what's on their plates, right? Maybe they have some things to do with CitizenCon. And then here's the last thing, you know, to free up, you know, resources to finish, to do other things. But here's the other last part of it. Sales and marketing. You know, like, as you said, they have about 1,100 employees. It's going towards the end of the month. Bills are due. Payments are due coming up the first of the month. So they needed to release as soon as possible to get the sale of the whole MISC out there, to get the sale of the Fury LX out there, to get sales going because it's a Kickstarter program. Yes, yes, Mitchell. So it's a slippery slope that they're, you know, or a fence that they ride on, where there's a balance and the reasons of why they do some of the things they do. But to your point, you know, I think that's something they later on can figure out about how do you allocate your teams and how do you leverage them to what's really needed into the game, so that then at the end of the day, we got to mass produce a lot of stuff. We need more production. That's the end game for a StarCitizen. It's about mass production. But at the same time, you know, it has to be at a point of, we got to have that standard that Chris wants, that level of that exceeding the expectation, right? That has to be adhered to no matter what. So they have to leverage and balance that whole thing out. Good luck with that. But at the end of the day, you have to do what's needed in order to keep the interaction engagement by the backers of them playing this game. And I think they can do it. It's a challenge. They say challenge accepted. They can do this. And I think they're trying for that. But yeah, but at the end of the day, they still need to really think about how things are being processed going forward. You know, they, you know, set up, you got to set up a plan, you got to work, you got to enact upon it, and then you look at it like they did with their post-mortem. What can they do better? And then fix it and then act upon it. It's that simple. But at the same time, it's not. They got to adhere to that approach. Okay, this is going to be tricky. Okay, you know what? This is easy. I have another module. I think I can change out. I don't have it on the ship. Damn it. I didn't put it on the ship. Yes, it might be a group. I might have lucked up. That's Bexelite.
We're tonight's entertainment.
Oh, 7, thank you. Whoa, super raid. Soul Citizens with the raid. 07. 07, Soul Citizens. Thanks for the raid. What is going on? We're just Gladestone. The prisoner. Big Black Game in 07. Hammer. New Sounds. Who is Kimmy? Who is New Sounds? Nomad. Don't you start new sounds. Don't you start. Shut it up. Oh sevens. Hope you guys had a good read, had fun. That's what it's about at the end of the day. We're ready. We're getting ready for. We're talking about CitizenCon, man. It's gonna be nuts. They gotta make it happen.
Let's make it happen, Captain.
They gotta get on board, man. They gotta drop. Chris has got to drop the mic. Period. It's been 4 years. He's got to drop the freaking mic, man. And a lot of concerns. We got a lot of concerns out there, and how they address it. Can they answer the call at CitizenCon? We got to know if that's the case. I'm nervous, man. I'm nervous for them, right? You know, people are going to be enthusiastic. They're going to be hyped up, man. But at the end of the day, the one thing that has the last say so, and it's not Chris, it's the content. It's the content that will have the last say so. Will it be a thing that they talk about it and we see it 5 or 7 years later, right? Or is it something they talk about and they follow through? And follow through with urgency and dedication to the process, that it's like, holy smokes. Not only did they talk about it, but they backed it up with their actions. Their words and actions were in alignment. So that's the factor. That's the one who has to say so, the content that they talk about. And is it sustainable, or does it have, gameplay implications that will create viability in the game and substance? That's where we're at with Star Citizen now. It's gotten to the point, yeah, I'm getting real drama. I'm putting drama in it now. It's gotten to the point that that's the main objective. That's going to keep people engaged with the game and keep us wanting to come back to Star Citizen, right? That's where it's so important. And I'm playing Russian roulette with this freaking Quantanium. It's giving me that screen shake, man, of instability. I'm gonna have to back the hell way up on this one. 'Cause I'm gonna, oh shit, get back, Kimmy. Get the hell back. Ooh, break, break, break. Oh man. Didn't get there. Didn't get there. Kimmy, you must really enjoy mining. You do it a lot. But you know what, Gladestone, to be honest, man, I'm ready for repair with the Crucible, the Vulcan. I'm so ready for that, my man. That's what I'm saying. We need the content, because if it was medical, if we had the Apollo, I would do it, right? This is the closest thing that will give me a chance to, or allow me to, make money in the game, and kind of build my UEC, which will allow me to do other things, maybe riskier things. You still use attachable mining modules? Yes, Cruthancelus 07, I do. I still use them. I really do. I still use them. I was using the Stampede a minute ago, but I think the combination that I was using, look at that optimal window. I'm not using the right combination. And then it all depends on what you find. And this was a rare find, an easy Quantanium rock, 30%. That was a random lucky find for me. Chrome Dome 07. How's the stability of the back end? So far, so good. Burks was saying there are some issues in PU that weren't in PTU. Not sure what Burks was saying, Chrome Dome, but so far, so good on this side of it, which is mining. So far, so good on that aspect. Not too bad. No 30Ks. So they said that they were pushing to go live with this. Oh shit, let me back up. Ooh, they got out of the way. I mean, the mining gadgets, I have two, I have the, what is it? The, what is it I'm using? The Stampede. I have the Stampede. It works. But I'm using the Riser C3. So, oh, the ones you hand in place. No, I have to get one of those where you actually get out of the ship and you stick it onto the on the rock. Yeah, I gotta use those more. And credit to CIG, they're making us use these modules. Vormax is godly. Yes, that's the go-to. And that was that used to be the Lancet in the game, Mitchell. You didn't have to use those disposable mining gadgets. It was kind of like, I don't need those. Why did they put those in the game? But now that they've changed the balances, I kind of like using the Stampede. I put a number of them on the ship, and as I burn them out, the 6 uses or 5 uses, I go and get out the ship and then pop one back on, or I go to the station and then fit it onto the ship through the kiosk. And oh damn, I'm almost full. Damn, cargo is full. Damn. That would have been a nice haul too. Okay, headed back to the station. Yeah, Bormax is fun. That aspect of mining is so cool. But here's another thing about the panel and mining. What can we do with that? How can we make that a panel? Tony Zorvek, he kind of talked about the minables or the rocks that we mine. He called them mining veins, right? What about that? That was years ago. He talked about that. Now, no brainer. They're embedded in the ground. A mining vein is embedded in the ground. So do you have to wait for the dynamic part of server meshing to kind of make it a mining vein where you extract more and more and more, and then there's nothing but an empty cavity there? Is that the dynamic version of, or the mining vein of what he talked about? Is that what it is in Vision? We don't know. That would be a great panel on the future of mining. There's 2 more ships, 2 more mining ships that we've yet to see. The Orion, definitely the Orion is one. I think people will lose their minds if they saw that come out. And then there's they don't have a name for it, but there was a voting system on the MISC making a ship, RSI making a ship, and Argo. Argo lost that one easily, and it was due to, now that they fixed a lot of issues with the Argo mold. I have not played that yet, or played with anyone with the new changes, but they fixed a lot of things that was not right with the Argo mold, and to the extent that they added some enhancements that in the pilot seat you can also scan the rocks and then basically go to the rock that is of value, and then let your crew proceed to go ahead and fracture and extract on that, right? So that's an added boon to the mold that's most welcome. But then, with those who do mine, there's so many game loops that have yet to be revealed. And here's the other aspect that would make it for a great panel. Where the hell is the freaking MISC expanse? Now this is RSI. This is Chris's babies. This is Chris Roberts, his forefather, or the actual Chris Roberts that's in the lore of the game. RSI Industries CEO. He created the Galaxy, right? And the Galaxy has the refinery module. The Starfarer is able to refine as well. What about the updates to that? And here's the other thing, that ship that was placed in that voting matrix, the Argo mode was shot down due to its fallacies of issues that it had. So it was shot down. They were like, no, you're not getting another chance. Glaystone said, that's my baby. And they said, well, Orion is the pinnacle. And now with the aspect of mining, you have refineries now. That's a thing with not just Quantanium, but you go to the mining station, that kiosk, it refines everything. It increases the value of your raw natural mineral, right? The MISC did not get that vote because they were like, yeah, the MISC is all right, but that's a little too much. Damn, MISC is in everybody's damn business in the verse, right? MISC is making all these damn ships. Matter of fact, we're gonna shoot you down because we don't have the Endeavor, and that's the last ship. We don't see no more MISC ships until we get the MISC Endeavor. I'm adding that in. I'm causing drama and just being silly. So that didn't get the vote. But then RSI, they were like, well, we're kind of in hopes of, will that make them go ahead and do something with the Orion now that we're getting a blueprint or a footprint of an RSI mining ship, their approach? Yeah, well, let's go ahead and vote on that RSI mining ship. No names though. We might get a name at CitizenCon. Love to make my own refinery or have rep play into that. Mitchell, that's a great point. See, that tethers into the Pioneer. Is the Pioneer, are we restricting the Pioneer, or CIG, are they restricting the Pioneer so that it's just a hab? Or can we expand the Pioneer to allow us to set up different facilities for different purposes? Now that we're looking to spread out, and to Mitchell's point, what about a refinery plant near or on a moon, right? Pioneer comes in, builds the wall panels, whatever that gameplay looks like, and you set up your modules, you get commissioned. Maybe there's another manufacturer, maybe it's an offset of Pioneer doing interior modules that have, modularity should be universal. Now again, this is opportunity for CIG to make modularity universal. Like with the Galaxy, those modules where I know the Caterpillar players are fuming acid, man. They're fuming acid mist out of their nose because they're that pissed that, hey, they get modularity, and we bought the Caterpillar because it was based upon the whole concept of being modular in itself. So this is an opportunity for CIG to look at modularity holistically, where it can touch so many different things. With our land, the plots of land, that needs to come back up, but also with the Pioneer, the Caterpillar, the Galaxy. So those modules should be universal. So they should be interchangeable, meaning you put that module into a Galaxy, you take that module out of the Galaxy, and you put it in a hab. Like Mitchell said, hey, I want a place where I can do refinery, a little cheap place, a little lab. But then you flip it. You flip that CIG. There's the light side. You go Star Wars on it. You have the light side and you have the dark side of it, right? I want that modular system to have a drug lab and pyro. I'm just saying, you are covering your player base universally and holistically at the same time. Come with that mindset. Admiral Kusanagi, Kimmy's, how's the Star Citizen philosopher doing today? Who's
Damn,
that?
son, you just hit
Legendary
with the wow
Legend
effect.
619 is following. 072 Legendary Legend 619. You going to be running drugs, Kimmy? How much it pay? This is about the gray. Hey, Han Solo would run drugs, but he would run packages. What was that guy? He's in the black suit with the BMW, and he doesn't want to know what the package is. Yeah, that guy. How many people think Kimmy should go to CitizenCon in the toga? You don't want to see that. You don't want to see that. They still make togas in the Star Citizen universe. Oh my God, Admiral, what are you asking, man? No. Right, there you go, Glaystone. Matching. He's like, hey, you guys are matchy. What's going on here? Nothing's going on, man. Nothing's going on but a cool breeze. It's gonna be nuts, man. CitizenCon is gonna be nuts. But it's no pressure, right? But yeah, it's pressure. But yeah, those modules, we need those modules to be more than just for one function. They need to be across the board for different aspects of the game, whether it's vehicles, ships, dwellings. But yeah, back to mining. Point in case, that could be a panel all its own, because when you talk about the aspects of refineries and what they will mean for not just volatile, minerals such as quantanium, it actually will allow you to refine things to 100% potentially, right? And now with the onboarding of cargo, single cargo units, those commodities, you can probably utilize that and leverage that as well. And this is my point. This is where the Orion and possibly that RSI ship comes in. When you talk about the next level of refineries, imagine this. What will make the Orion, because it's so freaking huge, right? And the price point, it's a big, even bigger price point, right? And so you want to give your customer, the backers who bought on it, something that does not disappoint, right? So I would say definitely with the Orion, and the fact of the matter, they're bringing in the relay system. So this is me thinking in the concepts of StarCitizen, and it's my mind is, I guess, is going into quantum overdrive, because everything touches the other and everything is happening all at once. So the aspects of the gameplay features should be that way. And so when I think of the Orion, what are the features that I would concept with the Orion? And possibly maybe the RSI mining ship up to an extent. First off, the Orion, I would give it the ability not only to be a refinery station, right? That's first and foremost, because it's the cream of the crop. It's the king of the hill in mining. It's the last stop. It's the endeavor of mining. So without a second thought, yes, it will give you refinery station, because now you're fulfilling the multi-crew aspect, right? Here's the other aspects of the Orion that I would say this makes it incredible. An incredible ship that will, marketing, you're listening, will increase sales and value of that ship. You allow it to sift out to sift out inert materials that's brought in from these other ships, these lower level mining ships, and the expanse, whatever is in that cargo, they get installed onto, oh shit, let me get up. They get installed onto the, or they're loaded onto the Orion. It goes in through its process of, refinery. It's done with refinery. Another station then, one station does refinery. Then it hands it off to another station. What does that other station does? They can mitigate or expel the inert materials, the garbage, the stuff that doesn't mean anything, right? They expel it. But then, let's just say you have 30% of corundum, you have 40% of gold, 20% of gold. You start to stack those containers up with those percentages, and with the Orion, you should have the ability to sift the containments. You have a container inside your ship that will it sucks in that material into one built-in canister inside the ship. And so you have an empty, cleaned out canister. Maybe there's another process to sterilize or clean it or whatever, right? To make it a 100%. It's a time sink. And then the next thing is you pour, after sifting, you put all of the gold in one empty container. So it's a 100% gold container. So you see where I'm getting? The containers then, with the Orion, you have the ability to have 100% materials delivered. And here's the other aspect, how it ties in and how it's holistically connected. It touches into the quantum system, where then you can distribute then back to the expanse or a cargo ship and say, I have 2,000 containers of gold, pure gold. Send them to this spot that really needs them.
about that bottom line, baby.
Yes. Razor 0050. Hey, boy. '07 Razor. It's the cream of the crop. Yes. And the cream rises to the top always. How amazing would that be for the Orion? That it can sift. It not only will it remove inert materials, but you have someone that mans a station where they're, clearing out the containers and then sifting those containers, where each container will have 100% of whatever that mineral you need. And then you specifically load those containers to multiples or drop them off or have them delivered to different stations so that the whole MISC or any cargo ship that could be NPC driven now, they deliver for you. The needed commodities to go wherever it needs to go. Like, for example, a crucible would need tungsten steel to help retrofit or actually reconstruct a damaged hull, or maybe a mass load of iron or steel to an Idris who was in a recent battle who had a commissioned mission to go over to the Vandal area of space. How amazing would that be, where they just deliver that material to the crucible, and then they get to work with that material. They don't have to muck around with the material. It's 100%. That's where the Orion shines. They can procure those materials at 100% in those containers. Amazing. Amazing. It touches so much. So it will draw so much attention. The Orion will draw so much attention. It will need people to man turrets. It will need people to refine. They will need people to pilot. They would need people to refine. And then maybe you have 2 stations, right? You would need, you know what? Yes, the Orion would need 2 refinery stations. Why? Why would they need 2 refinery stations? Because one will be hot. That's like when you any volatile mineral or material, right? Quantanium and some other materials that Tony Z and CIG are going to concoct that have time stamps on them, right? That goes over to the immediate station where things have to prioritize. You have to prioritize refining them, or it's going to blow up. Or let's say that you have a window and you're not going to meet that window. You disperse that cargo container. You have a place where you can expel it to blow up and not wreck or damage or destroy the ship. You made me think of a 90s song. I think that in itself with the Orion. Now with the ship that's below the Orion and that's above the mole, which is 8 RSI based, maybe you just give it the ability to refine on its station, and everything else is maybe it's a multi-crew similar to the mole, and you give it a turret to fight with or missiles. That's it. But definitely with the Orion, 2 refinery stations, one for critical or time-based volatile minerals like quantanium, and the other is just for your tungsten steel. And then you have another station for filtration and purification of your cargo units to say, I want this unit to be 100% gold. I want that one to be 100% iron, 100% of quantanium in this one. Once it's refined. I love people Razor. I don't know what's going on here. I'm on a rant here. What's going on, everyone? It's all good here. I think I think Razor wants to say something. Okay, I welcome conversation. Let's see. '07 Razor. It's been a while, man. How have you been?
Oh, we've been fine, man.
How are you?
Oh, fine. And how are you?
'07. Are things well?
Oh,
Are you ready for CitizenCon?
oh no, it's too expensive for me. From Europe
Yeah.
to America is too expensive, man.
Right, right. The timing. I think it has to do with the timing. It's all good though. But are you ready to watch it?
Yeah, of course. I hope about you that you stream live.
I will. I will. I'll be hanging with.
You had tickets?
Well, no, it was the timing for me, and then also work has been really busy for me, and at due to when they announced it, I was like, holy crap, I'm not
Okay,
ready.
okay. Wait 1 minute. I will go shut off. I have on the two channel German speak. Wait 1 minute. I will close off this.
Okay,
Wait.
okay.
But I can't understand German on the right side and English on the left
Oh,
side.
you got a lot going
I
on.
go crazy. Give me 1 minute, please. Wait. So I close up this German here. So now. I heard for you. I promise. My English is very bad. Yeah.
You're doing okay. You're doing okay.
Speak slowly, then I
Okay.
can understand, please.
All right.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, but I hope so that you call me. Thank you. I love you. You are my
07.
best American friend.
Oh my
From
God.
Yeah, of
Thank
course.
you.
It's so. Yeah, we are old friends, maybe.
Yes.
Of course. So you are my only American friend. But yeah,
Well,
but
hopefully we get to
now,
change that. There's a lot of good people here, and definitely in chat,
yeah,
a
of
lot of good
course.
people. Yeah.
Yeah, also, I am online or is it private
Oh,
chat?
you're online, sir.
Oh, fuck off. Oh, okay. Oh, hello, people. I am
Hello.
from Germany. Hello. Oh, fuck off. Yeah,
Oh.
okay. Oh, okay.
The second
Okay.
largest community, but then again, man, you guys might get. Wait a minute. You and the United States and Germany may be knocked down to second and third because China is involved now.
Oh,
They're
China. Oh,
yeah.
China is very difficult.
Yeah, they're into Star Citizen now. So that may be the and matter of fact, they set the record for the biggest Star Citizen as of yet. So yeah, we might be 2 and 3 in size. So it's interesting. It's very interesting
Yeah,
what's happening.
of course, yeah.
Yeah. So okay, I give you a wish list. You have a wish list. Okay, Chris Roberts told me to Razor. He says, "Okay, Kimmy, I'm gonna let you give one wish for CitizenCon to one backer, and I chose Razor. And you get one thing that you want to see at CitizenCon that will say, this was the best CitizenCon ever. You get
Okay.
one. You get one thing only. And take your time. Take your time with this. What is the thing you want to see for what do you want Chris Roberts to reveal at CitizenCon for you
For me,
in
yeah,
October?
maybe only for me.
You only get one thing. So take your time. It's got to be good. No
okay.
pressure. It's got to be good.
Yeah, okay. You mean only for me. My experience for me.
What is going to be awesome for you?
Yeah, okay. For me, I think it's a little bit a problem about the last videos, the last public videos about Chris Roberts is for me the best thing is when I have my own hangar, my own space with my own place to be, with my couches and my places for my pictures and my own hangar. This is my dream.
Very nice.
So I go I go on my PC, I log on, and then I go in my hangar, and my
Mhm.
positional hangar, and my couch, and my pictures, and my space. Yeah, that's my dream.
Oh my
So
gosh.
yeah, that's my dream.
Razor,
Yeah.
tell me you watched the two-part special Inside Star Citizen from Thursday and then the week before. Did you see that?
Yeah, of course, yeah.
Oh my gosh. So you're very so it doesn't matter about CitizenCon. They talked about and they showed us the possibilities and they showed that there's proof that they can do it. Were you really excited when you saw that?
I think the problem is you are live in America. You are live over the sea. We say it. At
Hmm.
at 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 Europe we say over the sea. So
Across the
you
pond.
have yeah you live at America. Yeah, okay, you have Texas, you have the Washington and all other place. Now
Hmm.
you have the big states, but all what you have is one country. You have America. But
Right.
for us, I live at Hamburg. So when I say
Okay.
okay, I go to the next episode of Star Citizen. Okay, we go. Okay, no problem. The ticket
Hmm.
200 or
Yeah.
$300.
Yeah.
Okay, the flight for me from Hamburg to America 900 with 20 1,000 euro. Okay, so then hotel 200 but $600. Okay, so when I come to you for all the place, all the fun stuff, I paid 200 or $3,000
Hmm. Yeah.
for
It's
for
expensive.
for 3 or 5 days.
Yes.
Oh, that's very expensive.
Yes. Yeah. For two
So
for 2 days.
that
That's yeah.
yeah, this is the thing. I say I love you and your content and your channel. You say okay, you live in Germany. I love you. We are friends. Okay,
Yes.
this,
Thank you.
this, this. Okay, that's fine. That's fine. Yeah, it's too expensive for European people. It's too expensive
Yeah.
for 2 or 3 days. It's too expensive.
Yeah.
This
It
is
gets
crazy. This
expensive.
is
Yeah.
crazy.
Yep. But it's
This
you
is
know
crazy.
the thing is what I like about Citizen Con is that you have it 1 year maybe in Austin. You have another year it's in LA. Then another year it comes to Germany. Another year it
Yeah,
goes to Frankfurt. Another year it goes it potentially is going to go to Montreal or Canada at some point because now Turbulent and CIG they're the same company now. So we may be having a CitizenCon North America now. So, but I do like the aspect of them moving around and then possibly Shanghai. I don't know. But I love the aspect of them moving around each time. And if we don't have the opportunity to go to that one, we have a chance to go to one that is closer at a later year. That I think that way, I
yeah,
think
yes,
that was
of
a good
course, of
plan.
course. Yeah, yeah, of course.
But who knows,
The
man?
problem is the problem is my English is very bad.
You're doing good. I'm listening to you, and it sounds like you have a little
It's
cold
very
there,
bad. It's very bad.
Razor. It sounds like you caught a little cold there. I can hear it.
Yeah, but yeah, I see it at your chat. The most people want to correct English or
You're
German
good.
or
No, you're good. We're conversating and surprisingly, you know, your wish list was the hangers, and they just talked about it about over two. Matter of fact, you didn't get one segment; you had two segments about it. So I know you were excited about that. I know it just, I mean, it just tells you, you know, wow, this project is moving in the direction that I want to see it, and I can't wait for it. That's the only thing. how long will it take for them to implement it? Will it be 2 or 4 years from now? Because they said they're going to continue to add on and add on and add on. And my hopes to make it very successful, even though they've announced it, the thing that will make it so successful is that we can get it within 6 months or maybe first or second quarter of next year. Because that would really, really change the dynamic of the game. That would make it that much more interesting if they were able to deliver on it sooner than later.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, but yeah, that's a great list because the fact of the matter is they talked about it. It's already on their target for getting it into games. So good for you, man. Good for all of us, really, because I'm really excited for the that hangar because then it opens the door for Habs. But being able to put all your equipment in there and do other things, and then just spend time there and not worry about things happening to you or someone, Beefcakes was talking about, hey man, I'm bombing someone, and or is no one interrupting that gameplay or no one causing disruption. It's a peaceful time for you to reorganize yourself, your items, store things, and get an assessment of the things that or your accomplishments in the game. And while you're playing the game, you get you literally see the inventory of all your belongings and tracking. So it's really taking it to the next level that's similar to an role playing game. So I'm excited about it just as much as you are. But to know that that's on your wish list and that they talked about it, and wow, they're hitting the mark with you as far as delivering upon uh, things that they want to do in the game. The fact that they're making it a priority is really good. Star Maniac '07, what's up? Everything is expensive now in this world. It's a sad state. Everything is
Boys,
expensive.
crazy world, crazy world, crazy
Yeah,
world.
yeah, it is Gladestone. Yeah, I, whew, those are facts there, Gladestone.
So
It's
the fact is, so okay,
yeah,
it's very hard, very very hard. What I say now, so
yeah,
very hard. But I have learned so many people,
yeah,
soldiers, about American soldiers.
yeah.
So I was Afghan, I was Iraq,
Oh
I
wow.
was Africa. So I am special unit from German. So, but only you see the special units about the world.
Yes.
It's America, it's England, it's Germany, it's Poland, it's Russia. It's fuck off all the people.
Oh
The
wow.
the thing is, every man works for her country.
Yes.
So, and American soldiers, German soldiers, England soldiers, fuck off. Everything loves country. And the problem is you have YouTube, TikTok, everything. And the focus it's on the war. But war is bad. War is
Yeah.
bad.
I
I
kind of
hate
reserve
war.
this.
I hate war.
Yeah.
So
I think we all
the
do.
problem is you say hate war. Fuck war. War is bad. You have no clicks. When you posted everything about war, you have clicks. And this is the problem we have in this normal culture. You
Yeah.
posted a war, you posted the shooting. Yeah, you are the master on TikTok or YouTube, but never everything think about the people there was in the video. That's the problem.
Yeah.
That's the problem. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
I hate this. I hate this.
I think when it's all said and done, the good people will stand up and do what's right when it's all said and done. And unfortunately, that's always going to be the case in this world. You're going to have these issues, and that's why with this forum that I have, this is a, I make this a place where we can come in and not be affected by that, because the moment we leave here, it's going to be there. It's not going anywhere. But I have the
Yeah.
opportunity to keep it out, and I choose to do that because it can be so depressing, and sometimes you want a place where you can come to collect your thoughts and stay positive and stay focused on the positive things, because there's people that's guided by different different
And
beliefs that will
and
cause problems for people.
okay. Sorry for underbreak you,
Oh no,
but
it's okay.
this is this is for me. For me, but I don't know the word on English, but for personally, for me, the most thing is um, at your military life is the uh, I don't know the word on English. Um, the veteran, veterans,
Hmm.
uh, um, the old soldier. So okay.
Veterans.
I don't need to wait. Give me 1 minute. I would translate. Um, no, this is important for me. Um, this is very important for me. But I have learned so many people. Um, wait, 1 minute. Um, okay. Um, the
The
veterans. Yeah. So the problem is in Germany, you
mhm,
have old veterans. They say
veterans.
okay. Yeah, veterans. Yeah, they're old veterans. They say in Germany, oh yeah,
Veterans.
yeah. They say oh it was 1962.
Oh, the old veterans.
1968, yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, it's okay. So then it's close. So
That
then
that's
you have the new with the rains. There are 90, 86,
yeah.
90,
People are,
89.
unfortunately, people are
Damn,
stuck in the
son,
past.
you just
Jeff
hit with
Wheeling,
a
84,
wow
oh 07.
effect.
Thank you for the follow. Yeah, what that translates to, Razor, is people stuck in the past. Uh, some aspects, you don't forget the past, but you use the past to make corrections to your present and future. But unfortunately, some are inflicted with the past, and they're stuck in it, and you can't let that shape your future or shape how you look at life. So again, it is what it is with this world. You can't force people to see the other side of the fence until they're ready to open the gate and walk to that other part of the yard. You know, you sometimes you need to broaden your horizons and see beyond what you believe is bleak. And sometimes people think that that's what life
No,
is, or the world. It's not. You have good people out here.
yeah, so
You
going
do.
on. It's your channel going on. I'm here. I listen to you going on. This is
Yeah.
over the sea.
Yeah.
It's over the sea.
The
Yeah.
positivity is across the pond. A positivity is a choice. You can
Oh, I,
choose.
I, I am
Yeah.
not Eminem.
Yeah. But yeah, man,
I
it's
am not the real Slim Shady.
you're not the real Slim Shady.
What?
Oh gosh. But yeah, it's good hearing you, man. And yeah, I won't be attending, but I will definitely be streaming it.
I love you, cat.
And
I love you, cat.
oh seven Razor, love you too, man.
Going on. I love you, cat. Going on.
So I'll see you around CitizenCon. I'll be streaming. We'll
Oh
be
no, it's
discussing it.
too expensive for me.
No, I mean on Twitch to watch it, to watch the stream.
Oh yes, Of course.
Yes,
You
that's
are
what
my
I'm talking
man.
about. Yep.
Yeah, you are my only American man. Yes. Oh, yeah, of course.
Yep. That'll be awesome. Good times, man. Good times.
Yeah.
And you
So,
here's the other thing. You get to hold on to that cash that you would spend at CitizenCon, and you get to buy some new ships, especially if they're really good ones.
oh, no.
Let's not forget that. Now, CIG is not going to begrudge you over that. They're not going to be mad at you about that. You may not be able to go, but they say, hey, man, there's a ship with your name on it. Let's get that ship.
DIG says, hey, give me your money. I say, fuck you.
Show me the money. Show me the money. You got to say, show me the money. That's like a good ship that I can't go without. I would just say, show me the money, Sig. And I look at that ship and I says,
a little speak, say, stop it.
if that ship looks good, then I got to do it. But I'm gonna hop off, man. But all the best to you, and I look forward. Stop in anytime, but it's always a pleasure, my brother.
I do. Yeah, you speak too fast.
Oh, I'm talking
English.
too fast. Okay.
I was, I translate for myself. So, but the problem is, I love CIG. I love the alpha and all the things we can play.
Oh yeah.
But the problem is, when I pay, maybe it's a little bit up space, but when I pay $400 or $500
Mm-hmm.
for a ship, so and I wait 4 or 5 years,
Yeah. They got to change
maybe
that.
maybe they call it on. Yeah, fuck you off.
They talked
So
about that. They're gonna
yeah,
work
this
towards.
is the problem.
Yeah.
So
They talked
yeah,
about that. They discussed it.
well, yeah. What do we talk about? I paid for the C1 Spirit.
Oh,
Maybe, yeah,
okay.
maybe they comes in the next 3 weeks.
Yep.
Maybe,
That's
maybe.
okay. You did see the roadmap, right? That is on the roadmap for
Yeah,
this
no,
patch. Okay.
I heard on German. We have one big people here at German. They translated all of YouTube from English to German.
Ah,
So they call, yeah, maybe the next 3 weeks. Okay,
yeah.
okay, it's okay. But I pay the C1 Spirit for I don't know, one year ago, or one
Well,
and a
that's
half
not
year ago.
bad compared to the
Yeah,
people.
it's okay.
Imagine the people that bought the Endeavor,
Yeah,
but everyone agrees that should be the last
maybe
ship.
oh this place, oh this place. Okay, what is this place? It's a ship. Oh, I don't know.
I think you're in a good place, man. Other people would say, "Hey, what about my ship? You're getting to see one in a few
This is not
months." So
yeah,
that you're in a good place.
they earn the money. They
Yeah.
earn the money. So and then close.
Yeah, that's something they gotta fix. We know
But
that.
this is crazy.
Yeah, that's something they gotta work on and get better at with these ships. But
That's the one point where I say, no, fuck off. I know.
the good thing
Okay,
is,
so it's okay. You have new ship. Okay. Uh, $180. Okay.
yeah,
I spent $100.
yep,
Okay.
that's
You have $40 rest. Okay. Then let me see the next 6 months.
yep. I'm
Yeah.
I'm right there with you.
No, 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 no.
I agree. It's it's tough when you have a ship and then you're waiting and you're waiting and you're waiting and you're wondering
Yeah,
what's going
yeah,
on,
of
what's
course.
the holdup. It's tough.
Yeah, 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 of course. Yeah.
But
This is the problem.
yeah, they're working on that though. Um, they're working on giving John Crew the help he needs. He did say that. He expressed that he needs more help, and that when he trains new people to learn the process, uh, they're taken away and they're brought over to another project, and then he's left with having to do you know, the existing team, they're left with having to do the process. So it hurts not just him, but it hurts us because now they put the ship that we were waiting on the back shelf. The perfect example was the Banu Merchantman. So they got to fix that. They got to fix that. And for him to express that, we appreciate that, that he mentioned that because it's true. They can do better and they've got to do better. Yeah, not just, you know, new ships is a different conversation. I'm talking about the existing ships. And then the most important thing to that is you have those ships that will lead to a game loop to make the game more functional and more complete, such as the Apollo medical ship, the Crucible and the Vulcan, the repair ships like that. It will help with the gameplay immensely. You can't hold back on those. You gotta bring those ships out and not wait on that. You gotta figure that out sooner than later and make it a priority. All these new concept ships, I have no issue with that. That's a different conversation altogether. But I'm talking about pre-existing ships that will help enhance the gameplay. You know, somebody said, "Hey man, you must really like mining." I'm like, well, it's one of the few gameplay loops that means something. If there was, you know, now, you know, happily we have the salvage, but it's not complete. Give us the game, give us the ship, and complete the gameplay features, and I think you're gonna have a lot of happier people. But it's always a pleasure, man. I'm gonna get back into it, and I'm gonna get back into, you know, theory crafting. But it's always a pleasure, Razor, and I will catch you, man. Keep watching, and you're always in my thoughts, man. Thank you so much for stopping in. 07 to you, brother.
07, brother.
And like you say, Auf Wiedersehen.
Auf Wiedersehen.
Auf Wiedersehen. Bye bye. But yeah, it's I think there's so much that's happening with the game in itself. It's so much that's happening. And CIG knows it, we know it. And now it's time for, okay, what's going on with my, okay, I might have some repairs I need to get done. Okay, let's see what we have as far as minables here. I'm gonna, like I said, with 320, I'm gonna do some more testing. So I'm gonna mine these rocks, and then what I'm gonna do next is get into the Vulture and see what she's about, what her capabilities are. But also, I want to test racing, man. I've never done racing ever. Yeah, that Starman, that desync, they were saying it's due to, like, for the surge in the upsurge in the laserhead power is due to other people spawning, or not spawning, but utilizing the tech. It was weird. Something on the back end is causing surges. And that's how you get those spikes, because it shouldn't be that way. And I think that bug is still existing in game. Oh, it would be good to get this Quantanium. Holy smokes. But that screen shaking really makes me nervous, man. That surge is ridiculous. Nice break. Not bad. So they gave us like 24, 25 minutes now with the volative cargo. I think that's setting everything up for extracting quantanium from maybe pyro, but I think between ships, transferring from a prospector to the Expanse or any other ship that has refinery capabilities. The Starfarer itself, it has refinery capabilities. That was a surprise, but welcome surprise though. Man, this is a nice ball right here. But yeah, CIG did state that they're working on this PTU fix, and if all goes well, they want to go live today or this evening or for some tonight. They want to go live. Okay, cargo full. Let me get it going. Oh, that's why I was kind of wonky with the navigation. I had the VTOLs in vertical position. Nice. Those details, man. You can't I love that about the game. Those details. All right, here we go. We're going to take her back to the station. Okay, let me see. I'm at 20% hydration. I'll jump to the orbital marker 2, and it's going to reset my star map. That's the workaround for. It's a buggy mess, man, when you need to get to point A to point B. But I've known the workaround is you get to another destination, and then you reset. It resets, and then it kind of tracks. It can track properly your points of interest, and you can lock them in after a while. See, it's locked in. Yeah, I gotta do some repairs. That little sputtering in the back tells me I gotta do some repairs. '07 Admiral. What's going on, Admiral? Oh, you're muted. What's going on, man? I don't think Admiral realizes he's on the stream. I bet he's getting ice cream. Strawberry ice cream. Okay. I could be wrong, but Michael R1207. I hope this patch fixes the fact that I can't see my ship upgrades to upgrade my ship. I had that 19,000. I had that 19K. What is it? The error code, Michael R. But it was due to the fact that they dropped a new patch. So the jury's out for this one. We're still testing to see what's going on, what's occurring. But all that will say is that they're going to drop one patch tonight. And I think it's ongoing. It's a chance that it will get in. Hopefully it gets in. But so far, I was able to see mine, Michael R. I have on my ship the new mining laser head. I'll pull it up right there. The Stampede is there. You'll see it. You see the riser C3. That's there. So that's working. 07 Razor. So that's working. So hopefully that's a good sign for you as well, because I've noticed this about the patches too, that sometimes they'll fix something and that one person on their end, on their side of the game, it's fine, it's working. And then I see another person's computer, they're saying, hey, I have an issue with this. And it's like, holy smokes, man, what is going on? So I hope that's not the case with you, Michael R. That even though it's showing on my end that my upgrades are there. Even like my paint job. Asteroids. The paint job is there. Which I was about to really scrape up. Hopefully yours is working right. Okay, get this bad boy into the dock. Oh, I noticed if you hit couple, decouple, the cruise control will disengage as well. That's good to know. All right, taking her in manual. Yeah, I think I got a lot of damage because the ship is really like it's drifty. Like I was playing the classic Asteroids video game. That's an analogy. Watch, let me look at the look at the damages or repair. What they're asking for repairs. I bet there's pretty high. No, 248, not bad, but yeah. All right, let me. I'm gonna let that process. I'm gonna jump out. I still have that Quantanium on board. Sagarith 07. Hey Kimmy. Hey chat. Just nomming some lunch, so won't type much for a while. Nomming, baby. What are you nomming? Now you got us intrigued, man. You're making us hungry, and we don't even know what it is. Don't say it's sardines. That's not nomming. That doesn't count for nomming. That's called that acquired taste. Savory acquired taste. Oh my gosh. Oh yeah, baby. What's the base? Is it tomato base or chicken stock based? Salivation is happening. I had to salivate and then say it again. Oh my gosh. That's your one pot meal, man. The veggies, everything is there. It's like boom, hit it. You're good. That'll put you out for a little bit. It'll put you to sleep for a bit. Wake up, you want some more. Yeah, I think that qualifies for nom nom. Oh yeah, stock base says potatoes, carrots, onion, celery, 2 types of Japanese mushroom, inaki and shimeji. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, you got it going on, Sagarith. You got it going on. Hear me? Okay. Officially hungry. There he is. Admiral, what's up? Can he hear? Oh, you're back? Admiral, can you hear us?
I can hear you now. How's it going?
Oh, what's going on, man? You're on live. What's happening? Okay.
Come into the room.
Yeah. Hey, look, Chris Roberts said to me, Jimmy, I'm gonna allow you to give one backer one of their wish lists for a CitizenCon. It's only gonna be one. And that's it. Whatever they deem as, hey, what will make CitizenCon one of the greatest ever. They get the opportunity to tell me what they want to see, and I'm going to deliver. So, Admiral, I've been commissioned by Chris to gift you one of the presentation items or your wish list of what will make CitizenCon great, and you only get one. Now, what would that be?
Honestly, it would be Squadron 42, like a release date. Say Christmas 2024. And the reason I say that is because that would tell us that a lot of the technology, a lot of the coding that is needed for that game has already been vetted in StarCitizen, in the PU or PTU, and has been like shelved and be like, okay, this is green or gold. This is a gold, gold standard or whatever they want to call it, and we can release this to Squadron 42. And then that would be like kind of like the huge thing. Now, a lot of people think, oh, after that, they're going to start move all those people to the EU to get the MMO finished. Personally, I think they're going to just keep on working to get the next sequels out. And yeah, I imagine that they'll move people to the PU. But I think Squadron 42 is such a big pro or what, not a hawk. What is it? What's the a vulture? Like behind, like if you saw a picture of like Chris Roberts sitting on a chair talking to us, and there'd be a vulture on the back of his office with like Squadron 42 on like wearing a sweater that says Squadron 42. So I kind of think that's kind of like the issue that they're having. I mean, again, they're making 2 games at the same time, and their priority is Squadron 42. Now, if that didn't come out, I don't know. They'd have to come out with like
you get one. You get one.
That's what I'm shooting for.
You greedy. You got one, man.
Well, they burned me the last 3 ones.
Oh,
they said
no, you
last
didn't.
3 was like, oh, they're gonna have something for Squadron 42. It never happened. What's something we don't have now? A science ship. I would really love to see something about science. We've got one little science ship. We've got the big with the what the hell's that small one from Miss?
From Misk, or is it from the not the
The-
Tana, it's
The
the
Reliant something.
yeah, it's the Reliant variant that does science. It's the Sen,
The
right?
Reliant, the Sen.
Yeah, the Sen.
So we
Yeah.
have the Sen, and then we have the really, it's just that giant ship.
And the Endeavor. That's
the
it.
Endeavor.
That's a
Yeah, and
great
it's
point.
definitely
Even though
the
you were being great. that was
Well, I
that's
said,
a great one
they had
though.
that didn't
We don't have a
happen.
science ship for
Yeah, we don't.
crafting.
They could talk about so much stuff in science, and they haven't even broached it. Think about that. They haven't even broached the
No.
topic of science. That is wild to think about.
No. Well, it fits into your narrative of why your way the way that. Well, let me share with chat a little bit of your history, Admiral. Admiral is a big fan of the Star Wars games, right? The specifically, is it Star Wars Galaxy, Admiral?
Well, no, I was like the Old Republic.
The Old
and-
Republic.
Yeah, back in the day.
See, it some of us will deem crafting as a sense of science or alchemy or blending of chemicals, materials, and things of that nature. So it fits into his narrative of what's great gameplay. It allows him to dive into those details and create a game within a game. So what he's basically translating is the fact of the matter is there's implementation by the players themselves to do things that will benefit others to or become a detriment, such as on the flip side of it, you have alchemy or pharmaceuticals to create contraband drugs. Widow is a dangerous thing. You have both sides of that. Back from dinner, 07 long shot.
Drugs are bad, okay?
They're
Drugs
bad.
are bad.
They're very bad.
They're bad, okay?
Yes. So sometimes the glare gets me, so I was like, I'm close. So, but yeah, that
No, but like
that
take
is
like Fallout, take all these games like Fallout 76 or Fallout 4 or whatever, and they all have like some type of element of not only base building but also, creating items, and they could be either like turrets, or they could be like flamethrowers, or they could be, some type of poison element. So
Yeah.
But aside from that, like being able to like discover quote unquote new capabilities for like armor or weapons, it's just the whole discovery element that they really haven't broached it. And there's so much stuff that science they haven't really touched, like everything from like the giant space telescope thing, that
the
satellite
collider
up the ship,
or the collider. Yeah, space telescope observation.
The giant satellite on top is supposed to peer into the cosmos so you can discover, I don't know.
Not the
Mary
Hubble,
Poppins.
but the other telescope, the most recent one, not the
No, I'm
Hubble.
saying, like literally, there's like one of the modules on the Endeavor is a
The
giant
carrot.
telescope.
Yeah.
And on the Endeavor now,
Mhm.
and it's supposed to be able to peer into the
Tri-carrot.
cosmos, and then you can, I don't know, help to find stuff. I guess I don't know.
Yeah,
That's
or
the thing, I don't
anomalies,
know what they're talking
right?
about because they haven't talked about it more. So
Anomalies that they can kind of extract, or that gives new sources of energy, new aspects to energy consumption, or how it could power maybe your hab a certain way that you don't need certain batteries at a certain time. Maybe it has a converter that gives power, or something that can feed into shield management or shield generations. Those aspects.
You bring up a great point. Think about this. There's some systems that, most of the systems we see in the StarCitizen in the future, they got kind of jack crap in it, right? We're very lucky in Stanton that we've got 4 planets. Is it 4 or 5? I think it's 4, and then the moons around them. Most systems will have like one major location and a space station and a bunch of other crap all over the place. But there are systems out there which just like, it's like, what is it? One's like just a white dwarf and it's all by itself.
Correct.
And like one has like a black hole. There's like literally a system in Star Citizen. It's already in lore that's supposed to come out. One of those systems is like a black hole. So why would I want to go there except for to do like science experiments, to bring like an Endeavor or Endeavor type ships to do research.
Correct.
Like, that research would be so cool because it's like, it's just like, oh my god, that would be so cool. Yeah, I think that'd be so cool. Yeah, to have go out there with a bunch of people and be like, just to do stuff and try to explore something that CIG put in there that maybe they did it, that they just did like 100%, or they did it like made the computer say, okay, well the person, the coder will do 20% of it, and it's just going to be like random 80% from the computer system.
Yeah,
I don't know, but to be able to find that and to be able to discover stuff and be able to name your own system, like if you find a system, I think that's the thing. I think if you find elements or you find systems, you can name that crap.
That's
like
true.
The Kimi system,
or the Kusanagi.
The Kusanagi belt.
Kusanagi belt. Yep.
Yeah.
But if you only use it as a profit and somebody else has come in and basically get papers signed that they discovered it, is nothing you can do about it because you didn't put in your papers, submit your papers to the UE that you found it.
Be a thing like that, because I think you're alluding to the way we claim stuff right now. So we have to take a spike or whatever the hell it is, hammer in the ground, and then you have to run in the first person to I don't know, to register it at a physical location as the first one gets that land. So I don't know how they're going to do that with maybe having the MSR or that super fast data runner is how they're going to do that. You have an Endeavor, and then you load it up with all the information that you've gathered at the Endeavor, because maybe you have like some type of data blackout that the black hole gives you there, and
or something organic,
physicalized. Like you just can't do it over wavelengths. So you load it up onto the Drake
data runner, the Drake one. Oh god, what is that? Yeah,
everyone knows what I'm talking about. So you load all that because it's got those huge data banks on it, right? So you load that thing up and you go, and if that ship has to make it back to a physical location, like say, and we'll say our corp, just for shits and giggles, has to get back there, and then it loads off all the data storage devices and say, hey, and then someone gives you I don't know, 100 million credits or some shit like that.
Oh my god!
That
See,
would be so cool.
You're saying so many things, and then I don't want you to go too far because you're alluding.
This is the Kimmy show. What are you talking about?
You're explaining a lot of things, and there's great. I don't want you to get too far because I'm trying to keep pace with you because you're spewing out so much great information. I just want to reflect on it to give me the opportunity because you've just named 3 things, and I don't want it to be forgotten in the chat. First and foremost, okay, and I'm gonna let you keep running because I'm gonna catch up with you. There's 3 things before I forget. The first thing you mentioned, which is great, the Endeavor. Juxtapose when they talked about the red dwarf with pyro, right? And you talked about alchemy or crafting, maybe some pharmaceuticals, and then you apply it to what they kind of do at NASA. Imagine going to that dwarf blue star, and you expose the chemicals or whatever you crafted to that sunlight to activate a certain item, right? Because it needs that kind of radioactive or that UV or that specific UV to add into its chemical makeup to activate certain things, right? Whereas you have the dwarf star does bad things, you have a blue star does great things. So as the Endeavor, you go through the AI, the computers, it does an analysis on different chemicals or compounds that you add or stack up. Maybe it says no end result. Then you start changing. Yeah, you start changing, manipulating the combinations, or even due to the level of percentages. And it says further investigation or further analysis required. Now you're onto something. Now you're saying what are the subjects or what are the environments or what are the things you can also keep incorporated with it? Maybe the dwarf star radiation. Then you take that and put it into a probe and you send it and put it close to the orbit of that blue star, and then it cures, right? There's a marinating time, and you have to come in and get it and extract it at a certain time, and the timing has to be right. There's some gameplay aspects to that. You pull it, and you have that perfect chemical to maybe allow people to regenerate from very catastrophic injuries within maybe minutes, but it's only a small amount, right? But then you have to go and each time procure that and make that, and you have to keep a database of that. Now, a data runner can come and steal that, right? So now you're being chased because you have data, and that's you're crafting something that's unique. Now, going back to the other thing with the data runners that you talked about, right? And with modularity, why not have those? What is it? The Drake Herald or the MSR? Change those with modularity. Again, modularity is so far-reaching where you have those data banks can be changed out in a modular way to have special containers. And what you talked about was imagine having a patient who was in a battle. They needed a cybernetic arm, and at the moment you use the Cutlass Red. They gave him a prosthetic, the cheapest, or Apollo gave him a cybernetic. But whatever the case is, you don't want that. You want the best, either from a hospital or the Endeavor. You get the Endeavor to come there, take a sample or something, right? Or they have a sample of that person. They 3D print it, or organ or something, or have a match or something that's O positive is compatible with all blood types. So you make an O positive liver or something. You generate it, and that person is at the hospital. Endeavor is not going to get there in time. So you 3D print it. Now with the modularity system for those containers, either it's a Drake Herald, depending on the severity, maybe it's a senator that's been hurt. Then or an assassination plot or something, he's been hurt. That's a mission giver. That Drake Herald comes to that Endeavor. It's 3D printed. You put it in a special container that goes onto that modular system in the Drake Herald, and you hightail it. And that mission has so much importance to it that you got to get there. But then there's mission givers that says, hey, they're trying to we try to attempt to assassinate that center that we didn't like, right? That whatever that center is that loves the technology, they hated her for whatever the reason. They took her out. They tried to take her out, and she's in critical condition. They will try to prevent that Drake Herald from getting there to that hospital. Man, oh my God, that is mind blowing. That's incredible. Okay, I think I caught up with you now. Go ahead.
I don't know now, because you're talking about like princesses and stuff, and I'm just totally lost. I don't know where I am.
No, I mean dignitaries that says, okay, there was an assassination attempt, right? And they needed 3D printed organs, right? So,
no, yeah, I get that.
You'll do it off a blood type. You do it an old blood type because maybe they're across 6 systems. And who do you assign? The mission giver comes up. It's a Drake Herald is in the vicinity.
You could definitely see that. I definitely. Well, okay, so we know this. We do know that the MSR is only. It's actually the Mercury. The
Mercury Star Runner.
Star Runner itself is the chassis, which means they're going to have different variants of the Star Runner, or I should say of the Mercury, because using the same frame.
Yes.
So it could very well be like a hospital. It has every. I mean, it could very close to a hospital ship. I really think it would be like. It has like. I'd like to see like that thing land and like a little ambulance truck roll out of it. That'd be so cool.
Who, the Endeavor?
The MSR.
Oh.
Yeah,
interesting.
That'd be cool.
Interesting. But yeah, that's good stuff. But
they haven't really talked about 3D printing like appendages and stuff. They've talked about like having better prosthetics. Like you don't like the lady who is it? What was that? Leslie?
The Nix Delamar.
Yeah, was that Delamar? Yeah,
that was a hack job. That was terrible. That was a freaking hack job.
She needs to get a better insurance plan.
Yes.
So if people don't know, they had like I think she was like the traffic coordinator, like the hangar traffic coordinator.
Yeah.
And she was a mission giver, I think, and she had like a replacement limb, but it was like
Oh, at our court.
No. This was at Levski or
Okay, Levski. She had the leg.
Delamar.
Yeah.
Yeah, she had the leg, and
Yeah.
it was just like something you'd see at like what was that movie Robots? It was like Robots.
Oh my
with,
God.
Robin Williams, and he was that stupid red tin can or
Oh,
whatever.
robots. Wasn't it called Robots?
I think it was something like that.
Yeah.
Dude, that's what it reminded me of. But it
Yeah.
was like really like, oh, that's a rough insurance plan you have there, lady.
Yeah.
But the idea
Oh.
is that they showed a lot of it. Like a lot of it's supposed to be like intricate, like web prosthetics, and looking like
Oh, horrible.
just think like sci-fi, really cool prosthetics. But they haven't really said anything about regrowing "quote unquote" limbs, which is kind of
Correct.
like a thing these days.
Yeah.
It's
Yeah,
kind
that's
of
the
like
thing.
what scientists are doing here on Earth
Yes.
in
Yes.
2024. So I don't
Yep.
understand it. I should say 23. I'm ahead of myself.
Well, you're essentially saying there needs to be an alignment with today's science, with the lore of StarCitizen
Don't get
to
me
say
started
it can
with
be brought out
bullets, Timmy,
further.
I'll tell you right now.
What
Why
was-
we're using bullets 900 years in the future?
that's a
another
great
topic.
question. Maybe they wanted to hurt. They want to get an old school hurt, put old school hurt on people.
All they have to do is put Smith and Wesson on a couple of guns we have, and I'd be like, I would totally believe it. And I'm like, and then I would just shake my head.
Yeah, but they are giving us options. Well, see that begs the question: when we start seeing the alien races, Taveran, Banu, Shion, will we then see a inventory of those alien type weapons? And matter of fact, going a little further with bounty hunting, this is their opportunity to, as they said, that they're going in with non-lethal type of weaponry, right? Why not incorporate the alien aspects of it? So they have a great opportunity to think tank that stuff right now, as opposed to, oh, we're going to drip feed it to you in your veins and you're going to get it every 4 to 7 years. It's like, no way, dude. You think about this holistically and start implementing it where it makes sense. I would love to see alien tech or weaponry, right? That would be it. Then it expands just the intricacies of the game. It makes it that much more interesting. So because they did say the new, they want non-lethal weapons because Chris, I don't know what it is, but it's apparently he loves himself some Mandalorian, and he's digging that whole thing, and he wants that, and that will be a priority because he wants it. So they have an opportunity to use alien-based tech.
You know what I want?
Squadron 42.
My MTV.
You better call Sting. Ba-da-ba. I want my MTV. That was Dire Straits. That was Dire Straits.
One of the
Rest in
first
peace.
videos, man. I saw when I was a
Yes.
kid.
Yep. That's Dire Straits.
Good stuff
That
back
was the
then.
intro.
Scavenger, where the hell are you at? I see you lurking.
07
in the
Scav.
chat. Scavenger and I, we're supposed to go.
You're gonna do a Bar
he and I
Citizen
are
again?
Supposed to get up and meet up for lunch or something like that. 'Cause
When?
He's in the area. I don't know. I gotta get with him.
Oh, tonight?
No, not tonight.
Oh, I had to
Sometime.
ask. You brought it up. I need to know. That's pretty cool.
Yeah,
Dirk,
he's
we're
from,
all
he's
lurking.
from-
Dirk's
he's from,
like,
the
we
Boston
all
area.
lurk.
I don't know if anybody else is here from Boston, but Scavenger and I are pretty close.
Yeah. That's the Star Citizen community as a whole. It's a closeness in a sense, and Beefcake would probably say, "Dude, what are you talking about? I met some buttholes today." You're gonna meet that, dude. That's gonna happen. No worries. But you're gonna meet some great people. You're gonna meet some people that was like, "Hey, that could be a friend for life." You're gonna meet that. That's gonna
Sorry
happen.
to hear that. Sorry to hear that.
Oh
Scavenger.
no, Scavenger. I'm sorry, man. 07 to you, sir. This is why we cherish this friendship. We cherish these friendships, man. We're here for a time, and just have a great time with each other. 'Cause life is short enough, man, and it should not be spent on frustration, anger, anxieties, and just we're here in the blink of an eye. When you compare it to the universe, man, it's like that. The universe says, You're like that to me. You're a Snap. Think about that.
Again, man, you should just have like your toga for CitizenCon and you'll be all set.
What? No, well, maybe that'll be on some of the locations. What is that,
Get
Zeus?
you like
What is
a
a
long, get you like a big beard, big white beard, and you could just like throw out philosophical statements at CitizenCon.
Play-Doh. Star City. Star Citizen Play-Doh. Oh my gosh.
Come out with sayings like
Diverse or not diverse.
the only true way
That is
to
quantum.
buy a vulture is that with two people to feel close to oneself.
The Reclaimer. Wax on, wax off.
See, you got it, Kimmy. I'm telling you, we get this, and then you can write a book.
We need the whole munching. I mean, like, come on, guys. We need that. Finish that gameplay loop. You need to finish that.
I think before hull launch, I mean, I could see them doing that. I just feel like they're gonna do. See, before hull launching, I feel like being to pull stuff out, like the electronics, like there has to be
That's
a
so
way I
key.
think they should do it.
Oh my god.
Or like the hand miner for not the hand miner, but you get what I'm saying. Like the hand tool should be able to like take out
Components. Yes.
and to be able to put those in a ship, and then once you get that, then you can just, I think, rip it up a little bit more.
Yeah, I wholeheartedly agree with that, Admiral, that we need those physicalized components that will allow us to, create value for ourselves. And like you said, I'm coming back to you, Admiral, because you're the crafter, you're the RPG crafter of these games. Take those same components that you've actually taken off those ships and basically recycle them so that they're usable. Now you can store them in stacks in your persistent hangar, right? And use them as needed if you need them. Love it.
Hull munching, players can fix.
With hull munching, players can fix the collection of crashed ships around sites themselves and make good money doing it. Clean up the build of entities. Skyhawk, exactly. They talked about a trash truck. Further down the line where it makes sense, but until then, the whole munching will support that need and help with the tech debt with what Pez is actually creating a problem with, because it's persisting all this stuff, these damages, and it's persistent. It's doing what it's supposed to do. But with you having the ability to create another feature that will help with that, it's a no-brainer. Get that in. It just makes common sense. Not trying to sound frustrated about it, but I'm saying it's probably just the sense of urgency with saying that, hey, we need this. That's going to help solve a lot of issues.
Damn, son.
Oh,
you
7.
just hit with the wow effect.
Haunt 42, the Day of the Bearer is coming up. When I see Haunt, I think of we're getting that Halloween version, which is the Day of the Bearer. 07 to you. Skyhawk, which is great. It's just we can't really take up some of the persisting things that need to be cleaned up. So give us the tech that will allow it to be gameplay rather than back-end solution. Skyhawk, get in the chat, man. Where are you? Get in the freaking chat. Stop playing. Get in the freaking chat, man. Skyhawk's been like, he's like the OG streamer to me for Star Citizen, and it's been I call him the people's champ. He's been streaming for a minute. His specialty was racing in the game. We're getting that back. But talk about that. Where are you, Sky? Get in the head over to General, man. And get you
That's
down
the thing.
into
They're just so with all this, they're doing all the background tech so they can give it to the people who are just going to do those systems afterwards. That's the problem that kind of showcases like where we are. If they're still doing that, then we're a ways away. I mean, I haven't mentioned, like, again, they haven't mentioned science, and like, which means they still have to put all that back end tech into some drawer that some dev can use for every other system, every other planet. Now, they might have already been working on science, but we don't know.
Yeah.
So there's that too. So
yeah, but at least having those conversations. Maybe they were thinking of it one way, but us having the backers having conversation with it. Do we align, or are we in sync with what they're saying, or do we provide a good solution to them? We don't know, but it's still, they say, oh, you don't want to be theory crafting this stuff. And it's like, no, this is conversation, man. Regardless if you go with it or not, it's not going to discourage them or saying, oh, you're undermining what we're going to do. It does not. It basically just brings to light of, hey, maybe this works. Maybe this is something we need to see. But at least there's conversation and there's a need for it, because why are we asking for it? Because it enhances the gameplay. It allows viability. It brings sustainability to the project to keep it moving forward. But when you're in the dark, like I am right now, literally, you're like, where are you?
where are you?
Where are you, man?
Screen.
Yeah, where are you? Where's this project? Where is it? But, at the end of the day, it's a business. And we're talking about things that will enhance the business, that will create a need for and a want for people to not just sign up as new players, but for people who's been existing members to continue to support. What are we saying wrong here? Where are we wrong?
So Timmy,
yes,
if you had one thing you wanted at CitizenCon, what
oh
would
no,
it be?
you didn't. Okay. If there was one thing that I wanted to say, okay, this makes it successful. I'm happy. They knocked it out of the park. Speaking on that, I would have to say Chris gets up there on the stage and he gets to talk about the planets. He brings up the Arc Star map, and then he proceeds to talk about where we were, where we are currently. We have Stanton, and as we know, we've been talking about to you for a long time about Pyro, and we've even mentioned about setting up Nyx, because at one point we had the asteroid or the moon-sized asteroid Delamar in the system of Stanton, which then we've came back and placed it where it needs to be due to limitations and restrictions of the tech and the tech debt, because now we've gotten it to where we're at the ceiling of features in the game. And now then he opens up, and then the video goes, now with the aspect of server meshing, the static side of it, we can now reallocate the system resources to specific areas that won't change, that are basically your foundation and your logistic points of where you go, which is now you have a server for Lorville, you have a server for Harcourt, and so on. And what that means for the entire gameplay is that now these resources are allocated and balanced properly. And now you're seeing a lower extent of the desync. You have a higher tick rate. Now you're seeing the AI. But going forward, now that we've shown you, and we're showing you this example here, this demo, this actual real demo of now it's actually working in game. Now, why am I showing you this Arc Star map? Bender 07, why am I showing you this star map? Because now you're for 4.0 and beyond for next year, here's the roadmap that pertains to the systems that we're building and the systems that we'll deliver upon each quarter. Now we've actually divided everyone down to strike teams that will basically generate these planetary tech and systems, that now we have a number of 10 per team. We have 10 teams, 10 members, each with a qualifying skill set that will allow us from start to finish, build out all your systems that you want to see. And so as you use your Arc Star map as a guide, that will be implemented into the roadmaps as well. That will now, as you see quarterly, the number of systems, 3 to 4 systems a quarter. You're going to see this being projected. Now, granted, there's no wins, there's no timetables here. You know how we roll. But, with mitigation of bugs and things of that nature, this is a mandate. This is a priority. This is a standard now that we're going to implement with these systems that we're going to see now. Now we're looking at a number of systems per year. Now we're looking at the feature team building mission givers and putting our library of assets and features onto these planets and moons that will fulfill what we promised years ago of allowing us to put these systems out and having you to travel to them as points of interest, as well as incorporate more gameplay styles and features into the game. So, and I'm like, tears streaming down the eye, and I'm like, Chris, you complete me, man. I've been waiting on this so damn freaking much, man, and you nailed it. I'm like, I'm gonna turn off Twitch. I'm gonna say good night, everybody. I'm not streaming no more. I'm going to bed. I'm gonna rest. I'll pick up tomorrow. But right now, that fulfilled everything about StarCitizen. Literally, Chris just dropped the mic on us. I don't need to see anything else. I'll check it out later. Y'all have a good stream. Have a good watch on Twitch. I'm good. I've been fulfilled. I've eaten. I'm fulfilled. I've been I'm good, man. I'm good. My hunger has been satiated. Okay, that sounds like a winner, Bender. 07. That's my take on it. Now, Chris is there. Jared's going to go, oh, Kimmy, what have you done? What have you done to us, man? What kind of pressure? Dude, we know this. There's always been freaking pressure. You go to Reddit? you freaking go to Reddit? There's always pressure.
Damn, son. You just hit with a wow effect.
07. Long shot. Thank you for the long shot follow. 07 to you. Hey, that's the drop in the bucket, man. That's my drop the mic moment from Chris Roberts with the planetary tech. Oh my God. That will just set so many things up, whether it's the Pioneer being a part of the next thing that they want to build out. The Habs will come into play, or at least conversation. Now they can go back to the marketing and sales and say, hey, we need to sell those plots of land again, because we're pumping out these systems. We need to see that. They need to see these systems, and they need to see that they have the ability to buy these land plots. And all of a sudden, they're eating that thing like hot, fresh popcorn, man, with butter and all. And they're like, I want these plots of lands. I'm buying this. They're buying the hell out of it, because now they're getting the systems that they want. Now you're seeing orgs talking about, hey, Chris, what about the guilds? What about the guild locations that now we can set up shop in regards to organizations? And then what about the farming aspect? Now you're looking at the homesteads becoming a thing of, I want to shape this part of the land to do this certain thing while I'm away. Now we have working NPCs. I can maybe hire them to tend the fields and take care of things or whatever. But then I have a community now. Now we have these vehicles that can drive. They talked about roads. Now you have these little villages or these communal areas that incorporate NPCs. Now you're living in places. Now you're looking for a cargo to come to your location and drop things off. Now you have a scheduling of things that you need to do, or routes there. You have to appear and make sure everything is up to snuff based on your habs or your guilds. Your guilds will meet at certain systems to do ops, to practice things, or maybe to mitigate other rival organizations to keep them at bay because they're intruding or trespassing. All these aspects start to work and start to come together with StarCitizen, to the extent that Chris Roberts is like, what have I done? What have I freaking done, man? This is a monster. Oh my gosh. It opens up the game to the extent where it's truly alive. It's truly alive. But then you're talking about so many backers willing to donate, willing to stay into the game. Them now really needing more servers because it's a huge influx of players wanting to play. It even opens up data running with we talked about the Drake. We talked about the MSR. What about bounty hunting? Who have never watched the Mandalorian episode, please watch a couple. But you have the aspect of now you have a list of offenders, and it can start with NPCs. You have a list of offenders that broke the law, and they're hiding in different places. Now with that list, you're starting to go to comm arrays to find out if they're in the vicinity. If you talk to NPCs, have you heard of him? And you paying out UEC to say, if you ever see him, let me know. And you pay them. You have to pay them, and they keep an eye out. And then you're tracking them. You're chasing them. You're hunting them down, and they're jumping systems on you. And they're, maybe they guide you into a trap. Maybe they guide you into a trap. Depending on where you are. If you're bold enough to go after them in Pyro based on your reputation system or not, it's up to you and your reputation. If you're a true bounty hunter, it's endless. But it's really, oh damn, trespassing crime. It really opens up the game, and it mandates that these systems are online because they can't lag behind. They have 1,100 employees, and once these systems start to expand, they're going to need every single one of them with a certain skill set to make sure to make sure everything is working correctly. I would even beg to say that their QA/QC could be, Mitchell mentioned, maybe that will be outsourced to an extent because there's so much going on. They're going to have to really, really have those deep meetings and talk about the future of StarCitizen, not so much about,
What time frame are you talking about, though?
For all of this,
like the future. When you talk about the future, like
we're talking about within a 10-year stretch of really exponential of an exponential growth and change of overall of what's going on. Once they get the server meshing tech in, Admiral, it's going to grow exponentially. And they got to start having these conversations now. What will StarCitizen look like in 10 years from now?
I think they've already probably done that.
They probably talked about it, but yeah, we're talking about it. It is just, and I know, this community is amazingly smart. And I'm just talking about, what you all would talk about. That's all. And it's not a shocking thing, but yeah, for sure. They're talking about where it is 10 years from now. If we were only flies on the wall, right?
You'd be a pretty big fly, I gotta say.
Yeah.
I'd probably see you.
Yeah. Hey, Admiral, and then high five, like, I told you they were going to bring that in.
I'd be like, that's a pretty big fly in the wall.
Yeah, and it's time for me to, I'm moving around. Yeah. I'll be in a corner where they don't see me, or I'll be right under the table, like a piece of gum.
Not if you're 5'10".
But no, you don't want to be a big old fly. You don't want to be Jeff Goldblum. You don't want to be Jeff Goldblum.
Stay away from feet.
Oh yeah, that's nasty.
That was nasty.
Yeah.
Speaking of which, are we gonna get aliens like that?
Why not?
See, there you go.
Why hold back creepiness?
Giant flies, melting feet confirmed.
Yeah. Why hold back creepiness in this game? That's another thing. You run those comparisons, those references with Starfield, and you see creatures for the first time in a long time in a sci-fi genre, right? You can't help but compare that to StarCitizen. They know this, right?
Does Starfield have like creepy, kind of dangerous,
they're dangerous,
smart creatures in there? Like, are they like smart to like give you a challenge, or they just like you go up and shoot them and they're done?
I've heard that someone, I think Chief Keys said he got out of the ship and they were so predatory the moment he got off the ship, he was fighting. I'm like, damn.
Because remember, like the first Jurassic Park when the
wow.
guys talking about the velociraptors, and you're like, you have to watch out for the velociraptors because they're smarter than
hunters.
you think.
Yeah, they're
like,
hunters.
You'll be concentrating on one, right?
And they have your perimeter. Yeah.
And they'll come at your sides because
yes.
So that's what I want to see. Like,
yeah.
Like smart, things that like give us
packs like wolves. Packs, something like that, like a wolf variant that have, they their AI is based on a pack mentality. You have the alpha, you have your beta, and then you have a hierarchy of how they attack, kind of like what they did with NPCs. That you have, the snipers, you have the ones the heavies that are laid back but they're heavily armed. Then you have the crazy one, the point that just come at you and he, just go at you wild. That kind of CW the King 07. Good evening to you. You have that same AI mentality or that narrative that can be carried over to packs of alien predators, and you're not limited because you're talking about do they attack from the air, do they attack from under the ground, do they come out of the ground, or are they camouflaged into the environment, or are they kind of smaller where they're not noticeable and they blend in. There's so many layers and levels of danger involved. Now, I'm not even going to go in the conversation of caves because Kimmy's not going. So you're on your own. I don't need to talk about it, and I won't. But
there's a lot of poop in caves, so
there
should be something that does make pooping.
And I don't want to add to that poop with my remains. I don't. I'll poop, and then it's like, oh, it's too late. I went into a cave.
I wish they'd say something like, "Hey, yeah, we've showed you the Boreal Stalker, and that's one of the aliens, and this, it's on my
oh my god, yes."
But if they said like we've already developed 375 other animal species,
where
for the system for all the planets, that would blow me away.
Can we see? We kind of saw some renderings a long 3 years ago, 4 years ago. They had them. Jay Lee did them on a whiteboard. That was the closest we've seen outside of a full rendering sketch of the Boreal Stalker and the Whippet Crab and that little flying squid or something that eats garbage but is edible and it tastes like lobster or something or shrimp. They call
garbage.
Yeah, I don't know.
Are you mining right now? Or
I'm gonna salvage. Not bad, CW. It's not bad. He's asking how is the patch. She's performing though. No 30Ks, but I'm hearing also in the grapevine is saying that there's still some audio issues going on, but it will not prevent them. There's no ETA on their live, but it wouldn't stop them from going live. But they're currently looking at the audio issue. It's not quite resolved yet, but they're working on it. But they've gotten some things taken care of. So, but yeah, I'm gonna jump into see if there's any issues with salvage, Admiral. I got the Great Vulture here. I'm gonna call it up.
There's big money if you do those personal, like, kind of pirate salvage missions.
Oh, really?
You know what I'm talking about?
The cover-ups.
Well, the ones where you have to go like Grimhex or whatever to sell the stuff in there.
Okay, so
because what you do is you do the salvage mission, right? And you can you can pull stuff off there, but the idea is you can maybe find like illicit drugs or something that's in the cargo hold.
Okay, you want me to do that?
Take that and sell that. I'm not saying do that. I'm more of a legal person myself. I'd rather just take my sweet ass time and do that. But I know there's a lot of money to do that.
Yeah. Oh, CW the King says he was asking how StarCitizen, but man, I'm crashing still. But for now, I'm trying to find a crew to join since I haven't played in months. Wow. What do you do in the game, CW? We're currently called the Ronin Republic, and we do the basis of it is going to be industrial interactive. I guess a name change is going to
What is Industrial Interactive?
Industry Interactive.
What is that?
It's basically, collectively speaking, as an org, if you have any industrial ships or a number of them, collectively we'll get in those ships and do a mission as a collective based on industrial-based ships, whether it's
Okay,
repair.
so members will consolidate their ships, and you just kind of do industrial stuff.
Oh
Okay.
yeah, yep. Repair, refuel,
Or you say,
mining.
like, we take your ship, and when we use it for stuff, and we're like, what?
Right, industry.
How do you get my ship?
Salvaging.
I get it from you.
Yeah. I mean, it makes for a really interesting gameplay mechanic when you have a number of people doing salvage, and you have someone has a starfarer. They're siphoning the fuel and oxygen. You have another crew. They're pulling the components. You have another crew. Like vultures. You have the reclaimer going in, and then you're taking and procuring those materials and those cargo units, and then you're actually selling them off and utilizing that cargo to make money. And then basically we share the wealth. Oh, he said it's got my Andromeda, and I'm looking for work. Is that the base model Andromeda? Yeah, Constellation Andromeda. That's called the variant, not the Aquila or the Taurus. Yeah, I think you get the best of both worlds, CW, with the Andromeda, because you have the snub fighter to it. You can also run cargo, so you can do missions with it, bounty hunting, and cargo running as well. So I love that about that ship. You got a good thing. Now with the Aquila, though, with the upgraded version, you get the Ursa rover with it. That's the only thing with the Aquila. I love that panoramic view, but they give you the P-52 Merlin as well as you get the Ursa rover with it. So you get 3 vehicles attached to that ship.
I see what you did there. You're like, I love your ship because of this, but I also hate your ship because it doesn't have this.
Ah.
Yeah.
Andy gets the missiles, gets the Merlin and the most missiles. Too, but with the cargo lift, you can fit some land vehicles. Yes. Yep. And eventually,
I bet they changed the Phoenix. I bet you they changed that up a little bit. It would be nice for an update.
For which one, Admiral?
The Phoenix.
Oh yeah, it's due. It needs some functionality in that leisure. What can you do? What can you add to it that gives it functionality for leisure? Maybe with the modular system, maybe a better observation deck or more glass where you can see better views of things. A party room or something where it's cleared out. Add some modularity to it that will that brings leisure. Maybe doing receptions and things of that nature. NPCs, dignitaries that have meetings or a celebration, right? And have those modular units set up for that. So then you get those mission givers with the modular system that you go to this here. They want you to go here, 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 and there, right? Or you have thrill seekers that want to go through Pyro and look at the exotic and dangerous things of Pyro. You got thrill seekers. Add those mission givers to the Phoenix as well. Incorporate that jukebox that will allow the use of music. I don't know how that's going to work in regards to what's legal, what's not. How does that work? But it would be interesting where you can have music incorporated into it for a party experience. Okay, let's see if it's opening now. But definitely the hot tub and a pool table, arcade, have arcades, have a modular system that, you can play games. That would be cool. Different arcade games, the games within the game, and have actual people play them. Maybe even have an extent where you have a module where you have, you have a thing where you prepare food, exotic type foods, and there's a gameplay of how well you create those dishes. And if the food sucks, you're gonna get rated appropriately. If you do a dynamic menu based on the things that you capture in the environment, like the fauna and flora, and those combinations come together very well. 5 star, baby. I'm just saying, I'm throwing stuff out there. I'm throwing spaghetti at the wall and hoping that it sticks. But those are aspects of leisure that makes sense when you're talking about pleasure, pleasuring of the senses, what you see, where you take them to exotic places. Yeah.
That thing needs a bathroom first before anything else.
Right, especially if the food isn't good, Admiral.
Well, it's wild because you got like, okay, so the way they set the ship up, right? They have a nice like kind of quarters for the captain or whatever, that's what the guest or the main owner, and you got these two little other side cabins like in the nice area, but there's only one bathroom, and so like why would I have my guests use my bathroom?
Right, a spa. So, there you go, a spa that has these bathrooms, like make it European where it's kind of unisex, but you have it's a hot tubs, not a hot tub, but what is that huge hot that spa where you have the it's like those, like in Russia they have those hot tub experiences where everyone gets it, and you can bring your toga, Admiral. Sauna. Yes, a sauna. And then you have a toga. You can wear your toga Admiral. Now that you brought it up. Oh my God. He's like, what? What are you saying?
Gonna have to come out with
but it works.
So in case people didn't know, the Sega's going to have a merchandise section here.
Oh wow!
I think they had one on the last Citizen Con too. It was what the set thing in game that you go buy stuff at.
At the Citizen Con?
Kasaba. So there's a Kasaba outlet. The last one they had a Kasaba outlet. So we're gonna have the same, like a similar thing. This one. Maybe it'll be different, but I know they said that. I think it was Xylo, or I forget who said they're gonna do it, but it was Xylo. Xylo said they're gonna have a merchandise at Citizen Con.
Very nice. Oh, quick says I gotta get in on this salvage play. 07.
Oh, you're gonna join Kemi for the explosion? Okay.
Right, the fireworks. Fireworks about to happen.
Cat doesn't know Kimmy is renowned for having pretty dramatic.
I can never escape that, can I? I can never escape that.
It's okay. You'll keep the insurance companies
man.
High earning company.
I tell you like this, Admiral. Until they go to beta, I'm good, man. I have lots of time to practice. I haven't tried salvage before. Oh, CW, you need to check it out. You guys got to see this. If anyone doesn't already know, the fridge in the Aegis Redeemer restocks on pulling it out. Really nice. So I love that about the game. They're sneaking in things and we discover them. I love that.
Restocks automatically?
Oh wow. Maybe there will be a money sink with that. Maybe if it's zeroed out or the inventory is zeroed out, and when you go to the kiosk, you have an option for resupply. I would love that, especially with the hanger system, right? It will tether. This is across the board. Okay, Sky, 07. I was wondering, but yeah, with that ASOP terminal. Yeah, go ahead.
I just want to say CW here. So if I do salvage, I have to join a crew, and I just want to make sure a long shot isn't saying. I want to make sure you're on the same page. So the answer is no. So what Kimmy is in the Vulture. So it's supposedly a one-manned salvage ship. The only issue is that you can only get like 2 boxes out, and then you have to go to the back and then move the boxes around with the tractor beam.
Yes.
But you could do that one man, and how many boxes have you gotten that? I think I can get to 20. I think in the back, or 24.
In the Vulture?
Yeah.
That many? Woo. I thought it was like 8 or 16 at the max.
You stack out in the sides. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Sky was saying it's usually 2 man in the ship. 2 people can be in there, but I'll show you. I can do it by myself.
People will do it because it saves time again. Because if the
Yeah.
pilot has to get out of the seat each time, you're
It
wasting
fills up.
time if
Mhm.
someone's just back there moving it. But the ship itself only has room for 1 bed. There's only 1 bed in the ship, so
Yeah.
it's, officially, quote unquote, it's a 1-man ship.
Yes.
But there are people, if you're just going out for a day, then if they could have an extra crew member, that helps out a lot.
Yeah. You're basically up and down the scaffold.
It can get ridiculous, but
Yeah.
it is what it is. I think do I have that ship? I have that ship, yeah.
But the Vulture?
Yeah, I'm trying to remember. I think I do.
I think you do.
Yeah, I'm just remember if I bought it or if I wanted it.
Rented it? Oh, won it.
No, I think
Oh, nice.
I might have won it.
Oh, very nice.
Or I bought it. I don't. One or the other. It is the only ship in the game right now that makes stuff.
Yes, and I think that's the foundation for them to keep moving forward with that. Now that they have that in game, I think it's the basis for the Endeavor and all these other types of ships like the Orion that can craft out containers. The Orion should be able to create containers like the Vulture does, and the same thing with the Reclaimer, but specifically specialized containers. The Vulture is the test bed for the Orion, I think. Have you been attacked yet? Oh, my crime stat? No, I have not. I think I need to wipe that off. Yeah, I think I better get that crime stat off of me.
Twix, that's because you're doing the personal ones. If you just do and then those are more like so there's 2 different types. Yeah, you've got the personal ones and you have general salvaging. Personal ones, you're kind of like moving to someone's territory. Maybe it's their ship and they're just waiting. I'm kind of doing a hypothetical here of like what the scenario is, but you're actually taking over, like you're salvaging someone's ship who owns it and has rights to it. Whereas the general salvaging, which you make less money, but it's like officially quote unquote yours because they gave you you're buying the rights to it, and then for say if it's like a Hammerhead, you pay like 50,000 credits, and then you go there and you can spend all day there really. But if you do the personal ones, which is more like, hey, we know this, we might know this location where the ship might be, and then you go there, and yeah, if they detect you, you might have NPCs show up in 2 minutes. It's really like luck of the draw how long they show up, but they usually do show up quick. But I think the idea there is to get the cargo off of it, which could be the drugs, which is worth again a lot of money, even in the millions of dollars. That's not the situation. You telling me that you go to a general salvage spot and you're getting attacked by NPCs? Again, I haven't played 320 yet, but normally all I would be out there is I would just get scanned by security personnel, and they'd be like, "Who are you? What are you doing?"
Well, now with crime stat 1, they say, "Hey, go take care of that. I noticed you have this crime stat," so they'll jump on you. Oh, I see they were saying that the audio issue is still there. I hear it now in the quantum. It's like the quantum drift sound is still there, and it shouldn't be.
Correct. That's salvage.
Just out picking up salvage, NPC pirates come after you. This happened to me twice. In a Vulture, yeah, you can fight them back now. Remember one time they jumped. It was like two ships jumped me, and I was able to dispatch them. They're not overly difficult unless they've changed that. That was like a patch or 2 ago. So that may have changed. So I would say run. Has anyone out there chat? Has anyone played Master Modes yet? I'm curious about that because they've opened it up. It was always open in PTU. Now that we went live, they sent a recent message to say that they're only going to show it or allow us access a certain day, and then they're pulling it, I guess. Um, and also, I've been seeing on Spectrum where there's conversation with the dev about it that they still have some thoughts about changing some things in regards to quantum a lower quantum speed, that it's not allowing you to go into full quantum, but it's some sort of speed involved with it that's beyond like higher than SEM speed. So more to be revealed. Stay tuned. But I think it's going to come down to CitizenCon where they do the 2-player versus 2-player. I'm willing to believe that they're going to introduce fully the master modes. Now, will it incorporate the like Admiral mentioned about the realization of these components that's connected to the ships? I'm not sure. It would be nice if they had that in the game, where you do power management, resource management while you're dogfighting. That would be interesting. But I think they're going to use this event as a test bed for feedback right there on the spot. And I think if it goes very well, we could probably see them pushing all of master modes out to PTU. But here's the one thing that I say that they may not do it at all until they get 4.0. I don't think they're going to push it. That was all embedded into 4.0. If we don't get 4.0 announced for this year, then I don't see them. It's only tethered to that. Once they say 4.0 is coming, which is wise for them, hold it and just test it in little areas here and there. But once we get the official announcement of 4.0, then by all means, they should have it ready. As opposed to, there's going to be a lot of people waiting for waiting to get it in their hands, and there are going to be some that who kind of
a full release. You don't even want like a heads up. This is coming out in 2024. You just like, hey, it's done.
No. I'm saying the announcement of 4.0 should be your heads up, right? And before 4.0, you have those iterations of where they improve, they change, they update, they give the backers who give objective feedback and that testing, right? And so that whatever that date is for 4.0, that's where it goes live. That's where we get all of it. But, so that makes sense to release it then. But I like I say, there's going to be players who love the current state of the flight mode. Their mission is probably to say, I have a gripe with this, I have a problem with this, I want it to stay relatively the same because I was great at it. Or in other words, I was able to trash other players easily and move on. I think the whole point of master modes is they want it to be a welcoming gameplay experience that will have people wanting to do it. And at the same time, there's going to be risk and reward in that aspect of it, where that function of spaceship battles, they want a sense of realism to it. It's not real to have a person go in, destroy ships one ship after the other, and they barely they didn't even scratch their paint on their ship, right? So
Well, it depends on what they're attacking.
It depends on what they're attacking, right? Like, now granted, they don't want to mess with, I don't want them messing with a one ship, messing with a large multi-crew industrial ship because of the sheer scale that's involved, right? As far as the flight model, I want it to be such where it's not these Luke Skywalkers currently, a Luke Skywalker taking down these ships that are bigger than them. I want it to be a pack, like a pack of pirates working together collectively with different various ships that have different functions to, disable, punch a hole into the hull. That kind of coordinated effort would make sense, where piracy is like, okay, it's based on not just to destroy a ship and move on and destroy a ship. That's not gameplay. That's like giving a bad time to a person because you can and you want to, because it's gonna make them upset, and that's your joy in that. No, that's not gameplay. That's trolling, man. That's freaking trolling. Now, a group of pirates can disable, and then the ship is, basically stranded there, and they open up communications and says, hey, we scanned your ship. We want X, Y, and Z that's in your ship, and we'll leave you alone. And then you go about your business. That's perfect gameplay. That's perfect gameplay. Or you come over here and take it, and you have a complimentary crew, and while they try to come in to board your ship, or you stall them enough, you've called for backup. That's great gameplay. That's piracy unlimited. That's piracy 101. It makes sense.
I think a lot of people, they want to do like, oh, I took your ship or I blew up your ship, and then what ends up happening is, people will leave that sector. You want people to feel just safe enough where they'll keep coming back and like risk it. But if you're like just destroying any reason to be there, then then your org or whatever is going to have to move to a new location, and like, maybe even just like, okay, well, we made a base here, so we're gonna have to get rid of it or move it, or figure out how to like move everything out. So I don't know. I think there's like a lot of give and take of like how people are gonna play.
That makes a lot of sense, Admiral, because there's a sense of responsibility to not just what you do and to your reputation system, but it's also a sense of responsibility to your org that you're affiliated with. You're like, wait a minute, you're doing things out of character, and our org doesn't represent that, right? So
it's like cutting off your food supply, right? If you it's like
and everyone else is who's affiliated with you.
It's like deer season, right? You don't want to like kill the entire population because
exactly.
There'll be no deer.
Yeah.
So same thing.
Yeah.
I take it that way.
It's perfect sense, because to some degree we're all just like in real life, we're all connected, right? And then you do some stuff that is like really whacked out that doesn't represent your org. Now, do you vet that individual, or do you vet the entire org and say we're knocking this org down collectively as a collective agency? They've been knocked down in their reputation, and all of a sudden you're looking at a dynamic of, hey guys, who did what? How does that work? Do you set up a grievance with the guild organization and say so and so is responsible for this, and they're vetted out? Maybe they have to do what do you call it when you get in trouble, but then you have to they don't throw you in jail, but you have to do work related stuff
like probation and good. I forget what they call that. I know what you're talking about.
Yeah, and you do. I'll say again.
Community service, I think.
Community service, but then it's on the UE level that you have to provide a service back to that org that or not just the org, no, but the UEE. They have a grievance, and your org will set that up and basically navigate that conversation, or navigate how you resolve that, so that the reputation can be taken, that the hit on the reputation can be taken off. But at the same time, that org member will do missions, or a couple of missions, based upon getting that reputation back. I love that. If you're part of an org, and then that org member puts a black eye on that particular org, and you go through the guild, file a grievance that we can rectify it. Something like, as long as it's not murder, right? But rectify it, and you make amends to it, and that individual that's a part of the org that wants to continue, And let's just say it's something that they didn't mean to do. You add that sense of realism and gameplay. They do a mission to rectify it, and you're successful. It gets wiped, and you're good. Your reputation in the reputation is good, and those missions continue to flow towards that high reputation, money-making organization. Okay, I cleared up my crime stat. Now I'm going to go out and look for some salvage.
How do you have a crime stat?
I think it was I got impounded. Yeah, I was flying too close to a restricted area. I hope they fix that or revisit that, how that happens. Because you're talking about for bounty hunting, you're talking about the Anvil Hawk being able to go low altitude and hunt and track in the environments like our court. I hope they change that. Yeah, see, this is the up and down the stairwell type deal. Okay, let's see if I can salvage something and make it work.
Let's make it happen, Captain.
How is that the first time I've heard that all night?
I know. It was going a couple of times, a few times at least. The salvage beam radius seems to have been cut in half. Are you serious? Oh boy. Okay, ATC is not responsive like it used to be. Okay, it's coming up. I pressed the button 2 or 3 times, so there's some desync issues going on. I would say CIG, do not rush the hot fix or the new patch until you can really knock out some of these things, these issues. At the same time, it's, you know, I feel for them for having to do this on the weekend.
So Twix, my question regarding the beam there, so they did that to both of them because there's 2 different beams on your on your thing. At least stock. At least it used to come stock with 2 different setups.
Yeah, the braid and the cinch, right? So you don't collect as much. What? I noticed my beam is not working on the shit. Let me see if I can map that. Because I have a lever that I use and it moves it. So maybe I didn't, because of 320, they did a lot of changes on the bindings. But let me see if it's there or not. Salvage mode, toggle. Okay, let me set that. Oh, gamepad. No, I'm not on pad. I'm 6. Okay, so salvage there. That's that.
I've seen a lot of people before 320, like when they would be like just going through stuff like so fast. I'd be like, that's way too quick. And of course they'd be using the larger one, you know. So I don't know.
Yeah. Okay, this is absolute beam spacing. This is what I think Twix is talking about. Okay, I've activated that again. Now I'm gonna save it to my settings. I keep it simple. I call it 6 degrees of freedom, StarCitizen. That's it. That works for me so well. All right, let me see the beam is working. It says it's okay. It's probably borked. Let me turn off power. It's almost like the old MISC workaround trick. Okay, now the other thing I would do is stand up and sit back down. It's like a stow and unstow to activate it. I wonder if they had the conversation of, with CIG, I wonder if they had the conversation of, as we prepare to ramp up with production and features, have they decided what would be a viable solution for mitigating the bugs? Do they outsource this to help get rid of bugs? I don't know. Okay. It's off. Systems are off. Nope, it's not working. Let me see. Let me hit what is that mode? Gimbal. Well, this is a little different. These levers, it's showing that it's working right there, but the beam is not. Maybe that's a broken bug. That's a break. Maybe I'm thinking that's a bug. Moving the beams is not what I'm talking about. Okay. The circle is not as large as when you salvage the material. So you're getting it in smaller increments. So when you do those kind of missions where you have to do a cover up or if it's timed, it takes longer. One big issue with outsourcing, most of the code was written from scratch. Might be too costly to outsource. Great point. Oh 07 there, long shot. That makes sense then. It makes a lot of sense.
Go find a ship because I want to see this thing in action.
Yeah. I see something out here, Admiral. 15 clicks out. Okay, here we go. I'm pinging. That one's 10.5. That's closer. Then I got to remember the mass. It's like 2K is junk. 5K like asteroids or something. 12K is your actual material. Okay, I got some artifacts out here. That was working for me before, but it does look as though it's not moving for you. Yeah, that's a bug, Twix. Beat her up. And adjustments to your scanning bubble or radius, that's not working. Okay, I should. The scanning will actually get the reading of what that object is. So that's a rock. Let me see the scanning aspect. That's another thing. Let me see. I'm still drifting here. Let me see if it's there for scanning. Should be there. It should be working. I don't think it was working for me. Scanning, vehicle scanning. Activate scanning. Yeah. Okay, that's it. That's the scanning. Yeah, it's not. Okay, yeah, it's not working. That's weird. Tin cup 07. Be aware of salvage. I'm doing some right now, and my boxes went auto eject. It seems to leave the ship sometimes. I'm not 100% sure what's causing it, but I'm having to collect them now. Holy smoke! So they're falling out of the ship. Oh boy. I don't know. That resources might be worth it, long shot. I'm just saying. No pun intended. That might be a worthwhile long shot, long shot. I don't know. As this game gets bigger, these bugs are expanding as well. Oh wow, it's a whew, it's not easy. Oh my gosh. Yeah, that's yeah. As we want more features, they like hold your horses. We gotta stabilize and fix what we have. But that's a great point when you build a source code from scratch. These are the things that need to be. This is the process that has to be overcome, or the issues that have to be overcome. The bugs when you create things from scratch. Home cooking, right? Okay, let's see. And see my scanning, it helps to find those objects. But yet it's turning things off. It's weird. Okay, I'm pushing forward. And there's a signature. Was it 14,000? Oh, I'm wondering if I'm getting I'm not getting functionality in my
Damn, son, you just
Oh,
hit with
7.
the wow
That's annoying
effect.
tin cup. They have to.
think
I mean,
up.
I think I've seen that once or twice where before where the salvage would go out the back, but that's kind of ridiculous.
Yeah. Yeah, they gotta. I'm not getting any readings so far. Me ping. Oh shit. Okay. Okay. And objects are not easy to find now. It's kind of like scraps now. Asteroid, asteroid. Almost like we want you to do the missions. We don't want you to find salvage on your own. Hold down the button to scan. Yeah, it's for some reason, Dirk. It's like I would just press the button and it would activate. I don't know, something weird with the new settings now with 3.20. Hmm. Thought maybe didn't have to leave the sea so long as cargo spots were available. That wasn't the case. And yeah, the scanning mode is not activating, Dirk. That's the weird thing, man. I set the 1 second. I don't want to crash into anything. But yeah, is this a bug that I'm trying to determine? With the I'll go into the system here. They're scanning, right? Let me clear these out. That's the scanning mode. So I'm gonna map it to activate scanning right there. Increase right there. Got that. Decrease. Pull back. Right. Oh, operator modes, Dirk. Okay, operator modes. He's saying it's under operator modes, not scanning. That is weird. When you have scanning here, is that just vehicles? Salvage, missile operator, scanning mode. Okay, it's the same button. I'm gonna do that. Scanning mode toggle. Okay, there it is. Activate scanning. I guess that's with the ship. The one is with vehicle. Maybe they should rename that ship seats and operator modes, and then the vehicles. I don't know. Okay, let's try it. See, it basically turns off my the salvage. Something is crossed in here. Something's crossed. Something's crossed up. Scanning has been broke since 320. Yep. Confirmed. Oh, 7. Yeah, so they got some work to do, man. But basically, that's the whole basis of scanning in itself. If you can't scan, you can't salvage unless you do a mission. and I try to ping to kind of, and that's the other thing. You can't set the ranges for your ping radius. That used to work. That's not working now. Those are rocks. No. Usually they're like little blue splotches. I would call them the Pac-Man the blue ghost. That's what if I had to use an analogy to say what that symbol looks like that's salvageable, it's the Pac-Man blue ghost without eyes. It's just a blob. Yes. It's taking me out of the salvage mode, that's the button. So they have it crossed, Dirt 07. So UI has to come back and revamp it. The UI team. Oh, you said that's what it's supposed to do? Okay, so yeah, but I'm not getting that scan where you hear that little ticking sound. Okay. Okay, find something to scan. Okay, I pinged, so I can see objects. Okay, there's a little blob right there. That could be promising. I'm holding down scan. Yeah, then if this is the case, if it's working, it even takes over the navigation of the ship. I can use yaw and pitch. But the thrusters have been disabled. Velocity and thrust, that's been taken over. See, now it comes back. So is this something new that they want to take that out of the equation and that it's doing all scanning? Interesting. I don't know if that will enhance the gameplay. I'm going to continue to ping. Okay, pinging. Nothing yet. To speed up. Okay. Oh, what was that? Was that debris? That looked like scrap metal debris that I went past a little bit right there. Right there. Look at that. Hold on. Doubling back. My eye just caught it as it was passing. I was like, wait a minute. That looks like freaking debris. Let me slow it down. Yeah, this, the StarCitizen community. Look, there it is. That's new. Look at these. You see that they're. Remember, I said they were blue blobs earlier. The analogy was they were blue Pac-Man ghost. Because they represented blobs. Now they've changed them to like arrows. Oh my gosh. Okay, we got an epiphany here. Epiphany. That's it. Look, they changed it. Now press the scanning button to enter scanning mode. I'm already in scanning mode, Dirk, I believe. I think I turned it off. See? 1 second. Okay, this is a little straight. Was that a rock? No, that's the rock. But this looks so... Wait a minute. Then aim at the object and hold down the button until it collects the data. Okay, it went yellow for extract. Dude, they totally changed this, man. 07. They told... You remember, guys, when it used to be a blob, a ghost, a Pac-Man ghost blob without eyes? Yeah, I'm looking at it. Derek's like, over there, the left. I'm right there. Is that a... Am I getting attacked? Okay, I heard noise. That's the audio degradation again. Okay, look at that. So they're using utilizing now the cell shading that they use with mining, the gold and purple. You're able to play. Oh, no, Dirk. Thank you, man. No. I'm not. It's nothing like that. I'm laughing, dude, because it's like, holy smokes, this is totally different. No, you're right. Appreciate that. It's just comical, man, that they've drastically changed this gameplay aspect now. Look at that. Now, the one I'm going to get on is Twix. Twix, when's you salvaging? You didn't tell me this, man. What's up? That's how I get Twix. Now it goes green saying, yeah, go for it. Okay, here we go. Mining. Salvage 101. Okay, the beam is working too. Look at that. Now, he said something about the circles being smaller,
yeah,
but...
switch up between the two
The cinch?
the two different... Yes, and see which one's better or worse.
I don't know which one is better or worse, Admiral. You got me there between the cinch and the braid.
So the idea would be, let me look at your screen real quick.
Yeah. One gets takes more meat off the bone. The other one is faster.
So, and a braid, it says the efficiency is 0.76 or 0.78, and it has a diameter above it. So I think that's the big one. So if you switch up to the other one,
Cinch. Okay, I'm switching to cinch.
yeah, go to cinch. It should get smaller, and the efficiency should go up.
Ah, thank you.
So now, yeah, it's like half the size, but the efficiency is like, what is that, an extra 10% better or something like that?
So cinch is what I want when I want to get the value.
I actually do cinch, and then I do a braid when I want to clean up, because if the goal is to clean up an entire ship, right?
Cool.
And you have to base this off, how much time you want to spend. But if the idea is to get every piece of metal you can get up there, and then you do all of it with a cinch, and then you kind of follow through with the braid to get everything you missed.
Okay.
Some people use a braid because they just want to get everything they can and they just want to go from one ship to the next ship. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, Dirk says
it's gonna matter more when you have other ships, like say an 890 with very, very expensive material.
Yeah.
And then you want to get as much material as you want. Right now, I think it's like one rate for all the metal that we get.
Ah. Okay. Nice. We learned something today. Well, like Jared said, what did we learn today? Dirk says I'm an braid man. When it comes to scraping, I'm a braid.
Yeah, he's like, I don't want to spend the time, but when like really expensive materials come on ships, you'll spend the time.
So for expensive materials, what method we want to use? A braid? Or cinch?
When it comes out, probably cinch.
Okay, because it's more efficient. Got it.
Yeah, you get more of it. It's like stripping gold. Like, would you want to leave gold behind?
Heck no.
So, and I'm talking about not gold like in the StarCitizen terms. I'm talking about like in real life.
Correct. Oh, yeah, I follow your analogy. And so I'm going to use the C word for cash, meaning, yeah, that's cash. That's money. Coin. C for coin. C for cash. And the braid for like, get it and move away from it. Get it in quick and move away. That's my analogy to remember it. The larger diameter makes up for the efficiency, in my opinion. Ah. and the station is filling up back here. And I have it where I can open the door and everyone can see once it spills out. It's close to finishing, and you'll see it. I'm going to switch cameras once it gets to the filler and it spews out. It should spew out automatically. I'm not trying to 100% strip a ship. Okay, it's spewing out. There's the red. There it is. It's spewing out. You can see it on stream. It's ejecting the first crate. Now, I don't have to worry about that first one, but every other crate I have to start moving. That's where it's like, oh, I need another person, really. But if you have to do it single player, you're going to have to go down those steps. Let's pull up to a test 890, recycle all the glass. That would be interesting, Scuba, if we get to a point where we can salvage glass material, right? They continue to build out this gameplay mechanic. Well, maybe it require that you use another fitting to extract the glass, right? Maybe it creates a heat and then they melt it to an extent. All the beer bottles, cargo fuel. Yeah. And we need the light fix too. That's another thing. We definitely need lights. They're working on the rebalance of all lights. They're taking into account, are they too bright or are they too low? They want them just right.
Jerk isn't too far. Oh no, it's Scuba Steve isn't too far off because we don't know what like glass, quote unquote, spaceship glass is made out of.
Correct.
When you look at like the Argo mole, is it the mole? Yeah, the mole with that crappy plexiglass turret glass that gets dirty like in 5 minutes.
Yeah.
Like that stuff, you know, on an 890 might be worth a lot of money compared to say, you know, a Drake ship or even an Anvil or something like that.
Your higher end, your high quality ships like that. That makes sense.
It's like some type of like, cause you remember Star Trek 4, they had like transparent aluminum, and that was how they used. That's what they needed to. That's the guy sold them. That's what Scotty is like. Hey,
yeah,
you know, how can we get this glass if we give you these plans? And they're like,
the voyage home.
The guy didn't design it himself.
Yeah.
So,
voyage home.
But now there's like literally there's a product that they nicknamed transparent aluminum. I can't remember the real name of it, but someone made it, and so they nickname it transparent aluminum.
Oh, nice.
It's like a metal that's, you know, partially see-through. So.
Oh, nice.
It's one of those things that it's only science fiction until somebody makes it
real,
you know, makes it up.
Yep, that's true, and it's happened. You know, Star Trek is the perfect analogy of where that actually happened. You know, that series created so many rocket scientists that worked and retired from NASA. You know. Good stuff, man. Sci-fi. That would be a cool concept. And the end result is remove all that stuff off the system, you know, fully recycle it or break it down where it doesn't exist on the server anymore. So we're helping the cause to keep the servers tidy as well. I'm close to, and I can go gimbal mode, hit the G key, and I can actually, okay, the gimbal mode is not working. Let me see. Nope, it's a little warped. Not sure why. Scanning totally changed that gameplay loop for scanning on the Vulture. It's totally different. And 07 to Dirt, he says, you know, to his point, they're streamlining this UI now, where it makes sense, and it's less tech debt too when you do that. Breaking it down. Oh, obstructed. I'm gonna go down. Heading down. Get to work, rolling up my sleeves, man. Oh, damn. Wait a minute. Where the hell am I going, man? I went back up the steps. Okay, all right, here we go. Oh, wait a minute. You mean to tell me? Okay, see, I had, the module dropped, but I always have a backup just in case. Contingency plan.
Let's make it happen, Captain.
07. Backup plan in effect. All right, now hit the box for eject. Okay, there we go. It's ejecting. Time to stat. It is. And if Twix is out there and he has any thoughts that, hey, I'm going to steal a cargo while the bay is open, nah. Because I can see Twix pulling some bull crap like that, man. He's a prankster. He's a prankster. I'm not going to let it happen.
It's about that bottom line, baby.
The Drake value might have less worse scrap, but better cargo. Nice. And that's Drake in itself. Yeah, that sound distortion bug is a thing. Nice little haul.
No, is that just metal? Yeah, that's just metal.
Oh yeah, I'm not getting anything. Yep, that's the indicator. I'm missing the boat there on the 2 circles. Those are my clues. I'm just looking at the effects of it melting, and it should be like holes developing the donuts. There it is. That means I'm getting the material and then I'm extracting it. 07 Admiral. Okay, it's extracting it. Now we see gaps in the material, holes, literally holes in it.
You know, you can make the heads move by themselves, right? Not without the ship.
Right. That's the gimbal, and it wasn't working. Now it's working. You know why? Because I got up
there.
out of the seat. It's kind of like the workaround for anything missed. If your UI or something's not functioning right, you stand up and sit back down. But for the fact of the matter is, I went down to move cargo. Now it's working because I'm not even moving, and I'm just using the right stick, and I'm directing the laser beam. Oh 07. And those donut holes get bigger. That means the material is being transferred. And you see when that circle stays solid for quite a while, that's a lot of dense material that you're extracting before the hollow circles get bigger. I'm like, yum yum. Chimpasta 07. 320, it has a couple of issues now. Don't get me wrong, there's a couple of issues, but now would I send it to live? I would try to work on.
Are you in PTU?
I'm in PTU. You didn't know that?
I didn't know that.
Yeah. Yep. CIG's working, and they're working on the PTU. They're looking at. They want to go live with it tonight, but I don't know if they'll be able to. I don't know. I'm not sure. Let me turn on some lights. It's too damn dark. Yeah, buddy. Come on, lights. Are you on? There we go. Okay, just in the way. Yeah, 320 is live. 07 Sky. Yeah, 320 is live, but Shimpasta, they, due to the issues with live, mainly the audio distortion and then some other bugs, they went ahead and created a PTU, and they're looking to see if it's possible that they can remove those bugs and then push the current PTU into live tonight. Oh man, I just got
to get it in tonight.
Yes. I don't know if it's possible, but yeah. It'll be late. I think Chris will appreciate the developers who are working on it to get it fixed. What's the latest word? Okay, let's see here. TV. Okay. Let me get back to work. I got people to do those for me. Okay, 07 Sky. The level of for realness knows no bounds when Skyhawk shows up. Oh, real. Let me see what Skyhawk's talking about. He's going to jump in the chat. I want to pose that question to him too, the citizen going question. No pressure. School Force 1. All right, he is here. Let me 07 Skyhawk.
What's going on?
Hey man. Yeah, you know Chris reached out to me, right? Chris Roberts. And he said yeah.
Is this coming with a joke at the end of this, or is this, did he actually
It feels like a joke.
Yeah.
Oh damn, man.
No.
Ouch.
Not to be disrespectful, but it's like, hey, Chris reached out to me and he said, you know, and then some kind of joke comes after that.
Oh
it's
damn.
What it kind of starts
Knock,
out
knock.
sounding like, right? Yeah.
A knock knock. Oh damn. Wow. Well, Chris said, "Hey, Kimmy, I'm gonna grant your friend whatever they want. Let me know what it is, but it's only one thing that I'm gonna present at CitizenCon. So you go talk to them and let me know what it is that will make Star Citizen be so successful that it's a drop the mic moment for your friend." So Skyhawk, I pass it to you, brother. What's the one thing? One. Don't be like Admiral, be greedy and get two. But be one thing, huh? One thing. Yeah, one enchilada.
That's so difficult because with Star
Oh,
Citizen, there are so many
oh my
different
God.
things that we are still waiting on, right? It's difficult because there's so many things
but hey,
that we still need, right?
You gonna pass up that opportunity? Are you saying you're gonna pass it up? No, man. One
it's
thing.
It's just a difficult answer, but obviously, I think if it's one thing, you know, well, honestly, if it's one thing, it's not going to be what I was going to answer, and it's that one thing is just actually server meshing. Why? Because with server meshing, all the other things can come in. We can get Pyro, we can get Nix, we can get all those other things, but we can't get any of those things without server meshing. That is the most important thing that we're still waiting on for Star Citizen. So there you go. Deliver that.
And he just drops the mic. Boom. Drops on the floor. He walks off. Skyhawk says, "I don't care what else they present. I don't care. They did it for me." But but you're right. Server meshing, man, it means everything to this game. It means the next step forward. It allows them to deliver on all these promises that they made as regarding how we play the game. Oh, yeah. I'm on your server. Hey, Bender.
It's called X now, Scuba Steve. So you know, my zit handle.
Zit handle.
Maybe I can start zitting. Come on, I'm never gonna call it X.
I don't know what the deal is with that, man. I don't understand.
Yeah,
it's weird. I mean, just
because Elon actually started X.com way back in the day, which kind of sort of became PayPal, right?
Yeah.
And not X.com. It was a merger of two things, right?
Yeah.
But he's always wanted to basically have X as the business, right? And SpaceX, of course, has
the X.
Okay,
got it.
Of course, the X actually stood for something, right?
Right.
So he's always wanted to have that X brand as a big, major, all-encompassing thing, and I think he's decided that Twitter is going to become that.
I totally get it. I totally get it now. It makes sense. I never thought of that, but it makes sense now. That makes total sense.
I don't know if it makes sense to take a well-known and established brand and just decide to throw that away after you spend $44 billion on it and change it to. But the reason he wants to do that is because of that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I never said it was a great idea. I didn't say that. You didn't hear me say that. I said I only understand why he did it now. I totally get it with what you're saying. It does not make for a great idea, but oh, I get it now because oh, SpaceX now X. I'm like, okay, it's hey, it's your baby, dude. It's your baby. You got to change that diaper.
I'll give a special discount for you, Scuba Steve, at my only Skyhawk fans.
Oh, damn. I just saw that. The eagle has landed. Oh my gosh. Yes.
But yeah, obviously, I want to see us get server meshing testing, on or before CitizenCon. I think that's still. I think that is a legitimate viability.
Oh wow.
It's not obviously it's not going to be a 320.x patch. It'll be. I mean, very likely it'll be 3.21.
That's end of year, correct? That would mean October in 2 months. I think
if it's going to be end of the year, obviously Eva Cotty will need to get it as soon as they can.
Yes,
honestly, because it's going to be a time-consuming process to know that it's ready for prime time, right?
Good point. So, that's. Do you think that would be a positive announcement by Chris Skyhawk?
Oh yeah, 100% it will, because everything else is predicated upon it. Everything. I mean, at least every major thing. Obviously, we can get some more functionality that we've been waiting on in the game, and they brought us some stuff here in the last 3.18, even though the launch was a disaster. And they brought us some more stuff here and some quality of life with 320. And sometimes the little things are really actually what are the most valuable things
to true.
A game being a game and being good and fun to play. But I mean, honestly, the holistic, StarCitizen game is predicated upon server meshing working. So yeah, I mean,
it's so true. Everything that we do in this game, it's going to allow us not only to expand, but also to keep things in a way optimized for its best capabilities in how we interact. But yeah, so you're saying a drop somewhere at the end, or at least announce it and have a. Do you think we need to see a presentation on it?
I mean, honestly, it'd be great to show an actual demonstration of it actually working. The interesting thing about that, of course, it's not a visual thing.
Okay.
But if they can show the metrics of them flying just through Stanton, honestly, or whatever, maybe they can show it with it just being pyro, but that might be a little bit of a risk, the demo.
Yeah.
And show the metrics of that handoff being where you're just moving from one part of Stanton, Microtech or whatever, to somewhere else. And in the midst of that, you see this handoff from that one static server to another static server.
Oh, wow. Yeah.
Which is supposed to be seamless. You're not supposed to be able to notice that happen, right?
Correct.
That's the whole idea about it. But I don't know if they really can properly demo that. And that's not going really, I mean, let's face it, that's not going to get people excited because it's not visual, right?
Yeah.
But it would be great to showcase some functionality there, to really dig into it, not talk about it, but or show a slideshow, right? But yeah.
Proof of concept, for sure.
Yeah.
And then I think, like you said, it may not be a thing of it's mainly a visual thing. It's about a data. They can actually leverage data to say, hey, this is really happening. But I think, like you said, it makes sense for them to get right to the heart of the matter and announce, get that announcement that, hey, look, we're saying it's working. Now, you don't want to believe that? Let Evocati tell you. Because it's going in their hands either at the end of this, at Sunday, or what?
Right.
The end of the year patch.
After, right, yeah. And
that would be huge.
if they really want to get that done and out and working by the end of the year so that they can give us 4.0, I'm not going to say Pyro, because with all the time it's actually been since 2020 when we were supposed to get 4.0, or Pyro or whatever.
Wow. Yeah.
4.0 could be more than just that. There could be a lot of things we've been waiting on that they try to culminate into 4.0, right? Which Chris did state once that he would consider that to be like a beta state, right? That's pretty significant for that to be, for them to, a lot has to happen for that to be the case, right? So,
yeah.
But.
Well, gameplay mechanics.
Yeah.
Yeah. Essentially what you're saying is if we kind of, what 4.0 represents is more of the polish from what they've been working on with Squadron 42, correct?
Yeah, and of course, obviously the places that function. The game isn't a game until the places you put in the game have like functionality, right? Where you actually can do stuff, interact with, you know, and mechanics, basic mechanics, character mechanics, like like they talked about giving us adding swimming, your character buoyancy stuff. Honestly, just there are a lot of fundamental things that we still need in the game. And when we have them, that allows us to do a lot more things and change how we do things in the game, makes it actually more of a playable environment.
Yes. So. That's the key. Playability, and then having those game loops in those environments that will, you know, show us that, hey, not only is this gameplay mechanic from Squadron 42 works, but it's consistent, and we can build upon that as a skill set to, you know, to form muscle memory. So then now you're saying, oh, I like these game mechanics, but now I could take these learned gameplay mechanics and apply that into Squadron 42 and really immerse myself into the story, because now I understand what the gameplay mechanics will require me, what requires from me. And so all you do is just put me in the environment and let the story unfold, and I can act and react accordingly and play it out. It makes a lot of sense.
Like that EVA 2.0 or whatever they called it that they
showed.
Right?
Yes.
All those little things it could be pretty significant to actually how the game itself is experienced. More so, really, than the places that we have. Although it's always great to have more and all this vast area. But as some people, I think Burke says, you know, 1 million miles wide but an inch deep. We need it. We need that inch to start becoming, you know, a few feet, right? You know.
Yeah, 3 feet at least. Give me 3 feet.
But obviously, Pyro is going to be a huge thing. If we finally get that, and maybe a lot more along with that, that's going to be massive. But obviously, the pivotal thing to make that happen, you know, is something that's not a visually appealing thing, but it's just a crucial thing with server meshing.
Yeah. So. It's a platform. In other words, it's a platform that the game can stand on and say, oh, you want to go here. You want to have the interactions from this. That platform will provide that. It will be the conduit to allow us to expand further into the game without hindrance or bottlenecks anymore, based upon the single server approach to, you know, you create all these instances and everything is loaded on this server now. As you alluded to, the server meshing now separates those things out, but also you get a performance gain because you now have allocated resources to specific locations.
Yeah, which the other locations don't care about. Right now, everywhere you are, the server you're on has to care about everything in every location.
Yes,
right? and that's very tasking. That's why servers degrade over time.
Quickly.
That's why sometimes you can have some performance issues that occur, right? You know, the other locations don't have to care about those things if we have even just static server meshing. Even if they really struggle to get dynamic server meshing to really be viable and work, the game can still work pretty well, really quite well, if we just have a functional static server meshing system. And then it allows them to do some things like people love things. They like stuff, right? They
Oh,
like stuff that they can
yes.
mess with and touch and move, right?
Yeah.
And the more they can separate each of these locations and not have to care about all the entities and all the other locations, the more entities they can add to each individual location and get rid of all the stuff that's around everywhere we go in Star Citizen that you can't really do anything with.
Yes.
You can't move. They're there, but they're really static. Even cups and books and things like they're all static things. They're just visual eye candy. You can't do anything with them because then it has to be an entity. It has to be an entity that has physics and can be interacted with, and that's more tasking. With server meshing and separating out all these locations where they don't have to care about all the entities in all these other locations, it'll allow them to increase the number of entities that are interactable at each location. So things like looting, people love to loot stuff. And when more of the things that you see in an environment are things you can actually interact with or take,
it's appealing.
I feel that people are going to have an issue with looting in terms of because like you say, people love a lot of shit. Well, they like orders.
You're not wrong.
But with everything being physicalized, it means it has to go someplace. So do you envision 64 SU boxes just with in people's hangars just with one type of machine gun or what?
I mean that legitimately might happen in some, especially for orgs. Yeah, I imagine that's probably going to be a thing.
Yeah.
And that's also probably why it will be good for, even though our persistent hangars, not our instance hangars, but our persistent hangars will exist, and eventually, allegedly, they've been talking about it for a decade, but eventually that'll exist, allegedly. But even though they'll persist and we can access them within the universe, I think that everything that's inside of that would, I hope when we leave that hangar, would be streamed out of having to be continually
off the server.
Right.
Yep.
So it's only called when it needs to be called.
Onto another server.
When people have 100,000 entities stored in one location that they've accumulated, I mean, you're not putting so much load, or should I say maybe an org, maybe not an individual, but that kind of thing will, very much potentially happen.
So it's stored as data, on a SQL server or somewhere, or stored data. It has an object ID that makes it unique to your character, so they know what's yours is yours. And so as you need it, it becomes unstowed and it's stowed again. So it's just pieces of data that will remain there, which will allow us to procure, or like Admiral said, hoard a lot of shit. We have it.
I mean, people love to do it. I mean, people. Yeah. Look at any game that has loot. People love it.
Oh, they can't get enough of it.
Yeah.
It's saying, I got stuff, man, and then come to my hangar. Check this out. Look at this. Where the hell you get that? I know, right?
I mean, honestly, that's actually not a small part of why Tarkov is actually still successful, and it has been successful. There's all the different stuff and things that you can loot and hold because you might need for other things, crafting, or sell, and just you get its value out of it.
So you speak of the Banu. You're speaking of the Banu merchantman. We need the server meshing to support that kind of shit. You think
eventually dynamic server meshing will be very important for that kind of thing as well.
Nice.
But for the time being, static server meshing, I mean, just get us that and to get it in a stable state, and it'll be such a pivotal system for the future of the game if we're ever going to see that future.
Yes. And speaking of dynamic, it will dynamically alter the scope of how this game is played, where it's starting to put us into more of that feature list of, it's RPG-esque in a way, meaning there's levels to it, there's storage, there's items, and you get to keep those things. And now your gameplay is meaningful. What you do, how you procure these items is meaningful. So, oh man, so to your point, it touches so many things in the game. But, oh man, to say that, hey, we're going to get an announcement or some sort of communications in that regard, I think you know, to your point, Sky, that makes for a very exciting, but CitizenCon potentially. Anything
some
less.
people may not. Some people may not get excited about the whole server meshing thing, especially maybe newer people that just know about the game but don't really get into the details and the
Yes.
nitty gritty and why it's significant.
Yes.
But that's for me. That's something I've been waiting on and hoping for and wanting to get in and test. And it is the end all be all whether or not this game's going to happen or not, right?
Yeah.
So it's tremendously important, and that would be a huge thing if we actually get that into a testable version in the PU, where we can start actually getting it to a viable state, and it becomes a reality and not just something that we've been hearing about for how many years?
You said 10? Yeah. What is it?
They've been talking about all those persistent hangers and inviting your friends to
Oh my
hangers.
God. Yeah.
Yeah.
We were
They told
laughing
us that
about
a long time ago. Yeah.
You remember with our conversation a few days ago? We were laughing about, you know, you were showing me the arrow view, and I was like, "Whoa, man, that's kind of Star Wars-esque, like Empire."
I love that old arrow view hanger. I'd love to get that as a persistent hanger.
Yeah.
In the universe finally.
And you know the four or five different styles that we were talking about, and it was now they're on the cusp of now, you know, as a test bed to say, okay, you can call up a hanger, it's going to persist. Yeah, Scuba, the YO baby, welcome to the YO. Yep.
Yeah.
Rebel in York.
Yeah. Admiral, you got a Fury LX, right? You were talking about that the other.
I do have a Fury LX. Yes.
I really like, and it's something that needs to exist on every ship in the game. But I like that it has its individual serial number, ship identification number on it.
Yeah, Admiral was saying that.
Yeah, it's one of the things. I question what happens when it gets destroyed, though.
Right,
Like,
that's a good question.
Number?
Or do you end up getting a new one? Because,
Yeah.
Oh my God.
That is really a great question. I wonder.
I feel like I'm already a retired racer because I should just store it in a garage someplace.
Yeah. Or maybe they'll treat it like the Enterprise NCC 1701A, where it got destroyed and they essentially rebuilt it. Yeah, yeah, there you go.
Do I gotta put an A after it or what?
Yeah. Well, remember the A got destroyed, and they recommissioned a new one, and they just designated it the A as well.
What was that?
Episode or Star Trek 3 does. Yeah, Star Trek 4. Yeah.
Like Columbia or something like that. I can't remember which ship that actually became.
Yeah, but I really like every ship, just like every aircraft. Should have that, and I want to see everyone's unique identifier. I want that to be a thing that is on every ship.
Part of scanning.
Along with us being able to actually do like paints rather than just skins that we have to pay real money for. They did promise us paints a long time ago, so.
So I have to. So Scuba Steve is like throwing it out there. So NCC 1701-A is actually
was the 1 and 4
is the name of my character.
Oh, is it?
What? No, you didn't, Steve. No, you didn't.
So you're. Is that right, Scuba Steve? Was the one in Star Trek 3 still just the NCC 1701?
It has to be the A was only crewed by the original cast.
They do it letter variants.
Yeah. Well, the 1701 and then 1701A were both the original.
They get introduced. Yeah.
A was the new one. So they were still in Star Trek 3. That was still just because that one was refitted, obviously too. Yeah. As in the motion picture, it had its refit.
Yeah, you had the refit, and it gets destroyed, and then I don't know what happened between four and then 6. It looks like because they completely redid that just for like aesthetics.
What happened between 4 and 6 is 5, which everyone wants to forget.
Actually, you know what? I actually like 5, and this it's just because of Star Trek.
Is that the new country?
Is about humanity.
No, that was the Final Frontier.
The final one. Okay.
The Undiscovered Country was, I thought, actually very good. Everyone loves Star Trek 2, and I do too. Star Trek 2 is fantastic.
Oh,
We've gotten off track. But Star Trek 2 is really actually very good, even though it's 1982. But Star Trek 6 was actually really, really good. I thought it was really well done.
What was that? The premise of that one? That was when
Which one?
The 6. What did they do in that one?
The Klingon
War.
Yeah,
was a Cold War.
Oh yeah, it was a
Empire.
conspiracy. They wanted to keep the freaking war going, and they were, oh my gosh, yeah.
The Klingon moon
conspirators.
praxis had exploded,
Oh
and
my god.
it doing severe damage to the Klingons' home planet's atmosphere, which was going to become a humanitarian crisis for Klingon.
They rather have a war instead of help.
Right, and so they were trying to negotiate removing the neutral zone and allowing the Klingons to be able to repopulate in other areas. And that's what the original base, the first basis of the episode.
To me, my understanding to that, the premise of that, I remember Greg Brock was in it. He was one of the conspirators. But it was is a lesson learned about pride.
Yeah.
That, to me, that was the moral of that story. That they had so much pride about their life and their culture
Klingons,
that they were willing to go through war as opposed to rebuild and be something new. They were stuck in their ways, which was a thing of pride. It was a great lesson learned right there.
Yeah, I mean, Christopher Plummer was in that. He was great.
Plummer.
Christopher Plummer, from The Sound of Music,
Oh, is that the one who was quoting the let loose the dogs of war? Yes.
He was great.
Oh, my God, that was
theatrical-
awesome.
He was a theatrical performer, so that was like his. He was like right in his own.
Yeah, to be or not to be.
And
that
David Warner
freaking
played
torpedo.
Gorkon, and he did a great job with. I thought Gorkon as well. Obviously, he was in just the first half of the movie or whatever. But
yeah, that was fun. That was a great one.
Do you remember the president?
He wanted the '70s show.
Yeah, it's the father from the '70s.
Yeah. Hey, dumbass.
He was also the guy from RoboCop who was like.
He was the villain. Right. Yep. From the original.
We're just telling everyone in chat that we're old.
Oh my God. Okay. All right.
Because we remember the things from when we watched it when they were new.
I was a kid when I saw RoboCop.
No. See, Sky, you messed up, man, because they didn't know what the hell we were talking about.
Right, and now they know that it's obviously something old.
Wait a minute, what is this?
I'll get back to the theory real quick, and then we go back to Star Trek. But
I have a theory too.
I think the one thing that's interesting about that is it's a very maneuverable ship, and it's like. But like the top speed, the SEM speed is like I think like 240.
Yeah, it was Skyhawk made that point. Yep, the other day.
And then the Razor's like 335 or something like that.
Yeah,
it's like almost 75 or 85 points higher.
It handles curves at a high speed. In other words,
it's what they're doing is so like you just you can't have just one ship that beats every
correct
track.
Yep.
So you're gonna have these chips that like are just a little bit better for this track, a little better for that track, and I think that's a good way for them to kind of.
They still need to work on some balance with regards to some of those, but that they are designing it where some tracks are better, like the 350R is not great on some tracks because it's fast, but it does not turn. It's like it's big compared to everything else. It's a boat, right? So there are definitely some tracks that are better, and that's not a bad thing.
Yeah, that's the key. The tracks. They need to revisit.
I gotta find my character.
Oh, your character.
But I do. I think the Razor does not corner as well. The Razor LX is supposed to be. Well, technically, they don't even call the Razor LX the racing one, but it is the fastest one, right? But it doesn't. It's supposed to be like
the
Formula One.
Right?
Yeah, it looks like Formula. Yeah.
Yeah, it's supposed to really. It was supposed to be like the Formula One of like racing ships, right?
Yep.
But it doesn't corner great.
Correct.
So I mean, all the ships need some balancing eventually, obviously.
Well,
but
the tracks as well, Scott. I believe the tracks and the environment has a say so too, because you would want to bring your favorite ship. You don't want to generically say, okay, it all has to be LXs unless it's a certain special event where you basically turn in your racing ship and you get that rental version, right? But outside of that, you still want to be able to say, I want to race a Razor with an LX with a M50, right? So what makes it relevant or relatable, where they can interconnect as a collective race all together outside of the Dragonfly. We're not going to bring that in the equation, but you have tracks that will that will have the advantage and disadvantages of every ship. Maybe there's a section that's a straightaway. The Misk Razor take advantage. Then you have some winding curves. All of a sudden, the LX comes into play. So if you balance your tracks that will reflect the pluses and negatives of all ships, then you can basically incorporate all the ships into the race, and that skill set of the racer will determine the outcome of that race.
Yeah. There's my ship name in your chat.
I see. Hey, so you went up doing hey Carbon, did you turn on HDR? Carbon, it's weird. My card does not. I would have to turn off my gaming computer screen in order to siphon it to tether it through. It was weird. I may have to get a new card. There's the new ones that will actually do the pass through for HDR. But no, I've played it. I want the HDR. It's beautiful. It brightens everything up. It has more dynamic lights and darks in the game. It's incredible. But I'm still working through that to get that working.
It looks like you got camel power mode on is what you got going on.
It's too dark. Okay, let me turn it up. So in other words, just say, hey man, damn thing is too dark. No.
Are you kidding me? Yeah.
I just have to, oh, that's right. You're doing it. But you have to do it.
And put the headlights on, see if they help out.
Oh no.
Yeah, I know you're in space.
I know that's never gonna work.
You know what's funny? We had the whole sea, and the whole sea's got those big lights on it, right?
Yeah.
The Pisces lights are way brighter. They illuminate so much more than the massive whole sea's massive lights. I really wish they would get ship lights a little bit better as well.
I think Richard Tyler mentioned that last time he was on
that's fine.
StarCitizen Live. He did say someone in the who were asking questions. They said, "Hey, what's going on with the lighting system?" So they're basically saying, "Hey, it's going to take a minute because we're going to have to go through all of the ships and do a rebalance." So it's like, yeah, it's going to be a while. he smiled, he laughed it off. He's like, but basically, yeah, it's going to be a while. We're on it. So it's like, we need a priority of that, or the environments have to lighten up and have better contrast as well. It's a two-pronged approach.
Interesting. Yeah.
Once I was just asking because I was talking to another streamer, and apparently it is horrible for streaming because if your users are on SDR TV, monitor, phone, then it apparently looks unwatchable. Yes. And the thing is, it disables my monitor. It's an HDR monitor, Carbon, but it's not allowing me to it's not allowing me to pass it through.
That's your capture card that's doing that, yeah.
Exactly. Now there's a new one.
That does seem weird because there are a lot of games that have HDR. I've never seen that be an issue.
Really?
People, for streaming. I mean, there are a lot of games.
Yeah.
Like Cyberpunk. There's the Red Dead Redemption 2. All those games have HDR support, and I've never heard anyone say that it's made the streams of those games unwatchable on SDR. So
yeah, I gotta look.
It's interesting. I haven't seen that for myself to know.
Yeah, I gotta do a deep dive because it's been a concern now that we have HDR, and it's kind of one of those. It's a bane of my streaming right now. It's like it went the way of it's overtaking audio now. I'm telling you, man, I got to get back into the lab and figure out what's going on once and for all, because I can turn off my main monitor and I can look at the streaming side of it, and then it will activate. It'll do that, and then I can make the adjustments.
Yeah, that's true. There's a lot of black in StarCitizen.
It is, man. It's crazy.
Or darkness. I mean, you are in space, so you're going to get a lot of darkness when you're in space.
Right. But see, that's the thing, the narrative that they say, right? What did Jared say? Oh, we're going to dial it over to the left for sim, but then when we need to bring that arcade dial to the right, we're gonna bring it over to the right, and so it'll be a fine line or a sweet medium between the two. Right now, it's too simulated.
Yeah.
It's too sim, man. It kills your gameplay. And to that point, I'm hoping when they do the revamp for R-Corp, we have flood lighting for the landing zone. We have ample lighting that's projected where we can see the city at night. Please, please.
It's the space stations need some rework in that regards at night. Like, come on, like those should have their own illuminating lights that shine on larger surface areas, so the station itself has at least some reasonable visibility. Yeah.
Guys, Sky, you were mentioning this about 2 weeks ago about the floodlights on the space stations. But to your point, the Star Trek movies were great with that. When you see the ships, you see the stations, they have those beautiful floodlights in their movies. It was the same thing. It's like, wait a minute, we need this in Star Citizen. Great point.
Technically, you're correct, Bender. Just depends on
it's
how.
not dark in space.
It depends on what side of a light source you are in space, right? If you're on the light source side and your distance isn't too bad, it's very bright. But on the opposite side of that same station or ship on the dark side, it would be very, very, very dark.
And that's when and that's when lighting should activate. You know, we talked about that. That when the it's not rotating, but when the sun is actually shining on the station, you see it very well. But then when the sun is on the other side of the planet or the moon, it's dark as heck, man. I'm like, oh my gosh.
The Earth actually looks amazing on the dark side at night.
Really?
Oh yeah, because one, you get a halo of illumination because of the atmosphere around it, but you also have lots of humans. So the lights of cities and countries are actually really, really well visible at night on the night side of Earth. It's actually pretty incredible.
Oh, that's cool.
Visual spectacle, yeah.
How hard would that be to, mimic that in Star Citizen?
They do a little bit. The problem is the distance in which they have those lights, like the culling distance for even lights, and lights should be much further. Before they stream out.
Gotcha.
I mean, it's just light spots, right? It's not not like you're having to render, some heavy, demanding thing. Yeah, it's just right now it's all about just trying to improve some performance, I guess you would say, by just reducing. But eventually, as they get Vulcan in there and they're able to do some more optimizations,
yes,
hopefully they can improve that. Yeah.
And also, it touches a server meshing. We need that server meshing to capture those resources so that we can apply features like that. Because there's a level of tech debt based on where things exist right now. But once we're able to separate them out, we can get more resources back to those features we want to see like that, especially the visual stuff.
Yeah. Oh, that's Saturn V, as Scuba Steve are. Yeah. If people haven't really seen like the Saturn V, it is quite impressively large.
Wow.
And then the Starship, the booster and Starship is even bigger, which is, it's impressively large too. I don't think people, when they see it on a video, actually can really get a sense of the scale of how big it actually is.
Wow. And now the next narrative is we're heading to Mars, right? This is all them prepping up to that. Dude, that's going to be incredibly exciting, epic. It's the next evolution of mankind. It's showing the best of what mankind can do. But when you're talking about moving to Mars, man, that is crazy, dude.
A lot of things have to happen other than just a rocket that can get there for us to be able to viably do that. Yeah. But if people are willing to put in the work, just like they did in the 60s, then it's certainly accomplishable.
Yeah.
But it requires a lot of work, a lot of time, a lot of money.
And sacrifice.
Yeah. Yeah.
Because we're talking about it's a one-way trip, right? Isn't that what the narrative is? It's a one-way trip.
Oh, I mean, it's not supposed to be, but you know, but the thing with with what SpaceX is building, it uses methane and oxygen, and they chose methane for a reason, and that's because they can actually pull that from the
environment,
carbonaceous ice that's near the poles of Mars.
Oh wow!
And so they can actually generate fuel.
Yes.
From that for return flights. Right, so that's the goal with regards to that. But he said, of course, the risk is high. You go there that you may not make it back. That first human flight there. Going to the moon was a massive risk.
Yeah.
And they, so Mars is just even that much. That much more. It's literally like 140, 150 times farther away.
Yes. About 6 months trip, right? One way.
And that's when it's at its closest, obviously, which is only a certain window. So yeah.
Yeah, the planetary's rotation. Yep, that's true. CIG, you hear what Skyhawk said? Methane. Put that in certain moons and planets so Starfarer can use it, please.
Well, our ships use hydrogen, which is actually, for its weight, very, very effective. But it's hard to contain hydrogen in reality without small leaks.
Wow.
It's best to obviously get it. You also have to get it really, really cold in order to make it in liquid form.
Yeah, condense it.
And you can't run hydrogen like 1-to-1 with oxygen, or it runs so hot it melts every substance known to man. It runs so hot that it'd melt everything. So they have to actually run it less oxygen and run it hydrogen rich, like on the space shuttle.
It makes it as dense as possible.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, pure. That's crazy, man. That's How many boxes do you have right now? I'm probably full, Twix. Yeah, I'm just about full. Yeah, I'm close. That's another wish list on the UI. How many containers are we holding in our cargo unit? Cargo grid. Yep.
Also, another thing they need to change on the ship, on the commercial, CIG, they don't fib anything on commercials.
Oh man, those commercials! Oh my God,
the commercial for the Vulture, they show the boxes, going like a conveyor belt straight down that line, so you can have multiple ones be pushed out before you have to move them. And if it actually did that, you could actually do like 5 boxes at a time before you had to go down and actually move them. But they don't do that, even though that's what they show them doing on the commercial. They need to implement that. They just allow that box to push the other box down until it gets to the end of that line, which is 4 boxes plus the one in the container, so you could do 5. And that would make life so much easier for all these Vulture users.
Yes. They had mentioned that, but it's been a while. I don't know if they're going to really do that or if it's possible.
Oh, well, it's definitely possible. They just need to actually assign someone enough time to actually implement the mechanics of it. So
it'd be worth it, especially with hull munching now. You're talking about being able to utilize more or create more cargo containers, SC units, right? You especially need it for the reclaimer because that thing does it in bulk. You need it for the Vulture to say, okay, you want a single player experience, but not a 2-man experience that one person is utilizing due to the fact that the conveyor belt is sorely missing the gameplay mechanics to allow us to, multitask as a single player in the ship.
Right.
Nothing in SC is supposed to be easy. Says Scavenger.
Nothing in SC certainly is easy.
But they're trolling us, bro.
Supposed to be easier than they are, right?
They're trolling us. There's a difference now. Damn.
Yeah.
Working gameplay.
That'd be a nice quality of life for that particular ship.
Oh,
and I'm sure there's some other ships. I'm sure there's some other ships that based on mechanics, like refining ships, that functionality would be really good for quality of life of that experience too. So when they come out,
Sky, I will have a fit if they announce any of the refinery ships whether it be the Misk Expanse or it could be the Galaxy. I'm like, please, man, one of those ships.
I have a feeling if they do, it's probably going to be the Expanse first, so they can really focus on that ship.
Yeah.
To create this standard of how refining works.
Yes.
And eventually we'll get like the Orion 2, which is that mining and refining ship.
Yes.
Mining's been in, right? But it needs refining too. But I don't think that they'll use the Orion as that ship to work on and develop the mechanics of refining. It'd probably be like the Expanse, I bet.
Yeah.
I wouldn't be surprised. Unless they just decide to do that with the Starfarers, which because they're in the game.
Yes.
But the thing is, the Starfarers are already in the game. They're not going to sell nearly as many of those as the Expanse when they bring that in the game, and it works.
Hello.
So it's probably going to be the Expanse.
Yes, I agree. And like you said, with the refinery part, it can be the prototype for the Orion, so they can go a little extra. They go further in the steps. I said earlier, you have 2 refinery stations that have different functionalities, or you need to. When you're talking about in volume, you're talking about a number of ships coming to that ship, right? Not just delivering those items that need to be refined, such as volatives. It could be, I'm sure it's going to be more than one volative type of mineral like quantanium, but you utilize one side of the station for your just standardized processing and have one other person man that station for it's coming in hot. Right? Like a quantanium, I got how many minutes to refine it, and that should transfer over to that gameplay where you kind of cool it down, stabilize it, and to get it into a stable point. So you should have a timer as well to make sure it's going to stabilize. And if you don't work in those parameters or there's not enough time, then you have some sort of functionality to say eject, eject, eject. Or if the eject button isn't working, abandon ship, ship. But I would love it for the Orion to have filtering. Not just removing inert material, right? So that every bit is 100%.
It's about that bottom line, baby.
Right. Yeah.
But let's say
that's kind of the idea of what they want to do is to be able to discard the inert materials from everything that you mine and just get your load of like pure refined material.
Long shot. That shouldn't be on fire. Maybe I should just go. You backing up, dude. Why are you backing up and then you run? What the hell's going on? You look at the instrument panel. Abandon ship. Abandon ship. Go boom, 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 boom. It's like, oh God.
Speaking of releasing that stuff, I mean, I like the idea and I agree with the idea that the whole sea should have a way to release its cargo.
For piracy?
Yeah, for piracy or even to weaponize it in the case of piracy.
Oh, you bad boy. Listen to you.
Get yourself some momentum, get yourself a little spinning, and then you drop that, and it becomes a very, very massive, heavy, damaging projectiles. Yeah, I mean, but for piracy too,
dude, that is so cold-blooded.
For being able to say, hey, you know what? Okay, you take my cargo, you're gonna let me go. All right, I'm releasing it.
Right.
It's all yours.
Right.
Yeah.
Oh my God! Or you can add from the UI. You can add some sort of a bomb or mechanism that will go off or set it off, especially if it's volatile, and it can blow up. This guy releases all the vending machines.
At some point, we need to try to get a whole sea full of just vending machines when they allow us to do all those. Yeah.
Cargo grid goes wild.
Not just cargo containers. Yeah.
That would be fun, and that would be hilarious.
No.
Dropping them off to different locations, like space stations that need food there, or replace the machines.
It'd be great if the Benny's machines actually start working at some point too.
Oh my God! Yeah, distribute noodles.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. Or do them like like the military, like sea rations. You open a pack and it's a block, and it's like it looks like edible pasta or noodles, right? It's in the block. It has all the flavor, the imitation meat or soy that imitates that same flavor, the umami taste. And you just eat it as a block because it's a space age sea ration version of it, right?
Yeah.
Well, how cool would it
space.
be if you had a Benny's machine in one of your ships, and that's your
Well,
way or form of way dispersing food, and then someone comes to replace it or change
right.
it
I
out.
mean, that's kind of sort of like an idea. That's. I mean, obviously that was the Benny's machine was a subscriber flare years ago. And
Yes.
supposedly, it's supposed to work, and we can put it in our hangars. But if we can put it in our hangar, you could also put it in our ships. So I mean,
Yes.
certainly it could be a thing if they ever give us those little
Loops, game
little
loops.
functionalities, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
I love it, man. They're kind of like, I think they're just treading water right now because it's so many things that they need, and at some point they gotta grab that bull by the horns and says, okay, direction now. We're moving forward. Okay, we're not mulling over it. Okay, gameplay aspect, we nailed it. Get it done. On to the next one. Nail it. Get it done.
Yeah.
Because once they, like, to your point, once they announce and we actually get server meshing, the positive thing about that, the happy thing about it is we're expanding. The bottleneck is potentially being removed. The bad side of it is the developers, the staff, they better be up to speed because now everything is the bandwidth is so wide and you need so many things now. You can't be mulling around with, oh, it's in concept. We're going to be in concept for 2 years.
Yeah.
It will kill your project. The game will be done. It'll be done and over with.
And then if that could give me then a second thing that I'd like to see,
Okay.
right?
Okay. All right. You get, well, Admiral got
after-
one. He got a second one. Go ahead.
After server meshing, the second thing would be Squadron 42, so that you can actually put more focus on the PU. Like, let's get us Squadron 42 in part 1 or whatever, and shift more focus onto the PU for a while. Let's like
need
half of your 1,100 people maybe on the PU.
That's a great
That would
solution.
be great. Thank you. Please.
07
Thank
to
you.
that, brother. That is a great solution right there because you have to do it. You have to do that. I'm sure Chris, I'm sure the leads, your directors out there, your project managers, I'm sure they realize that at some point you have to say release date for Squadron 42, and it's not a thing of, people are hearing, oh, as soon as Chris is done with chapter 1, he's taking that same team and going right into chapter 2. Unacceptable.
Yeah, not with first of all, I mean, surely they don't need to build as many assets for chapter 2 because they will have done so much, right?
Yes.
You would hope. Surely they don't need like the 85, 90+% or whatever that they have currently focused on it. They can spare a couple hundred people at least for the PU. You can send me a link, then like in Discord, Steve, for your 75 if you want. But yeah, I think everyone would love to see that happen. I mean, let's be honest, the money that's given them the ability to build this game and mainly focus on Squadron 42, most of that money didn't come in because people were so excited about Squadron 42. Not that people aren't, but they didn't spend $500 on that ship for Squadron 42. They spent $500 on that ship for the StarCitizen, the PU. And Squadron 42 is a great extra thing, but man, for the universe, that's StarCitizen.
Yes.
That's what people are hungry for. So, yeah.
Yeah. You're so right. You're so right. And that's the right thing to do, Sky, when you...
Even the old backers, I mean, that's mostly
they know,
what...
Yeah.
And
then that's, again, you take that number, Sky. You take that number of the old backers, and then you actually reference that to your newer backers who are coming in, who's seeing nothing but the exclusivity and those trailers based on Persistent Universe.
I haven't seen anything about Squadron 42. Like, probably, if they've been around for 2 or 3 years,
nothing.
What? Squadron 42? What? Like,
No,
what
no.
is that? I
Why the
haven't heard
hell?
that.
Yeah, why the hell we ain't developing the game? And you talking about some damn Squadron 42? Who gives a damn about Squadron 42? It's like, we got a dilemma here. Chris is not giving us a proper demo in years.
I have a feeling that it'll change in a month.
Yeah, it has to, because then he has to set. We hear reasons of why do they pull the sales for Squadron 42? What's the reason for that?
Yeah.
Does that make sense now? Or is that a thing of, hey, wait a minute, this is false advertising? I don't want to use that word, but why am I, it's like, what is this Squadron 42? There's so many questions about it now. Even with the OG backers, we don't know what's going on with it.
Yeah. It's been a while.
It's been a minute.
If I might, I mean, a little bit of copium, but I think part of it obviously is there's a law passed in Germany that they can't sell it without a release date. I have a feeling that law is going to expand to like more of Europe or the EU. I could be wrong.
Oh wow, yeah.
Someone from Europe might have more insight on if that likely will expand into other countries within the EU as well as becoming like an EU overall law.
Yeah.
But not only do I think we get a vertical slice, but because of that and then pulling it for a price change, I think that they will give us a tentative date.
Oh, wow.
And maybe a tentative date might be a year out still.
I'm okay with that.
How much?
How much?
How much you think the price?
Now it's going to go up to Squadron 42.
Oh, $60 for sure.
60?
That's it?
Yeah.
That's it?
I mean, really, it was
like 75?
They could, because, well, you know what? It's CIG, so yeah, probably. Because they'll try to get as much as they do with every single ship in the game, as much as they think anyone's willing to pay for it.
Yeah.
Right, I already have it right now. I mean, I don't have to pay jack squat, but...
No, I don't either. I'm paid for.
And you could get it for, what, 45 standalone, right? That was.
It used to be, right?
It was, yeah.
It used to be that. I think it was 45.
Yeah. But that's why I figured 60 would still be a good price. It'd be okay,
Yeah.
especially if it's like a solid game.
People I want the SIG community to go lose their minds in like bullshittery because it's so high. So that would make it a good time.
Well, and in CIG fashion, that probably will happen.
Yeah.
So I was like, oh well, now that the game's going to come out, just like your ship is now flight ready, we're going to increase the price by 2.5 times. So.
Wow.
It's like now that whole C is $450 or $500. Now it's more expensive than the whole D because that makes a lot of sense.
Out there, wasn't Starfield $100 for some package or whatever?
It was for the early release. The early release.
Was it $200? $199?
Yeah, $100, I think.
100.
There was a $300 package that sold out. That was
very
limited.
Was there really? Okay.
Yes.
So Squadron 42 should have like a silver and gold, Gladius, and you spend $300 so that you can fly it in.
But you did get a physical case with some things.
Some crappy watch or something like that.
Yeah, it came with the watch that was it's in the game and everything. But the early release was $100 and the base
it was
release
99.
day was 70.
Yep, that's true.
Or 99, whatever. At that point, it's $100. Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, and that's true. The $100 one does include the DLC in that price when DLC comes out.
So
I guess that's something. Yeah.
Oh, nice.
Okay, 75, and then it's 75 for each game. 75 for Squadron 42, Part 2, Part 3 should be $75 each game.
Yeah.
Those commercial or that advertisement, probably for them to call for that price, it will have to be amazing, and people will say, "I want that game. Yeah, I want it." And now they sell it for that price.
Can't just be the visuals that make it amazing too. The game's got to actually play well.
Very nice.
How you interact with the environment, the mechanics they actually give us for the game. They have to be good.
How many boxes do you have in the back?
Oh, it's a full load, Admiral. Let me see. Let me see if I can open it up.
There.
Yeah, let me try the third person and open the hatch. Kind of get a little sneak peek
Remember,
on.
you're going towards the station.
2, 4, 6, 8. Yeah, I got about 8.
You see that whole row? You got a whole walkway on the right hand side.
Yeah.
You load that whole thing up.
Yeah,
Why do you give yourself a walkway, man?
Yeah.
You need to just not have any space at all.
I
like
know.
that.
I was sharing the wealth with Twix. He was out there. I didn't want him to be, out there for nothing. And it's like he only had like 5 boxes out of it.
Can't believe you left a walkway for yourself. Like
Our citizen community here.
But to be fair, you can go out the side of your cabin there, so you don't really need that walkway.
You know what it comes down to, right? With you all, the Star Citizen community.
It's about that bottom line, baby.
Is that we're gonna give you a hard time?
No. It's.
I thought it was like I was waiting for the pun. I was waiting for like the cha-ching.
I gotta put that one in there, but definitely it's the Tony Z effect. Will we see Tony Z though?
Yeah, I think so.
Oh wow!
Yeah, I think we probably will.
Because it's 2 days, it's a 2-day event. There's a lot of panels that have been going on, and I could clearly, if they're gonna do like a big thing and say Squadron 42 in the first day, right? We'll just say Squadron 42 the first day.
No, the last day. That's Chris's baby.
I wonder if Squadron 42 he'll see as being the big thing, and if they'll actually make that the Sunday thing versus like Pyro and 4.0 and where what all that's going to be, where it is, when, stuff like that. It's can't say when, but I do wonder. I wonder if they're actually going to make Squadron 42 day 2, but it doesn't matter. We're going to get it one of those 2 days. I'm for certain we're going to get it on one of those 2 days. So.
Oh, for sure. It's all about the amount of content, what they deliver and what they tell us that hey, this is coming down the pipeline, this specific thing. But yeah, I kind of lean towards Sunday because this is Chris's baby and he wants people to really fall in love, and that's the lasting impression after the first time in 4 years we all come together and watch or go to CitizenCon after 4 years. He wants that. It starts with Chris, it ends with Chris. But that's just me saying.
This is how it's going to start then. So since Sunday's always been the Lord's Day, that means Sunday morning.
No, you didn't. Stop it. Oh no!
Is going to start out with a mass and all praise CR, the almighty CR,
Christ Roberts,
came down upon us and delivered us.
The verse.
Persistent entity streaming and amen.
Yes. His narrative is, hey, it's a universe. And like Sky said, hey, it's not a universe until we get the server meshing. It won't be realized. It'll just be a location.
A location. One system.
Oh my god.
Which is.
I don't want to see shit with Pyro though. I want to see something different. Don't even show me Pyro.
Yeah, I'm sure we'll see some Pyro, but I have a sense that we'll see more than just that. I have a feeling we're going to see more than just Pyro. That's all I say.
Toilet gameplay is what's going to happen. This is a big thing for the CitizenCon this year is how to use a toilet in the game.
Yeah.
I know toilets are now operational.
Oh my god! It's just
and now it's going to be necessary, and you're going to have to go like every hour.
And showers are necessary.
Kemi knows this. I play Scum, and you're doing everything. You're taking a crap in that game. You're peeing.
Oh my god!
Male or female, you're taking a squat.
Yeah, that's true.
Hey, showers are necessary. That's funny when they, we lamented about, the health and the, the injuries. Now all of a sudden Chris is like, oh, you're gonna have to take a shower after 3 days. Every 3 days, you're gonna have to find a facility to take showers because now that now that the NPCs are working, they don't want to talk to you, or you're gonna get lewd comments about them. Like, whew, what are all those flies around?
There are real people who play this game who don't shower.
Right? Yeah.
I know. They said, "Wait a minute, there's something to this."
It's 3 days. It's been 3 weeks for me.
I know, and I know that because of someone I know who went to a previous
Oh my
CitizenCon
God.
and had to clean up like the room.
Oh
and
no!
He was like, "What in the hell died in here?"
Oh no, Admiral! Please say no names, man. We're on stream. Please say no names.
But he was like saying an extra day and like the whether they rented a house or whatever, and he's like, take your sheets off the bed and put them in the corner, you know,
What?
like they said, and the person didn't do that, and he
No.
opened the door, the bedroom that they were in, and it was like, it was horrible. And then he said like the sheets were nasty. I'm like, people are.
It was powerful.
Yeah.
Should be like
Whoa.
Rambo when you know, like when they're in the prison, they hit him with the fire hose.
IRL, baby. IRL.
I don't mind like the bathroom or shower mechanics as long as I don't get over the board with it. Like, oh, you're gonna die every 2 hours if you don't do this. You're on the verge of death because every 2 hours because you didn't drink more water. Just as long as it's not a little over the top.
Well, that's
with
already
it,
in the game now.
right, and it is. Yeah, and it is a little over the top, like
I'm laughing.
Have you died of like heat exhaustion yet?
I have gotten very close once, so close enough that I take it back. I did. I was down to like 14% water actually, and I was trying to get to the station, trying to get out of my ship, trying to get to water before, and it was just like every minute it was ticking down. At that point, it was just going, and I died. Before I could get to the elevator, hangar, I landed, but I couldn't make it to the elevator in the hangar before I died from,
heat exhaustion.
Yeah.
Jimmy, did they give you that landing pad?
No, you can actually, you don't need permission. The pads are open now. Remember?
Yeah.
Yep, pads are open, Admiral.
It's kind of crazy, but it is kind of nice and in some ways for certain ships that work on it.
Yeah.
I feel like if that's the case, there should be some guy to like check you in, like your name,
security,
and your ship.
Yeah.
Scan you.
Ideally, that would be a great mechanic for NPCs in the game. Like the NPCs in this game need to be. They've gotten better at this patch as far as your general behavior a little bit, but they're pretty dumb.
Contraband check, right?
Our NPCs in this game. They talked about subsumption for like the last 8 years, which is that's not even behavior, but we need less dumb NPCs one day. It'd be nice. Yeah.
Server tick rates, low desync will supposedly it's supposed to translate to better NPC AI gameplay. So it's no telling.
We need NPCs that have some general behaviors and reactiveness, and even just some random dialogues. I mean, look at how well they did 10 years ago with GTA 5, and let's get to that level at least one day.
You said GTA 5 is that good?
Oh well, yeah. Look at how their NPCs behave and react.
Oh wow!
And can go places. And
really?
And they get in cars and they actually go from point A to point. They move around. You know how NPCs don't fly anywhere in this game or get on trams still.
They talked about it. Yeah.
We need NPCs to be less robotic and actually be able to go places, and we need NPC ships in the game. But where's the economy going to work if we don't really have that? We still have a long ways to go when it comes to NPC behavior.
I think they, like you mentioned about GTA, what's stopping a developer at CIG installing the game, playing it, and kind of look at, hey, this is what's going on with these NPCs. I can incorporate that into what we're doing, where it makes sense.
When you try to steal an NPC's car, sometimes they will fight you back. Or pull out a gun and shoot at you, or a bat.
Oh God.
It's pretty good. And sometimes they have some very interesting dialogues as they're walking around. So.
Some choice words for you.
Really interesting dialogues. But yeah.
Man, I gotta YouTube that and see that, because I don't play GTA, but I gotta see it. I mean, if I was a developer at CIG, I would use that as inspiration. I wouldn't pasta their code, nothing like that. But I would just say, hey, look, this inspires me. Chris, what do you think about this? This is pretty neat.
As you drive by them, driving like crazy, they may tell you to go F yourself, and
all
kinds
of,
it's
nice.
Pretty good, honestly, for what they did in that game 10 years ago.
And it's 10 years and it's still running strong.
Yeah.
That's viability.
It is the #1 game on a consistent basis because of the RP element on Twitch still to this day.
So that's incentive for CRG.
It's not an FPS game or some big battle arena game.
Right.
No, it's GTA 5. And it's because of how well they built that game out.
Yeah.
Functionality wise. And the fact that because they did that, people can get in there and they can actually do really good role play with the game that was provided.
Yeah.
It's made it such a sustainable,
yes.
still very popular game today. I mean, you go look at Twitch, it's almost always #1.
It's level of consistency that players say, this is what I'm going to get out of this. 07 Chief Keys, the AI and SC are functional in a single player environment, but the minute it touches a multiplayer environment, it falls apart. So the closest thing to get to that single player experience would be the server meshing tech, where it separates things, right? So you kind of get those resources allocated to those distinct locations. That's me with my fingers crossed, hoping that it'll work that way.
You play a bunker with like 20 people on it right now.
Yes.
And you see how long you last in that bunker with those NPCs.
Oh,
those
what?
NPCs are like John Wick.
They have gotten really good with their aim. And in that aspect, you know, as far as that NPC functionality, it's actually gotten pretty good with that particular locations.
Yeah.
Mainly just bunkers, really,
That's
where they're
resources.
actually good. Yeah.
You basically
it's funny that doesn't play out the same way. Like Security Post Korea, they seem to not be as good. Like they don't have the same design mechanics for those NPCs and how reactive they are and their accuracy and aim and their danger. I don't know why that is, but bunker ones could be very good. Yeah.
Oh wow.
Well, maybe that's because remember, NPCs are supposed to have different tiers of training and stuff like that.
Correct.
So
you think it's security posts, though? I don't know.
I don't know. Maybe they're mercenaries or something.
Yeah. I don't know. That's
UE getting lazy,
they're
man.
veterans and they're mercenaries.
Yeah. Fair. Yeah.
And they're just like, you know, cops. You know,
security guard levels.
security guy, police officer.
Hired help. Contract work. Hey man, this is my second job, man. This is not that serious.
I did armed security for the government back in the day, and this one guy, he was a short guy, and the company didn't give us vests or anything like that. So I'm working in this kind of social security office, and guy shows in because he's like, he's gonna rate us, quote unquote, you know, see how we're doing there, because we had a few incidents. And he shows up, he rolls in, this short guy, and he's like wearing a bulletproof vest underneath his shirt.
Oh,
I'm like, are you wearing armor? He's like, well, yeah, blah, 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 blah. I'm like, all right, whatever. And then like later on, he's like, oh, my dad got shot with a shotgun. He was a Boston cop, but you know, he made it, and blah, 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 blah. And then he just treated people like crap there, and it kind of pissed me off. But he had the whole Napoleon complex going on,
Oh,
and
no.
I'm just like, you know, like you should just remain a security guy. Don't even try becoming a police officer. That would be a bad idea.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
By the way, I'm really liking that green on your your filter.
Oh,
Okay, wait a minute. You're around my age, Skyhawk. Okay, does he not look like? Let me see your outfit again.
The
Kimmy.
outfit.
Oh
The
my
outfit.
God.
Okay. What transformer is Kimmy right now?
Oh my god.
Oh my god. Oh my god. You're gonna challenge me on. Yeah. No, I know what you're talking. I know who you're talking about.
Into a big robot.
Yeah, I know who you're talking about.
Oh my gosh.
Get your construction.
Yeah.
button on there.
But it's. Yeah, it is. Aren't all of them a little bit of purple and green?
I kind of just said it.
Yeah.
No, okay, the
Decepticon.
Constructicons. The Constructicons are all purple and green. and
Are
I'm
you
like,
serious?
Oh my
For real?
god, Kimmy, how old
Yeah.
are you?
Oh
really?
yeah.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah. They.
Wow.
Yeah. I think they were all a mix of purple and green. Yeah. But it was a.
You should name all your ships after the Constructicons, Kimmy. Then that would be a perfect.
Oh
uniform.
my! I did not know. Okay, I gotta look this
I
up.
gotta
I
find
still
the
gotta
names
look
now.
this
I
up.
gotta get some of the names for you. See
Oh
if you
my
like it.
god! I gotta still look this up. Constructicons.
So you've seen Admiral. I'm sure you've seen the 1986 Transformer animated movie. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
The one with
Yeah.
the planet where they
Yeah.
had to, oh, that was epic, man.
Unicron.
So apparently,
I went to
they're
the movies to
making-
see that.
Apparently, they were considering making a sort of live action version of that
Really?
Transformers. Yeah, allegedly. Yeah, allegedly they're maybe working on that now.
Did they
What?
just make with Unicron in it?
That other one they
The
did.
last one that was Unicron.
Yeah,
But they need,
Unicron. Yeah.
They need that Unicron, you know?
Yeah.
Oh,
Right, so-
wow.
okay.
Like,
I take it back though. They're not making live action, but they are making I think an animated version that's like an updated kind of but it's called Transformers One if you want to look at it.
I just want to
Oh,
see
wow.
Gen 1, like, okay, the new one, like Bumblebee, the one that came out with Bumblebee.
Yeah.
And they, at the end, they showed, and I think they're making a sequel. At the end, or was it already out? I can't remember, but they showed like Optimus Prime and like the Gen 1, like.
Yeah, the one that came out just recently was a sequel to that.
Okay,
that line, yeah. And I actually like the way they did Bumblebee in that. Yeah, more back to the
Backstory.
original.
Yep.
Right. No. It's
Yeah, it
not
was
that I
fun.
hated the first Transformers with
Michael
Shia
Bay.
LaBeouf and them. Yeah, Michael Bay. It's a little bit over the top, like action-y stuff. But that's Michael Bay.
Blow
where
everything up.
Visually, it's like just so much. Sometimes like overkill. But you know, but it still looked. It was pretty good. It was cool. But
It was convincing, though.
I do like a little bit more of the back to the original traditional.
Yeah.
Roots. Yeah.
Yep.
Okay, give me that Scrapper, Bone Crusher, Scavenger.
Oh, no.
Mix
I got to use
Mix
scrap.
Master,
Yeah, I couldn't.
Long Haul.
Yeah, I could not remember any of their names, but yeah.
Oh, my God. Mix Master's got to be the concrete guy, right? The
Yeah, he's definitely, he must be the concrete guy.
Oh, my God.
That's also pretty good. There's a couple good names.
That is awesome. I gotta look that up, man. That's you can't make that up. Just do it. You know what? I would love.
Just watch. Go ahead.
Oh no, you were just watching what?
I was just gonna say, like, I watched a lot of YouTube like reaction videos. And like just people who
for the first time
who see like a movie for the first time. And
yes.
Stuff like that. I actually just watched two young kids who are probably, I don't know, like early in their 20s. And they just watched that same movie. And
really?
They were like, yeah, it was pretty good. It's kind of cool to watch people like react to stuff like that. But everything from like Ghostbusters to like people who haven't seen Interstellar yet. I mean, they're not all old movies, but movies I haven't seen.
Yeah,
like the thing in that around the Halloween there'll be some probably people watching like The Exorcist and stuff like that if they haven't seen it already.
Damn!
So
oh
it's
no!
Cool to see people like that.
Yeah, Linda Blair. To this day, I refuse.
There's a new one coming out. I'm like, nope, I'm good.
I'm good, man. I'm really good. No thanks. I don't need
girls.
See that opens the door to what we're gonna see with Creatures and StarCitizen, man.
Another thing that I'd love to see.
Nightmarish. I mean, I'm just saying, there's all sorts of approaches to that, but to finally see them with the approach of we're doing this, it would befuddle me that we get nothing on Creatures at CitizenCon after 4 years. Nothing on Creatures. I'm like, okay, we got issues.
I bet that's a good point. And I bet we do. It's again another thing that's we've been waiting on for a long time. It's kind of long overdue. And even if it doesn't, if all of those things, if they can, bring all those things in with 4.0 and Pyro Creatures as well, it really would make not just the fact that we get Pyro a great addition, a massive addition to the game, because all those things we've been waiting on for a long time, if they can culminate into that one 4.0 patch with at least some of those elements, it would be fantastic. I mean,
this is why I'm not a fan of like 4.0. Sounds cool, right? It's someplace new, but there's so much. And I don't know if you heard earlier, we haven't gotten into science yet. Like planets, moons, they don't have any animal life forms at all in there.
Right.
There's so much more to fill out Stanton I mean, yes,
yeah.
they could do it over time. I just feel like there's so much that they could add. They could add like a face hugger in like in
Yeah.
the caves. It doesn't have to like implant a baby in you, but it could like maybe eat your brain. I'm not sure,
Right.
whatever.
Yeah.
Like that helmet,
So, yeah.
the
And
parasite
that's
helmet.
what I'm saying. It's all it's a lot of the smaller things that
Makes
that fill
you-
out the
yep.
world you're in that make it a game.
So true.
It's great to give us a much bigger environment, and it's going to look amazing, but it becomes more of a game and something that people want to do over and over again continuously when they start to fill out those environments with fauna and
That's it. You
places to
nailed
go
it.
that you can
Yep.
actually interact with, things, you know, the mechanics, the functionalities of the game that make it a game. And it's it's a combination, just a lot of small things. Those small things go a massive way towards actually making it like a real experience and making it a real game, you know. And
Yes.
that's what we need more than anything else. Yeah.
Yep.
Skyhawk, have you played Starfield yet?
I have. I only got like just under 20 hours. In
Guilty.
There, but
Okay,
played
so
it.
I
Guilty.
haven't myself, but you have, Kimmy, so you would know this better maybe. So I'll ask both of you: is there a thing like a way that you would like to see different in the animal spawning from Starfield that you would want differently in Star Citizen? Like, do they spawn like? I don't know if it's like they just walk around a corner, they're there, or do they kind of surprise you, or maybe you surprise them and they turn violent? Is there?
Some of them are pretty chill until you get to a certain distance from them, right?
Right.
And some of them are there. You get off a ship and you'll see them around. Some will actually especially depending on like missions you're doing. Some will literally come out of the ground right by you, and that's how they make them partially more risky, right?
Yeah.
You know, and I can understand, I guess, some of that, but you know, I mean, yeah, I'd prefer them to be never spawn in a visible area, right? You know. So, but and they don't necessarily even need to be as abundant in Star Citizen necessarily.
No, they don't show up in key moments.
All right. They use a lot of procedural work to just create a lot of these creatures. CIG doesn't really necessarily need to do too much of that either, but it just needs to be enough. And their caves are a great place for certain ones to at least reside during certain times, either at night or during the day and things like that. But you know, and maybe because maybe they're nocturnal and maybe they're not, you know. So, yeah, I mean, they can certainly take away a lot from making their lives easier by looking at the good parts of what like they did in Starfield.
Yeah.
For applying that to Star Citizen, but doing it obviously their own, to some extent, their own way, making it a little bit, you know, higher fidelity, obviously, like Star Citizen is, and a little bit different, maybe a little less similar behaviors between a lot of them. But honestly, that's going to be the case. You're going to end up doing that with any game. Otherwise, it just makes it much more complicated to get so much more detailed, different behavior patterns. But yeah, I mean, anything honestly at this point would be great. It not only they add them in there, but they have certain types of differences in behaviors, you know, versus hostile versus not, and how
predators,
how much of a risk they are when they become a risk. Are they ones that are more protective, or are they aggressive? You know, and having those kind of differences. I mean, yeah.
Hunters, because they've already described the Boreal Stalker as engineered apex predator that's in microtech. What's the lore behind that? I don't know, but at some point they will be moving about in that cold environment, and they have the perfect camouflage because their fur is white, the environment is white, and then sometimes the environment will mask them even further because now we're talking or expecting weather to ramp up in a way that they want to kind of leverage that to its to the dangerous aspect of that creature. When you're talking about a snowstorm and your character's doing this, or it freezes up, and then the next thing you know, you wipe your helmet and that son of a gun is standing right there like that at you, and you go, bitch slap. It's like, what the? Where did so and so go? And you're laid out.
Microtech's version of the Yeti, right? You know.
Yes.
But,
yes.
But like Ariel, I always said since we first got it, Ariel at night would be a great place for for some very dangerous, deadly creatures at night. I mean, there's a reason why like that Klesher is so heavily not just because it's a prison, but the facility is so heavily secured, and it's not just to keep people from breaking in or out, right? So also
Klesher.
Yeah.
Oh my God, that would be so amazing to have
that Ariel at night. Man, that environmentally, just visually, great place for some really scary things, right?
Yeah. What movie would be the perfect analogy for a creature? Thank you, my man. You are on it. Yes. Perfect analogy to that. That
All
night
nocturnal.
and day cycle. Oh.
Right. Yeah. All nocturnal and that, right? You know, and at night, you know, Ariel at night, yeah. That would be a place maybe you don't want to be just out and about, right? As a prisoner too, escaping, it adds an additional risk.
SOS. This damn movie is SOS. Okay, I'm gonna do my sentence. I'm incarcerated.
It makes sense if they don't want prisoners to be able to escape safely. It'd be a great reason for why they put the prison there in the first place, right?
What's that movie with Arnold Schwarzenegger? And it was like they made a Richard Dawson was co-starring in that. Running Man.
Yeah, Running Man. Yeah.
How crazily perverted would they make it where you have an observation deck, and you having a crazy, kind of announcer. What's that movie with the kids killing each other? They're gonna redo it again.
Oh, you're
Jennifer Lawrence. Oh my God, what is that sci-fi movie where the kids are killing for food, and it's a far-fetched fantasy futuristic movie where the kids are what is that movie? They're coming from different tribes or something. They put them in this environment. They kill each other. Oh my God!
You're talking about like the Hunger Games.
Hunger Games. And you have that crazy looking announcer to say, "Oh, we have another," and just like they say at Klesher, that same voice and that tone when we have another one releasing. It's like, "Oh, we got a runner." All of a sudden, you hand to the camera.
Because when you're in the prison, you can't tell if it's day or night outside on your own, right?
Hey, if they survive, I would put the theme as, "There's a prisoner fighting for his freedom. He made it." Oh, cut to pieces. Not good. Tasty, though. Oh, my God. People would just go there just to have a freaking laugh. Especially if someone gets caught for trolling another person for, unnecessarily. Oh, they're attacking people, industrial ships, and they're running away and doing all this stuff. And they get captured and put to Klesher for a long period of time. And they decide, "Oh, we got a runner. It's so-and-so. They're trying to run." It's like, I got to see this.
Yeah.
Oh, Clips would have a ball.
Yeah.
What you saying, Skyhawk? Yes.
Oh, I was just saying, it could, for those who go to prison, it could just, and some people, they have done a pretty good job of making going to prison a little bit better, and I'm sure they will over time. But adding that kind of risk element to escaping from prison actually can make it actually more exciting, I think, for players that when they go to prison.
Yes. And then maybe they have some people trying to break them out, and they have working NPCs now that patrol, and they do a soft death, and that ship crash lands. And what did Chris say? He wants to see survival.
Right.
They crash land on the planet. Oh my God, that would make for. And then right there, I have to get that Reliant, the news van, the Mako news van. I'm like reporting live. We're hovering and and we're taking footage of so and so trying to escape. Ooh.
Oh, they just lost a leg there. Oh, that's gonna hurt.
Oh, that requires an Apollo cybernetics right away. Or if they're not really making a lot of money, they're going to get the prosthetics from the Cutlass Red. I mean, all day long. that would be a laugh. I mean, that would be a hoot, man. That would be fun. That would be watchable virtual television on Star Citizen. That would be revive the commercials, the video, the news footage, and project that over to the bars, and people see actual players. Oh, that would be immensely great. Oh my god. People will go just to the bars just to watch footage. Long shot, '07. Crash
Don't
to
worry, long shot.
survive.
The yellow ones are lemon. Definitely lemon. Don't worry about it. Yeah.
Snow cones, yes. Don't mess with the yellow ones. The lime. No, it's not lime. Easter egg, it's not lime. All right, everyone. I'm gonna call it, man. It's
Yep.
late. Again, thank you all for hanging out with us, and I can't say enough about everyone here, and you guys are awesome, man. Great conversation as usual. But yeah, we're starting to wind down. 4 weeks, less than 4 weeks to go now for this.
I know. I want to be excited, but I want to be cautiously excited that it'll be really, really good.
I agree.
Meaningful.
Yeah. Give them
citizen
the
content.
opportunity. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, if I do, in other words, if I don't see that one thing that I wanted to see, I'm going to be fair to CIG and realize that, hey, this is what they prepared. This is what they've been working on. I'm going to give it a chance, and I'm not going to knock it because I did not see that one particular thing that I did not see. I'm going to keep an open mind and realize that there's a space and time. There's the ways that they're getting better, but they've got to get better, and if you know what I mean, because the game is demanding from them. Yeah. Go ahead, Scott.
I want to see the substance. I want to see the substance. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Not the shiny stuff, but the substance that we've been waiting on, and they've talked about, and they showed us that we were supposed to. The substance. We need the substance. Yeah.
Yeah. And you're speaking truth, man, because it means, will this game last? Will it be sustainable? Will we be able to say, I can play this game for years to come? Yeah. That's the whole gist of it.
I mean, I'd love to see the shiny stuff too, if it comes with the substance, obviously.
Mm-hmm. Bells and whistles.
Yeah.
So you're gonna go to Kimmy? Who are you gonna push it off to?
I'm gonna push off to that dinner table, man, and get some food.
Oh, it's not my. Okay, well we got playing.
You mean to raid? Okay, I got you.
Yeah.
You're the raid meister here.
Well, Starship Jump Grim, I think he just started up.
Yeah, okay, that's cool.
Who did? Who started?
Star Jump Grim.
Oh, okay, got you. Yeah.
He's the one that does all the 3D
yeah.
model.
Oh, yeah, he's awesome.
Yeah.
Oh, he's awesome, man, and he's playing Star Citizen religiously.
Looks like he's reviewing the Cargo career design brief.
He's got good content, man. Hey guys, so when are we gonna get into racing? Because I have an LX.
We keep talking about it. I don't, but I rented a Razor LX.
That sounds good to me.
Yeah, and I managed to get a 50-second time on Snake Pit, which is okay. It's not looking at the best times. It's not. I mean, I got a long ways to go, but it took a little time. We're starting to get some control and some of the tracks down a little bit. So.
I have a Misk Razor as well. So I mean, we can go apples to apples. I'm good with that.
Yeah. That'd be like the old days for me, man.
That sounds like a winner because I've always watched you do this when you stream a Skyhawk, but at the same time, I didn't have the skill. But now that they've changed the tracks, I might have a chance.
And the flight model a lot from back in the old days.
Yes.
The flight model is very, very, very different than from when I raced a lot.
Yes.
So, yeah.
All right. It looks like I have created the stream, everyone. Oh yeah, we got to talk about that, guys. And Admiral, he has a racing ship. Anyone else who's open to it? Oh, please. So we're gonna
about it on the next episode of Kimmy 65,
featuring Skyhawk and Admiral Kusanagi. We'll do this. I'm excited, y'all. Okay. Star Jump Grim. Here we go, y'all. Give him a hearty 07, everyone. Thank you so much. Here we go. Star Jump Grim. We're coming after him.
All right, very good.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
That was
thank you.
great. I enjoyed that Admiral too. It was great.
Man, you guys are
God bless you.
amazing. You
It's been
got
a long
this.
time since we really caught up.